Okay, I have something on the show notes that I think we could milk over successive episodes. I call it Operation DyrdekAnon. So I was thinking we could post start posting on the Ridiculousness subreddit claiming to be a production intern on Ridiculousness, leaking information from behind the scenes. So like a QAnon sort of thing, right? And I've been writing like all these lies essentially about Rob Deerdeck in the cast. So I drafted our first post, and I was thinking we could all add to it and come up with stuff and do this every week. So I wrote, "Hi all, burner account for obvious reasons. I've been a production intern on Ridiculousness for the past 3 seasons. My internship period is ending soon, so considering that I have nothing left to lose, I thought I could confirm and deny some of the discussions I've seen on this subreddit, and maybe even shed light on some little known aspects of the show's production. I hope to make a few more of these posts before my internship winds down for good, or before the MTV execs find out about this account. So stay tuned." And then some of these aren't funny because I want some of them to sound like halfway plausible to keep it decently believable. But so far, I have. There has been a rumor going around on set that Rob will quit the show in late 2027 and is slated to host late night after. uh, there was a lot of bad blood between the MTV execs and Chanel after she decided to quit the show. My supervisor still walks around set cursing her under his breath for what she did. When the show eventually stops production, Stilo plans to focus on running his restaurant and eventually wants to become a restaurateur full time. Uh, can't verify this, but I've heard that executive producer Jeff Tremaine regrets helping to create the show. My supervisor says he feels like he has created a beast or a golem that has transformed into something utterly beyond his comprehension. Uh, there is a certain executive producer on the show, first initial M is all I can share, who is truly one of the most heinous people I have ever worked with. She did really horrible things to my sister.
Oh my
Hollywood,
God.
Hollywood Center Studios had a sewage leak that production refused to fix for months on end. Rob and the other hosts wore face masks whenever they were on set, except for when the cameras were rolling, of course. But the crew was prohibited from doing the same for some reason. If you pay attention to certain episodes throughout season 42, I'm pretty sure you can see Rob wince and gag from the smell when he thinks the cameras are off him. We're producing hundreds of episodes per season, and the MTV execs are kicking into high gear to get that number even higher. They've already started relying on AI to help produce the show at a faster rate before Rob eventually retires. Most of Stilo's lines come from ChatGPT now, to the point where I'm not even sure you can consider that man a human being anymore. Uh, Last year, 10 of the show's creative consultants unionized and attempted to negotiate a better contract with no response from Super Jacket, which is the production company behind the show. And this that's actually true. They even showed
Oh
up at
wow.
Dyrdek Machine headquarters, still with no response. The situation was getting really heated for a while. Union members would show up to set singing "Which Side Are You On?" And I've heard that some of the producers compare the whole thing to the Battle of Blair Mountain and various union struggles from 1921. This,
Okay, you've given yourself away there.
okay, we'll save that one for a future post then. Despite the warning at the beginning of each episode, viewers submit their own videos all the time. The writers actually watch most of them during their downtime. Sometimes I get to take a peek when I'm refilling the water cooler or something, and these people do really horrible things to themselves in an effort to get Rob's attention. Sometimes it's like watching a snuff movie. Speaking of speaking of downtime, the writers have plenty of it. Sometimes I'll go to the writers' room and find them sitting around hitting a dab pen and drawing pictures of cubes on the whiteboard. Uh, Chanel Chanel always played dumb when the cameras were rolling, but behind the scenes, she was truly one of the smartest, most incisive people I've ever met. I can't even begin to comprehend some of the books she would read between takes. Truly a beautiful mind. As you all probably know, Rob is a major health nut. Once again, I can't confirm this, but I've heard from some of the higher ups that he consults with expensive doctors and scientists to figure out how he can live forever. Uh, if you're wondering how the show can produce so many episodes and stay marathoning on MTV, all I can say is that it looks like a sweatshop behind the scenes some days. One day, all this abuse will come to light. Consider this the calm before the storm. The wardrobe department prints shirts for Stilo on demand. He usually requests designs featuring drawings of Jesus with varying skin tones. Another one I can't verify, but I've been told that when the show started, Rob's goal was to eventually rule the network, and he went around calling himself the Shadow King of MTV.
Dude, that's got to be the episode title. Rob Dyrdek, the Shadow King.
Shadow King of MTV.
Bro, the tone changes drastically from the beginning of the post to the end. The beginning of the post is like, "Hey guys, just checking in. I'm doing an internship. Hope they don't figure me." Like atrocities against humanity.
Well, I'm only gonna do like
that. Austin, you've done it again.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Well, dude, I want everyone. I was thinking we could all brainstorm stuff, and we're not gonna put them all into the first post, but like it's gonna be used over time, and I would think like gradually become crazier and crazier.
Yeah. Start with just getting your foot in the door with believability.
Yeah.
I think Redditors are foolish enough.
Yeah, the r/ridiculousness, the people who post on there can't be the brightest brightest bulbs on the Hanukkah tree. So
all 1.6K of them.
I've already told this joke off mic to I think just Austin, but fuck this Jewish guy once, and he was only supposed to have enough cum to last one day, but he lasted for 8 days, just coming and coming. I don't know if that was how I told it originally, but you get it.
8 crazy nuts.
Anyways,
speaking of nuts, I'm about to take a piss over here.
Okay.
But yeah, if anyone comes up with anything like that for DyrdekAnon, just I'll drop it in the doc. I'll share it with you.
Fuck yes.
Yeah, we'll have to do some brainstorming. That's a great idea.
Are we all on the sync tube?
Yes, sir.
I'm not, but you go ahead and start without me. I'll be on there in a second. I'm just gonna get
this. It's 35 minutes long. We're chilling.
I'm gonna get
fuck.
this doc skip ahead thing shared with y'all.
And just so we all know, it's ridiculousnessly scary moments.
Scary moments. What if it's like werewolves and vampires and shit?
That would be scary, but I'll protect you, Austin.
You think that stuff is scary? I'm not scared of that.
You're lying. If you saw one in real life, you'd fucking cry.
Nuh-uh.
That would be very funny.
You'd shit your pants.
Just like a fucking idiot, as always. He's got stiff competition dressing like an idiot. His co-host, this woman, she's dressed like a fucking imbecile as well. Look at that shit. It's fucking dumb as shit.
I think she looks pretty cool.
I'll slap you.
On this Ridiculousness subreddit, they say that Chanel left to make her own show. Were you guys aware of this?
I just became privy to that, actually. It's a reality show, apparently, yeah.
And it got canceled after one season.
Oh shit! I bet she's regretting her fucking decision.
Yeah, that was a misstep for sure.
That's what this guy's saying. Why? That's so funny to be so bold as to think that the reason people are tuning in is because of you.
I know, right? Because when she literally just functions as the show's laugh track.
Yeah.
Can you guys see me by the candlelight of my bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look kind of spooky right now.
Well, it's ridiculousnessly scary.
You look like you're about to share a fucking amazing campfire story.
You look like you're about to summon a demon.
The Shadow King of MTV.
If you say Rob Dyrdek in the mirror 3 times, he shows up.
That's it for your life. I'm gonna make a fucking Reddit account now, so I can get that posted soon.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking this could be a
claiming he doesn't
weekly.
have a Reddit account.
Well, I do, but I got to make a burner. I guess
Probably.
if I called it DyrdekAnon, would that be too?
Yeah, I would do something innocuous.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. DyrdekAnon.
The clip?
Yeah, that's so good.
Were you guys reacting to the clip?
I was just thinking about Rob Dyrdek as QAnon again.
Yeah, me too. Well, I was thinking about him with an ankle bracelet because that's what QAnon said. Like Hillary had an ankle bracelet or something.
Oh, really? What is like the QAnon theory or like posts or what is the story there? Like, what do those people believe?
Well, oh, you don't know? So it was a 4chan
Yeah.
poster. It was a 4chan poster who, well, I don't know if he's still around. I don't know, but it was a 4chan poster who called himself Q and claimed to be an insider of the Trump administration, and he was like leaking things that would happen, like Hillary Clinton will be arrested on X date and riots will break out in the street. And I guess some of his predictions came true, which is maybe how he garnered a following. But yeah, I always thought it was a psyop of some sort. I think tomorrow's going to be an Adderall day.
Oh, I'm jealous, dude. Nice.
Yeah.
St. Louis men every day.
Tomorrow's gonna be an Adderall day.
Okay, Steelo's got a foot cast on.
Oh
Ooh.
shit. Dude, it's hiding his ankle bracelet. He's going to be arrested on September 13th. Riots are going to break out in the streets.
So then if Steelo is Hillary Clinton and Rob is Donald Trump, if we're drawing parallels to QAnon, then who is Chanel?
Hillary,
Mitch
I
McConnell.
guess. Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell.
Can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah.
I'm going to make the first Reddit post. I'm going to share and we can decide which ones will go in that first post. Okay.
Okay.
You can see this, right?
I gotta close my own Chromie.
Oh yeah. No, you're good.
Austin, you are a machine.
You're a fearless leader.
For real. Mein Führer.
I'm the Shadow King of
Nah, bro,
ridiculousness.
that's Rob Dyrdek.
So I guess we want to start with some of the more believable ones just to like rope people in, right? So
Yeah, Steelo Brim focusing on his restaurant comes to mind.
for sure. What about Rob hosting late night? Is that a little too outlandish?
That is not believable at all. Maybe if you were to rephrase it to Rob is going to like try to do that, like he's gonna make a run at being considered for that. I can believe him thinking that he can do it, but
Okay.
have it lined up like pre-decided. Absolutely no universe in which that
Okay.
would.
So how about I can't confirm this, but there's been a rumor going around set that Rob will quit the show in late 2027 and will audition to host a late night talk show.
To pursue a position hosting. Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
trying to be the next Jon Stewart. He's trying to host the Daily Show.
We'll quit the show in late 2027 to pursue a late night talk show.
This next segment is called Crazy Conservatives.
How about like the bad blood between MTV execs and Chanel?
What is it because of again?
Because Chanel left the show,
Oh,
and my supervisor still walks around set cursing her under his breath
Well-
for what she did.
maybe not walking around set cursing under his breath. That feels fictional, but maybe like just openly to other people. I don't know. When she comes up in conversation, only refers to her as quote that bitch. I don't know, something like that. Because I can imagine somebody holding a grudge in a very pronounced way, but walking around cursing somebody under your breath is something that like a fantasy villain does.
The image. Okay.
My supervisor. No, my supervisor has like a mannequin to resemble Chanel in one of the break rooms, and he's been steadily like, I don't know, destroying
they burned her in effigy.
something. Burn her indoors. Maybe like a pinata. My supervisor at his birthday.
That's less believable than cursing her under his breath.
Maybe have it be like he didn't confirm that the pinata was supposed to look like Chanel West Coast, but it was obvious to everyone that that's why he had put the like colorful wig on it.
That is pretty funny. Okay, wait. There was a lot of bad blood between the MTV execs and Chanel after she decided to quit the show. My supervisor brought in a pinata one day. I know there's supposed to be an accent above that N, but I'm just trying to crank this out. My supervisor brought in a pinata one day that I think was made to look like her, although he denied it. Absolute psycho shit. Okay. Okay, that's good. I like that. Lolo is a bit of an outcast behind the scenes. A lot of the crew resents her for replacing Chanel. I think that's believable, right?
Yes. That's probably true. Well, no, I think the Chanel thing is mostly just on Chanel.
I'll save Jeff Tremaine feels he's created a golem. I'm gonna save that for a later post, maybe.
That's gotta be later.
What about the sewage leak?
I think if you're trying to like creep up on them, maybe lure a few in with like cool stuff. That's something you can save for a little later. Though I do think it's very well placed on the line between fantastical and believable.
Chat GPT. Also, I think that's kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, it's a little closer to believable.
What about viewers submitting their own videos? I feel like that's not too outlandish. There's that last line, like it feels like watching a snuff movie, but
the snuff movie thing takes it quite far. But the rest of it is pretty believable, I can't lie.
I want to leave in the snuff movie thing though.
Well, we got to give them the appetizers first. That can be an entree. That's an entree-sized imposition on their credulity.
I'll save Chanel's reading habits.
You're gonna lose everyone with that one. Oh, bro.
For our Christmas bonus last year, we all got swag bags and a box of Rob's Mind-Right superfood bars.
Yes, that is excellent.
Oh, speaking of which, we need to do a podcast mukbang of Rob Dyrdek's superfood bar sometime.
Oh Christ! I mean, is it vegan?
Wait, I didn't know he had one. What is this?
He has a brand called Mind-Right, and he makes nootropics too.
No fucking way! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm looking up if it's Vegasters.
It's so funny how this has become the play for literally everyone. Even if you're the host of the fucking MTV video, you have to have a supplement brand now.
Yeah, it's weird. I wonder how that happened.
They look kind of good, TBH, though.
I thought so too.
Damn, he's got chocolate sea salt bars. That sounds good. Peanut butter cup, yummy, yummy. You get 36 bars. Hang on. You get 36 bars for $90. Miss me with that shit every day of the week.
That's a bowl, bro.
What the fuck? The smallest, the least you can spend on Mind-Right or getmindright.com is $30 for, they don't say how many bars. Let's see how many it is if I click on it. How many are in there?
They have their list of top achievers that use the bar, and Rob is listed as one of them.
That's fucking hilarious. That is North Korea shit.
He's a high achiever.
How many bars are in the $30 box, bro? I really would like to know.
Should I close on the one that says are they vegan?
They are.
Oh, nice.
Well, low key, I might do this. Yeah, we should do a mucker.
Okay. I'll I'll send everyone boxes when I get paid next, maybe.
Damn, okay, daddy.
Um,
What were you saying?
pimping my pimping my girls out. Um, should I close it on where is it? Where is it? If you're wondering how the show can produce so many episodes and stay marathoning on MTV, all I can say is that it looks like a sweatshop behind the scenes some days. One day all the abuse will come to light. Consider this the calm before the storm. Or
Hmm.
is that too much?
Yeah, I'd save that toward the end.
Hmm.
Not towards the end, but yeah, maybe definitely for a later post.
Maybe that's a phase 2 one.
Right.
Yeah, I guess you could do that earlier and then maybe tease it out as you progress. Like
Right. That's what I was.
there's
I
people
think.
doing there's PAs doing Adderall behind the scenes. Rob's doing a bump of Coke before he comes out for every show.
There's PAs doing Adderall, and some of them aren't even from St. Louis.
Yeah.
um. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I figure that would hook people in, right?
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I don't know. It
Do
might
you
be
think they
better.
should?
I think you can feed people some relatively weak stuff to test the waters, but you can't take it back once you've like pushed the boundaries of gullibility.
Right.
You should see how the ridiculousness Reddit reacts to this first batch before stretching their pussies out, so to speak.
I don't want to I don't want to blow our loads too soon. So this last one, do you think it's too risky? Because if so, I can get rid of it.
The last one.
Maybe take the stuff out about the abuse. Maybe just say it looks like a sweatshop, and then maybe add like one more little descriptor in there. But I think
How about look, check this out. I'll end it at it looks like a sweatshop behind the scenes, and then I'll just say at the end of the post, consider this the calm before the storm. Or
okay.
that's a little too maybe that's a little too heavy.
I would save that for toward the end.
Okay. So I'll that's so
Got stuff I think you can do toward the beginning if you wanted to.
okay. So far we have hi all burner account for obvious reasons. I've been a production intern on Ridiculousness for the past 3 seasons. My internship period is ending soon, so considering that I have nothing left to lose. Gotta fix that typo. Nothing left to lose. I thought I could confirm and deny some of the discussions I've seen on this subreddit, maybe even shed light on some little known aspects of the show's production. I hope to make a few more of these posts before my internship winds down for good or before the MTV execs find out about this account, so stay tuned. And we've got Stilo wanted to be a restaurateur, Rob quitting to pursue late night. Late 2027, should I do a later date or do you think that's fine?
No, that's good. I think that's
okay. Bad blood between MTV execs and Chanel, Pinata, Lolo, Outcast, Christmas bonus, and then if you're wondering how the show can produce so many episodes and stay marathoning, all I can say is that it looks like a sweatshop behind the scenes most days or some days.
Yeah, that's believable to be honest.
All right, I'm gonna fucking post it then.
I got a good idea. For one of the posts, you could say like you could make something up about how they're able to get guests or something. You could say like they're since the show hasn't been doing well since Chanel left or something, Rob has been forced to like bribe guests to come on the show with money in the order of like six something like
mind right bars. Yeah.
No, yeah, Rob is like deeply in debt from the money that he's had to fork over just to keep the show alive.
That's
jot that down.
Also, while we've been talking, I was on rateyourmusic.com and Chanel West Coast's 2020 album America's Sweetheart has a 1.5 average rating from 4 reviewers. You'll be interested to know.
1.5 out of 2?
Out of 5.
Oh. Well, some people just doesn't matter, you know. Some people, yeah.
Her first album, Rise of an Empire, had 161 ratings, and
Was that rap though?
1.96. Yeah, it was a 2014 rap album called Rise of an Empire.
So her high point ratings wise was 1.96 out of 5.
Yeah. Oh, that was produced by Young Money Records. That's kind of funny that she was on there.
You remember when we were watching the Charlemagne the God episode and he like challenged her fucking whatever? Like,
Her hip hop credentials, yeah.
yeah, she like went off on him.
How
Can you
does
imagine?
this look?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, the title of the post. I worked as a production intern on the show for the past 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
All right,
You should do it. You should do an AMA.
I thought about that, but I almost feel like it would be more effective to not respond to anything anyone says.
Probably. Yeah.
You don't want to make too much of a splash. You just want to dispense the truth.
Maybe that'll be the grand finale can be a live AMA.
Yeah. I'll say. Should I tease that? I could be like, I'll do an AMA at some point.
Yeah. Can you imagine Chanel and Nicki Minaj or Lil Wayne crossing paths in the hallways?
Oh, Austin. Possible DyrdekAnon point for later. Chanel was an attendee at the Freak Offs.
Oh fuck.
Adding that to the doc right now.
She makes Diddy look like a schoolgirl.
All right, I'm gonna post this shit.
World is about to change. You about to shock the world with this one.
All right, if y'all have Reddit accounts, go hit that with an upvote.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh no.
Well done, Austin. Making us proud once again.
Yep.
Add whenever you think of something, just go in that doc and go wild.
This is the start of something big.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a funny weekly segment.
This is the start of something big, is what I said when it started to get hard.
Anyway, do you guys want to get cracking on DyrdekAnon Phase 2?
Yes, we've
Yeah.
got that doc, right?
Yeah, I've shared it with you guys. But to start, I think I'll update the listener on how that first thread we posted last week is going. So let me just pull that up.
What is the title of that document?
It's just called DyrdekAnon.
I'm just looking in the wrong place. There it is. Yeah, we got a handful of replies, none of which indicate any suspicion, and like last time I checked, coming up on 40 upvotes.
Damn, bro.
Silly.
Yeah, and for the listener, hold on. Fuck me. I can't remember my Reddit login. Oh gosh, hold on.
Top comment is WTF. ...
That was me. It's right at the top of the r/ridiculousness thing. It's not a very active subreddit, I suppose. And we're at 40.
No, it's not.
We're at 40 upvotes and 7 comments. I don't know if any of them are new since I last checked.
Thanks for sharing. Even though I don't know them personally, I feel like Rob and Stilo are genuinely good peeps.
Yeah, that's brain dead central right there. How do you live with yourself after posting something so cringe?
I like it. I think
Someone
that's
said I've seen
endearing.
some things
It's
saying
fucking
the show
stupid as
was
shit,
canceled
even
in
though
the
you
last
don't know
2
them
weeks, that a bunch
personally.
I'm surprised that MTV allows some of the stuff like violent punching sequences and people puking.
I'm gonna reply to them and say you should check out this one clip that they aired where
Thanks for
it's
sharing.
just a woman stomping on that guy's balls.
I could never
we
watch
really did
that
see that.
show. That
Can you
one
guys-
girl's like laughs like a goat. So annoying.
Hilarious that person who commented, "I can never watch that show,"
Not even
sought
acknowledging
out the ridiculousness Reddit subreddit. Wait, who's not even acknowledging what?
They're
What?
not. Well, I mean, like people, the person who commented that isn't even acknowledging like the content of the post.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're just like, I'm going to start an entirely new conversation.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I expected from the people on that subreddit.
Yeah, that's an especially undesirable gene pool right there.
It's just the marijuana induced psychosis acting up.
For
Um,
real.
okay, so I need to try and remember my Reddit login. So feel free to start a new strain of conversation while I do that.
Here's a thought, Austin.
No
If you
need to
can't, if you can't, is it
no,
not a
no need to
little
get
inject?
into anything too deep. I don't think it'll take too long. But if you guys want to fill the dead air while I
Okay,
figure this out, go ahead.
okay, but if you're all done interrupting me, if you can't remember your login, does it not inject a little bit of realism for you to create yet another burner?
I suppose it could, but
But yeah, just a thought, just a thought.
I fear that it could have the opposite effect.
Whatever,
If you can find it, just find it.
you're in control here.
Fuck. Oh, ow, 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 ow.
Oh,
Oh,
did we
man.
do Austin hurt himself? Oh.
He did, and I was gonna tell. I was gonna say for the listener, we came up with um, two more DyrdekAnon rumors
Oh,
to
right.
to foment. And this one, I think we could deploy today. When Kane Brown guest starred on the show, he asked for my male coworker's phone number behind the scenes, and then
We're
Rob.
trolling so subtly that it barely exists.
I like how we just have to throw Kane Brown into the mix too. We got to continue our beef with him. It's not over, Kane Brown. You're
We
still
do.
in our crosshairs.
And this one, we've got to say it to the very end, but Rob converted to Islam last year and will make this public after his retirement.
And we need to pepper in a rumored name that he's going to assume when he converts to Islam.
Rob Al Hadin, I don't know.
I think I was thinking of one you could do is say like Rob has been experimenting with microdosing psychedelics to do the show because he thinks things are getting a bit stale. And then sometimes he pushes the envelope a little too far, and in certain episodes you can see in his eyes that he's like mid-trip.
I like that. I'll have to play it off a little subtle though. I'll be like, I think I notice his eyes are a bit dilated sometimes.
Oh, here's one. Here's one. Rob, when he becomes especially displeased with something that someone on the crew has done, he routinely will say something along the lines of, "Oh, you think you could do a better job?" And then goes and sits on the red couch and won't move or speak for I don't know, like a very long time, some shit like that.
All right, I'm still trying to find this fucking login. So what were we talking about before?
I don't know. It's not gonna matter.
I kind of like the vein of the psychedelics thing and making Rob like saying like he's really trying to lean into like him being an entrepreneur type of thing, and he's doing all this weird shit behind the scenes uh to like make the
He
show
idolizes
better.
Steve Jobs.
He loves Steve Jobs. He takes cold plunges before every show. He's he's paid like thousands for like all of these like hyperbaric oxygen treatment to go on the show and say, "Damn, that was crazy."
Okay, what is the shirt that this one woman is wearing? What the fuck is that shit? You guys see
Oh,
this?
I'm on the DyrdekAnon page right now.
Oh,
Bro, oh, it's fucking making me wait 6 minutes before logging in again. Okay, we can fill the time by determining what is going to go in this next post. So I think now, since this is phase two, we're kind of at the part where we can up the ante a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
So what have we got? I think the Kane Brown one could go in.
Yes, yes.
I think Rob microdosing can go in.
Yeah.
I'll be a little subtle about it. Um, I think the one about the sewage leak could go in there.
Yes.
You could say, hmm, since Chanel left, the show's been struggling, and financially the budgets have been cut, and raccoons and other critters have snuck into the studio and regularly die on stage, and the stench stinks up the studio. But they don't have the funds to hire a
all they
pest
all they do
control.
all they do is hang up those little Christmas tree things that you find in stoner cars.
Or yeah, like that, or like the PAs have routinely been tasked with like trying to find raccoons or like removing raccoon carcasses from the
Yes.
studio.
Multiple PAs are on what has become known as raccoon duty.
What I don't know. What else?
I think like the writers watching the viewer submitted videos could probably go in.
And the viewers doing horrible shit to themselves.
Yeah. It's like watching a
Can
snuff
we
movie.
come up? I think did we not decide against the snuff movie phraseology?
Do you have a reservation about it?
I don't. Perhaps we are at a phase where we can escalate that far.
I trust you if you think not.
Um, hmm. Well, what are they? I think something that may help to add clarity to that question and enrich the audience submitted video bit in general is if we were to add an example of something that one of these audience members has done. Maybe even one of the writers got dismissed from the show because they responded to a particular fan and requested that they do a certain thing, and then that fan obliged, and something bad. I don't know.
Okay. No. Yeah, I like the way you're thinking.
Everyone likes the way I'm thinking. No one likes the way I'm stinking.
I love the way you're stinking, brother.
Oh, thanks, man. Means a lot coming from someone as stinky as you. I'm sorry, you were gonna make the title?
Yeah, the title, I think, part 2, : I worked as a production intern on the show for the past 3 seasons.
Maybe just part 2, something along the lines of they're catching on, or like I think people might, I don't know.
I kind of want to.
I think part 2's fine. It's just more standard like Reddit.
We do need to introduce some conflict at some point, but I think we could tease it out a bit longer before we get there.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna do part 2 because I do kind of think of that as just like basic Reddit speak. So
maybe you could make some reference.
I thought the premise was that he had already left the internship.
No, he was going too soon.
Yeah, I'm on the way out.
Okay.
Maybe Austin, you could address the time that's elapsed between the first post and this one by saying, "Haven't even gotten a chance to. I'm so overworked," or something like that.
Production kicked into overdrive recently.
I've been on raccoon duty.
Production kicked into overdrive recently, and we've all been overworked. It looks like Goldman Sachs over here. I'm not gonna say that.
It looks like whoa, guys, look at the fucking screen right now.
What?
Wait.
Steel looks like a clown.
Go. Look at they're really holding out on us. And oh no, we can't. We have to go back. You guys have to see. Not that. Wait for it. Here we go. Here we go. And here we go. Wait.
Man, you're
It'll be
really
worth it.
hyping this up.
You're gonna be glad that I did. Ready? Boom,
Whoa,
shotgun lock.
what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah.
Yo,
What?
how do we
That's
even describe this for the listener?
You can describe it like this. The top is such that you can't tell if it's just the hair covering up the bazoinkers.
Yeah, I mean, she is practically naked, folks.
Yeah, it's really cool. Anyway,
Okay. So hi all, it's me again. Sorry I haven't been able to update you all this past week. Production kicked into overdrive recently, and we've all been. I'm gonna throw in hella overworked because I kind of need to dumb myself down, get on their level, speak their language.
there you
We've all
go.
been hella
you
overworked.
could throw something in about thanks for all the love.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. Thanks for all the love on my last post.
Oh, did I tell you guys
and
the
then I'll
nature
say
of the
so
job that I got?
far.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be working for an answering service, 3 graveyard shifts and 2 evening shifts.
For real?
Yes.
Like a call center?
Yes, remote work, but
Dude, I worked at a call center. It was fucking hell.
yeah, it's not gonna be awesome. It's mostly
No,
gonna be the downtime version of hell though, which is not that bad.
Yeah. Well,
Wait,
that's
you're
nice that it's
working-
remote.
Yeah.
You're working nights and days?
No, graveyard and evening
Oh,
are the shifts. 3 graveyard, 2 evening.
That sucks in
I
itself.
mean,
But dude, when I worked at the call center, we had to smile while we were on the phone with people, and there was a sign hanging up in the room that said "Smile while you dial."
yikes.
damn, dude.
And the supervisor was like, "No, trust me, like they can tell on the other end whether or not you're smiling."
That's like
That's
fucking
nightmarish.
dystopian as fuck.
Yeah. I'll start with there is
Oh,
a
the
certain
psychedelics? Oh, sorry.
there is a certain executive producer on the show. First initial M is all I can share. Who is truly one of the most heinous people I've ever worked with. I feel like that's very general and believable.
What's
Right?
the follow-up? What is M doing?
There is no follow up. I just feel like that's a good one to start with. I mean, okay, when I wrote it, I was gonna say they did really horrible things to my sister, but I feel like that's a little
Jesus Christ.
that's a bit much. So
Yeah, and why would that person still be working at the show? They did really horrible things to my sister. That's diabolical.
yeah, so I'm just gonna do and also how would this person's sister be like on the set? Like
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's awful. It's great,
But-
but it's terrible.
But do you agree like that's just to start, like I feel like that keeps it kind of mundane. I feel like some level of
Yeah,
that is
no, and it's also believable like journaling.
right. Okay, so there's a certain executive producer on the show, first initial M is all I can share, who's truly one of the most heinous people I have ever worked with.
Could
Yeah.
people not backtrack that though, like pretty easily to figure out A, that person doesn't exist, or B,
Oh no, they exist. I did base that off of a real executive producer on the show.
okay.
I did my research. Let's just hope this person we don't fucking tank their career or something. What if they actually are a monster and we inadvertently bring them to justice? Okay, so we can follow that up with okay.
And did we come up with anything for fucking the one of the writers like requesting something of one of the viewers sending in videos and they did it in some strife?
No, we
Oh,
didn't. We
yeah.
didn't come up with one. Let's.
You could say someone ate a dead bat or a live bat.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
A
What else?
live animal. Yeah, that I like the gruesomeness that adds to it.
What's a believable live animal to have been eaten though? A bat, really?
A small possum.
We could do frog. Frog's believable.
Okay. Despite the warning at the beginning of each episode, viewers submit their own videos all the time. The writers actually watch most of them. during their downtime. Sometimes I get to take a peek when I'm refilling the water cooler or something, and these people do really horrible things to themselves in an effort to get Rob's attention. One of the writers was let go because
How about received a video of somebody eating a cricket and encouraged that viewer to send in a video of them eating a frog, and they did, and the writer was let go as a result.
one of the writers received a video of somebody eating a cricket.
Oh, maybe
about-
some comment along the lines of like not able to confirm whether they received video of the frog, like that viewer eating the frog.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. I don't know if the viewer did it.
I think that's excellent. I think that's excellent.
But that writer was let go after some urging from the rest of staff. What's next? I guess I'll do the micro dosing.
Yes.
That'd be good. Another one I just thought of, what if we said Rob is looking to end the show in the coming years and he's using the funds he's accumulated to purchase a minority interest in an African gold mine?
Okay,
I thought you were gonna say something about him being a prepper.
Oh, that's a good idea too.
Like he's buying a houseboat, which he calls Rob's Ark or something like that.
Rob's
arc.
Fucking, I probably gotta hop off in the next 7 minutes, just so you guys know.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to go too.
The African gold mine, should I do that here or save it?
No.
That's a later thing.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. Later, right?
So I'll say I can't confirm this, but I've heard rumors that Rob has been experimenting with microdosing psychs before the show.
It's so good.
If this is true at all, I think he might be overdoing it because if you pay attention to recent episodes, his eyes are dilated and appear to be wandering around the set.
Yes. We're doing something good here.
All right, I added one more to the Google Doc. I just said production is trying to experiment with different looks for Steelo to garner viewership from different demographics. What would be the funniest look for them to try to make Steelo do?
They're trying to lure in middle-aged Filipinos. And so they're working in I don't know, foliage native to the region, something. I don't know.
Maybe
no, that's not funny. Something else.
Or yeah, they're trying to appeal to like the Italian American demographic, and they're having him wear tracksuits.
Those episodes haven't come out yet. They haven't gotten approval. They're strategizing the release of that.
There's a it's been given to the fucking sensitivity board.
It's still in focus groups.
I'm gonna do the Kane Brown thing next, and maybe do you think it would be realistic if I said a certain country music star and 2022 VMA nominee?
Yes, I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
Let me make sure that's the year he was nominated.
That's really good.
2022.
All right, I gotta go. Your sister just called me for some reason, Austin, so I'm gonna see what's going on there.
Oh, he said your sister called you.
William, stay on mic while I finish this, if you don't mind.
Okay, that sounded really sexual.
All right, I'll leave you two be.
Okay, see ya.
Yep.
A certain country music star and 2022 VMA nominee. A certain male country music star. Gotta emphasize that. A certain male country music star and
Yes,
2022 right. VMA nominee asked for one of my male co-workers' phone numbers behind the scenes when he guest starred.
I wonder how Reddit's gonna take that. Reddit might be like, maybe something about something in there about like a certain male publicly heterosexual, something like that.
Maybe I'll say my
A certain
coworker.
maybe a certain male, something about like in a committed relationship with a woman publicly,
A
straight,
certain
and yeah.
a certain married male country music star and 2022 VMA
Yes, there you
nominee
go. There
asked
you
for
go.
one of my male coworkers' phone numbers behind the scenes when he guest starred. My coworker never told me what happened with that. How about the sewage leak? We still feel good about that one.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
that one.
really quite believable now that I've like seen that the frequency with which sewage problems happen. That really could happen.
That one reads, just to make sure it looks okay. Hollywood Center Studios had a sewage leak that production refused to fix for months on end. Rob and the other hosts wore face masks whenever they were on set, except for when the cameras were rolling, of course. But the crew was prohibited from doing the same for some reason. If you pay attention to certain episodes in season 42, I'm pretty sure you can see Rob wince and gag from the smell when he thinks the cameras are off him.
That's
let me
awesome.
make let me
Yes.
make sure of something really quick, because last post I said I was an intern on the past 3 seasons. So let me make sure season 42 falls within that range.
Yeah, it's got to be a number within the last 3.
Uh,
Well, no,
oh,
I mean, this could just be information that you became privy to, and then you were watching previous episodes.
That's true. In any case, I think it does fall in the time.
And
frame, so.
and somebody finding holes in your story, that's interaction. We want that.
Yeah, you've got a good point. Damn, you could usurp Rusty as the podcast consultant if you keep up with this. And we said we were going to do one more. Which one was it?
Didn't have anything to do with Rob's impending retirement or conversion.
Should I do the one about
There was one that I had
Chanel
suggested
being
about.
secretly really intelligent? Or is that a later one?
I was going to suggest we do something like not quite confirming that, but you get the vibes, or like you'd seen a few things. But I think we've done a few too many of those already this time around. Like,
Well, I could do
stuff that you're not quite sure about.
I was able to interact with Chanel a little bit before she left. She always played dumb when the cameras were rolling, but behind the scenes, I got the impression that she was a
you
very
can do that, and you can make it as a response to some of those comments from the first post where they were like, I can't watch that show because
yeah. And I might actually move that to the top, so that's like the first thing people read.
Yes, yeah. Reading through some of your replies, yeah, something like that.
Okay.
And something maybe something like, I wanted to respond to this and remind you not to believe everything you see on TV, or something like that.
Yeah. I wanted to respond to this and remind you to not believe everything you see on TV. I was able to interact
That's awesome.
with
Bro, you're speaking the Redditor's language right there with that one.
I was able to interact with Chanel a bit before she left. And though she always played dumb when the cameras were rolling, she seemed like one of the smartest, most incisive people I've ever met behind the scenes. All right,
yes.
let's read the whole thing. So, title, Part 2. I worked as a production intern on the show for the past 3 seasons. Hi all, it's me again. Sorry I haven't been able to update you all this past week. Production kicked into overdrive recently, and we've all been hella overworked. Thanks for all the love on my last post. I'm glad this is all worth it. So far, no indication that the MTV execs know I've been doing this. Anyway, below are some more nuggets from behind the scenes. I was reading some of the replies on my last post, and I noticed some people talking poorly about Chanel. I wanted to respond to this and remind you to not believe everything you see on TV. I was able to interact with Chanel a bit before she left, and though she always played dumb when the cameras were rolling, she seemed like one of the smartest, most incisive people I've ever met behind the scenes. I couldn't even begin to comprehend some of the books she would read between takes. Truly a beautiful mind. There is a certain executive producer on the show, first initial M is all I can share, who is truly one of the most heinous people I have ever worked with. Despite the warning at the beginning of each episode, viewers submit their own videos all the time. The writers actually watch most of them during their downtime. Sometimes I get to take a peek when I'm refilling the water cooler or something, and these people do really horrible things to themselves in an effort to get Rob's attention. One of the writers received a video of somebody eating a cricket and replied, encouraging them to send another video of themselves eating a frog. I don't know if the viewer did it, but that writer was let go after some urging from the rest of staff. I can't confirm this, but I've heard rumors that Rob has been experimenting with microdosing psychs before the show. If this is true at all, I think he might be overdoing it because if you pay attention to recent episodes, his eyes appear dilated and seem to be wandering around the set. His eyes appear dilated and seem to be wandering around the set. A certain married male country music star and 2022 VMA nominee asked for one of my male coworkers' phone numbers behind the scenes when he guest starred. My coworker never told me what happened with that.
Fucking awesome.
And then lastly, Hollywood Center Studios had a sewage leak that production refused to fix for months on end. I just read that one. So
yeah.
All right. Should I post?
Any sort of sign off or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Last time I didn't do that.
The introduction achieves that same effect. Yeah, I'd say send it.
All right, here we go. Go hit that with an upvote.
Hell yes. So goddamn funny, dude.
Yeah, this is awesome.
All right. I got to get out of here.
Okay, thanks for joining me.
No, thank you. All right, bye for now.
See ya.
Speaking of illusions, DyrdekAnon thriving.
Oh yeah, let's update the listener on that because good call. If you are just tuning in, we are conducting a long-term elaborate troll of the Ridiculousness subreddit where it's called Operation DyrdekAnon, and we're pretending to be a production intern working on the show, spilling behind the scenes gossip. And so our last post was the second installment of Operation DyrdekAnon. Go check that out if you're interested. I'm not going to read through the whole thing because I did that last time already, but let's read some of the comments. Wow, keep these coming. That's from Crispy Rice. From Awe Booking Promotions. I knew damn well people would send their stuff in, laughing emoji. I know hindsight is 2020, but Chanel's decision to leave doesn't seem to be working out so far. Her show was canceled, and I guess she's doing some concerts here and there. I wonder if she regrets leaving. That's facts. I regret her leaving.
These are
Lolo
comments from the part 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was my favorite. This person is genuinely incensed about the sewage leak that I made up. Shame on the studio for not making sure that sewage leak was handled immediately. That's a health hazard. They could have gotten shut down by the city for that.
Now you know how it feels to be a journalist. You can just press the outrage button whenever you so choose.
Oh, in response to so we said in this post, a certain married male country music star and 2022 VMA nominee asked for one of my male coworkers' phone numbers behind the scenes when he guest starred. My coworker never told me what happened with that. And then somebody said, country star sounds like Kane Brown.
And that is who it was.
Yeah. And we instructed Curly to respond to that person saying, yeah, that checks out. A friend of mine, Kane Brown, asked for his number at a show one time, but Curly failed to do that. So
yeah, if you view that post, you won't see that reply. If you were to, I'm sure, listener, you would experience a cascade of giggles, laughs, chortles, and guffaws, unlike anything you'd ever felt. But Curly doesn't care about your enjoyment. He doesn't care about comedy as a discipline or as an altruistic endeavor to enrich human experience. He's bottom feeding, shit slurping fuckface, I would say.
On God.
Austin, any okay, yeah. Well,
yeah.
I agree that what I've said is on God.
Here's a good one. One of my clips was used within the past year, but whoever licensed it, I assume, no longer works there. So I was wondering if you'd be able to track it down privately so I could find the episode and its reaction. Please DM me what info you require if you can help. Thank you.
Aren't you already is that a different person that you're like in direct contact with?
Yeah, so that's good. I'm glad you brought that up. So somebody DM'd me and I'm stringing this guy along in private now. Somebody DM'd me. Oh, by the way, this just crossed my mind. We should we'll have to post part 3 today before I leave. But anyway, so somebody DM'd me Hey, I was wondering, since you worked on the show, if you have any database available of the show's recordings. I am specifically looking for a commercial that aired on broadcast back in December during the show. Thanks for any help. And then I responded, I might be able to I might be able to sneak into the editing suite and see if they have anything. What's the commercial? And he said, "Whoa, that would be amazing. Here's the commercial." And then he sent me the commercial. So that confuses me, because if he has it, why does he need a recording of it? Um,
What was his? Let me look at. You sent us a picture of this. Let me see what his message says.
yeah, and said according to iSpot TV, it aired on Ridiculousness on December 10th, 2024. That also throws me off, because I thought
What
different.
happens when you go to that link?
Let's see. I also thought different regions have different commercials. Like, that's not the same across the country, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you are correct. And this guy might just be a child level intellect.
Well, when you click the link, it shows you the commercial, and it's for a razor, a shaving razor.
What the fuck is going on with this guy? What?
I
Why
don't
is he
know.
so fixated? Just get something sharp to take the hair off of you and move on.
The
Maybe it's a women's razor and he is attracted to what happens in the commercial.
maybe, I mean, it's not. It's just it's like cartoon men, like corporate Memphis style cartoon men shaving themselves.
You say corporate Memphis?
Yeah, that's the aesthetic of the commercial,
What
the
the fuck
design.
is corporate Memphis?
You'll know it when you see it. Just Google
Oh
it.
God. Oh
Yeah,
God.
it's hideous, isn't it?
I hate that has a name.
Yeah,
So fucking the New Yorker, basically.
right, right.
Yuck.
Yeah,
Have you
this
been catching any of these clips, by the way, as they've been passing us by, these bad
yeah,
criminal?
this is I refuse to believe that any, like, based off of this commercial and the whole design style of it, that like any of the people who are attracted to this shit need a razor in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, these razors specialize in removing peach fuzz from adults. You know what I noticed once? I probably brought this up on the show before, but I was watching. I think it was, what was it? Professional Ultimate Frisbee? Now I can't quite remember what it was. I think I was noticing like professional Ultimate Frisbee was on TV, and none of the guys had any facial hair, and then it went to baseball, and they were all like thick bearded out. And I think also the advertisements were very testosterized. I don't know what I'm trying to say, bro. You get the gist, bro.
Oh, hey, so the other day I messaged this guy. I can try to get into the editing suite and find it after my shift tomorrow. Just out of
Mhm.
curiosity, what do you need the commercial for? And I'm reading his response for the first time, and it's actually making me feel kind of bad for stringing this guy along. He
Oh,
said,
why?
that would be truly amazing. I am a composer, and this brand Harry's used my music for a broadcast commercial without telling me or paying me in 2024. After I went to Harry's and told them about the use of my song, they offered to pay me for digital use, but according to iSpot, it has been playing on broadcast television, which is a more expensive license to use than just digital. I basically have to prove to Harry's that my song has been used on broadcast, which is pretty hard to do without an original recording of some sort. So if you could help me
Mm,
out in any way, I would be grateful and willing to compensate as well. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
I'm starting to think I shouldn't pursue this particular troll, this
It's
subplot
it's
anymore.
not ethical. I think we've established
No.
that, but would it be funny?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well,
Maybe I
there's
could,
that to
like,
consider.
we could let him know we can't help him out, which I think would be ethical. Well, keeping it funny, like I could say I got chased out of the editing suite by the guard dogs or something, and I can't help him.
Some cool stuff happening on screen right now, by the way.
Rob is on fire today with the physical comedy. Look at him. He's
He's really getting into it.
acting like
They
a
must
damn
have been
Hanna-Barbera character over here.
this must have been a sativa day on set.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, that's a good one for DyrdekAnon. They have they spin a wheel or something to determine if it's indica day or sativa day.
They either microdose Sykes, do sativa, or everybody gets a Trenta from the nearby Starbucks.
Well, I suppose we could take advantage of this lull in the conversation and deploy phase 3 of DyrdekAnon, right?
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh, okay, sure. Let me pull up that doc. By the way, I came up with another one. It might be a little too niche to be funny. I don't know. It kind of hinges on some knowledge of Devo, but it's oh, actually I came up with a few that we haven't read yet. So I'll go ahead and read those. But the most recent one I came up with was our music supervisor originally wanted to use Mongoloid instead of Uncontrollable Urge for the theme music, but the sensitivity board shot the idea down. For the listener, Mongoloid is about what you think it is, and it is every bit as insensitive as you could imagine. And the image of that being used as the Ridiculousness theme music is humorous because the content of the song has nothing to do with the show Ridiculousness. It would just be needlessly offensive. So that's the joke. Anyway, the other ones I came up with were when Chanel was pregnant, the other hosts and high ranking staffers threw a surprise baby shower for her on set. They even filmed the entire thing and planned to release it as a special, but after she announced her departure, it was scrapped and is now lost media. The editing team spent months on it and nearly quit in frustration. I'd estimate that 60% of the segments are filmed without a studio audience present. Watching the hosts deliver jokes to a completely silent, empty room has been one of the most haunting, uncanny experiences of my adult life.
Something we could possibly add to the Chanel baby shower thing.
Yeah.
Maybe there were special guests for the baby shower.
Oh, that's a good one. Kane Brown was one of them, and he asked for another male coworker's phone number.
He made a deeply disturbing comment about how Chanel would have a really handsome boy if it turns out to be a boy.
They put her ultrasound footage on the big screen and reacted to it as if it were viral content.
And look, he just got his dick out.
Once again, don't believe everything you see on TV. Chanel does not laugh like that in real life. One of my coworkers who's been on crew since the beginning told me that MTV brought in a coach to help her develop an iconic fan favorite chortle early on. Stilo has a running joke with the interns where he pretends to be a Hollywood diva, yelling at us, snapping his fingers at us, etc. It's all in good fun, but at times it dips into some pretty sensitive territory involving interns' family members. It makes me wonder if he's actually being serious. And then finally, and this one was admittedly motivated by personal spite, Matt Rife is horrifically unfunny when he doesn't have a team of writers feeding him lines through a mic in his ear. When I was on set during one of his guest appearances, he kept trying to riff off the cuff with Rob, and it was so bad that the editing team had to cut out most of his contributions. Even Rob, who is generally patient, started getting visibly annoyed and told him at one point, "Remember whose turf you're on, little man." So I think I'll get to work on posting part 3 right now.
Hell yes. Let's see if we can add one more. Just for something for us to do right now, you know?
Okay, yeah, like come up with another.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe something about like somebody involved with the show recognized somebody in a clip in some dramatic way, like someone from the crew was like, "Wait, that's my mom, like that's how she died," or something like that. Maybe sprinkle some ambiguity on there to temper the, pardon the pun, ridiculousness of such a claim. But I feel like that's could be believed as being within the realm of reality. Like
yeah.
some craft services flunky like dramatically disappeared from set in a huff, or not in a huff, but like what, like in tears, and all you heard was that like that clip of the car crash, like they knew somebody in that clip or something like that. I don't know.
So it's traffic camera footage of a car crash at a busy intersection. The craft services guy storms out. I followed him to ask what was wrong, and he insists that was footage of the car accident his mother died in. He identified the year, model, and make of the car and everything, and it all matched up. But I haven't been able to confirm it. Something like that, generally, right?
Yes.
That's good. And then it really shook him up hearing Chanel cackle at that video, and he was determined to quit the show that day. But maybe like a higher up at MTV convinces him to stay in some absurd fashion. They
An
they
NDA
tried
wouldn't really do it.
they tried to compel him to stay by offering a box of Mind Right protein bars.
They offered him a lifetime supply of Mind Right protein bars, but he still quit.
Okay, hell yeah.
There could be something in there about like, I've been nothing but nice to that bitch, and there she is laughing at my mother's death.
and he swears that the footage in question is not public domain. It was only in possession by his family and the police, and he has no idea where Rob got it from. And he's does
we're
with him.
we're gone from being believable with this content.
Okay, scale it. We'll scale it back. We'll leave it at the Mind Right protein bars.
Rob is more and more attracted to breasts the larger the circumference of the areolas, and will frequently, to the point that it's not funny for anyone else anymore, put pictures of them up on the screen as though it's a joke everyone's enjoying, but
Yeah.
he's clearly just deriving sexual gratification.
This next one's called Baby Need Milkies. Raccoon Duty. Do you think that one is fit to publish right now, or should we save it?
What was the concept? How were the raccoons dying in the studio?
I don't think we ever figured out how they were dying. In any case, I think to better toe the line between believability and absurdity, they could be dying outside the studio.
But why? Why outside the studio?
Okay. So there's a dumpster back there, and they're being poisoned by something in the dumpster. By Rob's Mind Right protein bar.
I was just gonna say that.
Whatever he has in there, it's not safe for raccoons. So to my fellow raccoon owners out there, be warned.
A fellow. I've got a good one.
What?
I don't know if it's better if it's Stilo or Chanel or a guest, but somebody refused to sit up from the couch until everyone else had left, and you're pretty sure that it was because they had an accident.
How about a guest?
Yeah, Matt Rife.
Matt Rife. And then when Matt Rife finally got up, Kane Brown came out of nowhere and sniffed the seat.
He cut the section of the couch that Matt Rife had been sitting on out and left with it.
He's kind of like the Phantom of the Opera of the Ridiculousness set.
But instead of half of a white mask, it's just cum on his face.
Just covering half his face. Yo, that's a good Urban Dictionary entry. The Phantom of the Opera.
He was Phantom in the Opera.
Somebody's face, yeah.
Which ironically is pretty easily achieved if you come on the face of somebody who's already wearing a Phantom of the Opera mask.
It's a Cumshot stencil. A stencil for Cumshots, yeah.
That'd be a really funny thing to sell to like an adult toy store. Cumshot stencil.
Yeah. We should throw in some more mundane things in there just for safety. What about one of the first ones I came up with? The writers have plenty of downtime. Sometimes I'll go to the writer's room and find them sitting around hitting a dab pen and drawing pictures of cubes on the whiteboard.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you get the sync tube link?
Oh, yeah, just a second. Sorry about that.
No, you're chilling, bro. Oh, you know what you could do?
What? He's
since asked that his name be removed from all records of the show, but strangely, Ari Aster was a writer for Ridiculousness.
He was let go after he insisted on there being a scene where Stilo gets decapitated. You know that one where I was like, it was pretty basic. I was like, there's this executive producer and she's the worst person I've ever worked with. We need something like that. Just to pad it out, I think.
Maybe like something, some difficult to work with detail, but nothing too flashy, like someone taking a very long time to do blank or needing to do blank over and over and over again, or um
Stilo had a line. Stilo's line was damn, that's crazy, or Ayo, he bugging or something, and he couldn't get it right. We went through 50 takes and he couldn't get it.
yes, something like that. Damn. This that burger that they're making on that clothes iron honestly does not look bad at all.
They're making it on a clothesline. Is that what you said?
Not
Oh yeah,
clothesline, like a iron
I see it now.
steam
Yeah,
press iron thing.
yeah,
I don't know about melting cheese onto the iron, but
yeah.
no, that doesn't look bad at all.
No, not really. It tastes like laundry detergent, of course, but what should so
That
I've got
was a horrible joke. Somebody was just pedaling on a city bike that was still in its rack, and the caption was, "Why pay for a gym membership?" And Rob's big joke as the button for the sequence was, maybe it's less about having a gym membership, more about just closing your eyes and feeling like you're on a journey. Like that's not funny.
so we need to draft the introductory paragraph for DyrdekAnon this installment.
Maybe, well, I mean, how many more do you want to be able to put out?
Dude, I literally want to do it until people, until like so many people catch on that all the comments are just like hate or pointing out the lies or something. You know, just until it reaches that. Like I want to really drag it out.
Beat the fuck out of the
Yeah,
horse.
yeah.
Yeah, so a preamble to these bullet points.
So okay, we got
If
to
we're
say
gonna be
hey
dragging it out,
everyone
maybe there's some seeds that we can plant that can
in
be
the paragraph, right?
yeah, like
Yeah, I agree.
well, at first the reason that I asked is because my first idea was like, all right, I'm gonna be parting ways with the show soon, so I can only put out two or three more. But
Oh,
if we're gonna let it ride, then maybe something more like I don't
well,
know.
okay. I think we need to add some conflict. So like, I'm starting to think my supervisor is catching on. He kept shoehorning Reddit into our conversations this past week as if he was trying to get information from me or something like
May,
that.
maybe like maybe were anticipating being like discovered or having somebody reveal that they knew that they were letting slip show secrets. Maybe that's what they thought was coming, but instead it's this weird like conflict where they're like, I don't know whether to stay with the show or leave because it seems like I'm moving up the ladder and like
Oh,
working as like a guest director on broadcast TV is something I've always dreamed of, but nothing like this. So I don't know if I'm going to be moving backwards if I deny this offer. What do you guys think? Also, here are a few more
yeah,
nuggets or something like that.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Bro, you single-handedly have fucking like this one bit that you came up with has given the show legs for the last like month and a half.
Good. That was the goal. So
Yeah.
okay. Hey everyone. Thanks. Thanks again. Thanks for all the support on my last couple of posts. I don't know. Before I share more behind the scenes nuggets, I wanted to give everyone an update.
You can keep it super vague too, because they probably wouldn't want this to like, lead back to
Yeah.
them. So that you
Also,
could just be
I'll
like,
say I can't
without
go
revealing
into
too much. Yeah, exactly.
I can't go into too much detail, but
Maybe what was your phrase? I don't want to reveal too much.
I can't go into too much detail.
I can't go into too much detail, but I'm at a crossroads with ridiculousness.
Yeah.
It seems like I might be on my way up, but this isn't necessarily the sort of content I wanted to be uh, creatively involved in on a higher
My
level.
my dream has always been to submit a film into the Cannes Film Festival. But the benefits here are good.
Maybe something in there about like On the other hand, I don't know if I should take this for granted. Like success is so hard to come by in
Yeah.
film.
I'll just say, on the other hand, I don't know if I should take this for granted because success in the TV industry is so hard to come by.
Yeah,
What do you guys think I should do?
bro, this is perfect. Give Reddit something to like behave wise about.
Yeah.
This is excellent.
I want to start it with something kind of basic. So maybe like my supervisor is really particular about how he likes his coffee, and if you get the slightest thing about it wrong, he'll dress you down in front of everybody. I don't know.
Maybe instead of that, maybe he's very particular about how he likes his coffee, and if you get him the wrong coffee, he'll still drink it, but he'll incessantly mention that it's not what he asked for. And he'll like make faces like it's gross. Like he'll spend the remainder of the shoot still drinking the coffee.
And grimacing it with each sip.
Yeah, grimacing with each sip and making passive aggressive faces and comments about it being not quite right.
Grimacing with each sip, making passive aggressive
Whoa,
comments.
hold on, Austin. Chanel is she's doing a good job. Wow.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Whoa.
Yeah, that's excellent.
She's trying to communicate with us. It's a subtle encouragement. Keep doing DyrdekAnon. This is so funny. Okay, that's good. And then Stilo with the lines, I think that can come next. So
With the what?
with having to repeat.
Oh
the
yes,
lines.
the takes. Yeah.
Yeah, one day.
You know, maybe it's good that Curly shirked his professional duties interacting with the commenters on the last one. Just kind of space it out. He can do it on this one.
Yeah. One day we had to do over 20 takes for one segment because Stilo kept getting his line wrong. The line, question mark, and then in quotes. Someone referenced "damn, that's crazy" in the previous thread, so I think that would be a little too
Yeah,
obvious.
maybe not
Plus, that's like
quite
a meme.
as on the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Ayo, he bugging.
Sure.
Okay.
And then maybe instead of because Stilo couldn't get the line right, you could do Stilo air quotes wasn't feeling his delivery of the line.
Okay. Let's do the what's it called? Baby shower.
Yes. Who should the guests have been? Oh, the guy who did the D's nuts video. What's his name?
I don't know.
Welvin the Great. WELVENDAGREAT.
Yeah, how about they tried to get on Welvin to Great, but there was a scheduling conflict. Raccoon duty now.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
So-
we never actually wrote that one out. So how
So
should
for some reason they're dumping unused Mindright bars in the dumpster out back,
okay.
and
Unused.
we can't stop the raccoons from finding their way into the dumpsters, or I don't know.
Okay.
Why aren't the dumpsters just being locked up?
There are a bunch of Rob's Mindright bars constantly sitting around the crafts services table.
Yeah, Rob keeps it stacked like a surplus of them stacked, just like as a self promo, and then maybe like we locked up the dumpster after we saw that it was fatal to raccoon or lethal to raccoons, but in the summer, the studio like still hasn't gotten a dumpster that's completely waterproof, and the Mindright bars will melt and leak from it, and the raccoons come in droves and and lick it up and die.
Okay. There are a bunch of Rob's Mindright bars constantly sitting on the crafts services table. A lot of them go uneaten and are taken to the dumpster behind.
You know
the
what's a
studio.
good detail in here?
What?
The Myra bars that he has out are unwrapped, and he says to make it look
Yeah.
classy.
Okay. There are a bunch of Rob's Mindright bars constantly sitting on the crafts services table. They are all unwrapped My supervisor says this is so they, quote, look classy. A lot of them go uneaten and are taken to the dumpster behind the studio.
We
Too wordy.
so mind right bars, craft services, unwrap, make it look classy.
A lot of them go
After a
uneaten and
while, after a while of uh disposing of them there in reference to the dumpster, we realized that some nearby that raccoon that dead raccoons we were finding nearby
yeah,
had to have been uh dying as a result of the mind right bars. So we locked up the dumpster, but in the summer now, oh wait. But now fuck, how do you
wait a minute.
phrase
So
that?
okay, after a while of disposing of them there, we
Yeah.
realized that the dead raccoons we were finding nearby must have died from eating the mind right bars. And then in parentheses, fellow raccoon owners, be warned. We got they even brought in a waterproof dumpster.
No, they locked it once we then the studio then locked the studio then locked the lids the studio then fitted the dumpster lids with padlocks to keep the raccoons out. But now in the summer, since there are holes in the dumpsters, the mind right bars will melt and leak out, and they've left it to interns who they have put on what they refer to as raccoon duty to dispose of the corpses.
The studio then fitted the dumpster lids with padlocks to keep the raccoons out. Wait, why would there be holes in the dumpster in the summer? Is that something that happens?
No, just like they're shitty dumpsters, the holes of like the dumpsters have rusted through,
Okay,
so that
okay.
yeah.
The studio then fitted the dumpster lids with padlocks to keep the raccoons out. I think the mind right bars must be melting and leaking out of holes in the dumpster, though, because every once in a while, a dead raccoon will turn up again.
Yes.
The lower ranking interns are put on raccoon duty when this happens to dispose of the bodies.
Yo, Chanel's got some big ones right now.
I feel like we're playing a dangerous game with that one.
The raccoon one?
Yeah, not that I want to remove it, but
That's gonna be where it tips.
if people still believe us after this, there's no saving the ridiculousness fan base. What was the other one we wanted to include?
Shit. What are the ones we've added so far?
The producer being very particular about how he likes his coffee.
Stilo with the
20
takes.
takes, Chanel's baby shower, and raccoon duty.
Oh, we were gonna do the
car crash footage.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then I think we can end it there.
Okay.
Okay. One day during filming, the boom mic operator stormed off set. One day during filming, the boom mic operator stormed off set after Rob and the other hosts watched traffic footage of a car accident at a busy intersection. He insists this was the footage of the same car accident that his mom died in. I have no idea if that's true. I have no idea if that's true, but he listed off the year, make, and model of the car, and it seemed to match up.
Maybe he also claims that Rob tried to bring him back on the show with the promise of a lifetime supply of free of as many mind right bars as you wanted.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that, but I'm not gonna say it was Rob. I'll say it was
Okay.
an
Yeah.
exec. Okay.
Yeah.
And it seemed to match up. And then I'm gonna fluff this a little bit, soften the blow by saying like, I'm not even sure if I believe him because how would they have gotten that footage or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Either way, he quit the show later that day, but one of the execs tried to get him to stay by offering a lifetime supply of mind right bars. And then maybe we could end it on one more just basic middle of the road mundane one.
Um,
Maybe like
I was thinking earlier, none of the designer they wear on set is real. Maybe here's a way of delivering it. Here's one that I didn't even think to include because it becomes so like because when you've been working here long enough, it's such old news. But if you've been in the costume department, none of the designer they wear on set is real.
And then I'm going to end on, as for some good news, the staff is beginning to warm up to Lolo! Exclamation point. All right, let's review that, and then I will need to go shortly after.
I was thinking another little thing to add would be like it's been a surreal experience so far working on this show, and it helps to have this outlet. Thanks for listening, guys, or something like that.
Okay, yeah, in the opening paragraph, right?
Maybe I was thinking right at the end.
Okay. I'll say I don't know if surreal might be a little wordy for this character, so I'll say it's been a wild ride working on this show. Okay. Hey everyone, thanks for all the support on my last couple of posts. Thanks again. Hey everyone, thanks again for all the support on my last couple of posts. Before I share more behind the scenes nuggets, I wanted to give everyone an update. I can't go into too much detail, but I'm at a crossroads with Ridiculousness. Seems like I might be moving up on the show if I stay, but this isn't the type of entertainment career I envisioned for myself. On the other hand, I don't know if I should take this for granted because success in the TV industry is so hard to come by. What do you guys think I should do? Anyways, enjoy. One of the producers is very particular about how he likes his coffee. If one of the interns gets it wrong, he'll spend the remainder of the shoot still drinking the coffee and grimacing with each sip, making passive-aggressive comments about how it's, quote, not quite right. One day we had to do over 20 takes for one segment because Stilo kept getting his line wrong. The line? Ayo, he buggin'. He kept insisting that he, quote, wasn't feeling his delivery of the line. When Chanel was pregnant, the other hosts and high-ranking staffers threw a surprise baby shower for her on set. They invited a bunch of famous people and viral social media stars. They even tried to get Welvin DeGrate to come, but there was a scheduling conflict. They even filmed the entire thing and planned to release it as a special, but after Chanel announced her departure, it was scrapped and is now lost media. The editing team spent months on it and nearly quit in frustration. Hold on. Something I'm going to do, the one about designer, I'm going to put that in between the baby shower and the Mindright Raccoon thing.
Nice. Yeah, nice. Little speed bump.
Yeah, exactly. So after that, it's going to be, here's one I didn't even think to include in an earlier post, because if you've worked here for long enough, it feels like old news, but none of the designer they wear on set is real.
Yeah.
Then there are a bunch of Rob's Mindright bars constantly sitting on the craft services table. They are all unwrapped. My supervisor says this is so they, quote, look classy. A lot of them go uneaten and are taken to the dumpster behind the studio. After a while of disposing of them there, we realized that the dead raccoons we were finding nearby must have died from eating the Mindright bars. Fellow raccoon owners, be warned. The studio then fitted the dumpster lids with padlocks to keep the raccoons out. I think the Mindright bars must be melting and leaking out of holes in the dumpster, though, because every once in a while a dead raccoon will turn up again. The lower-ranking interns are put on raccoon duty when this happens to dispose of the bodies.
Hell yes, bro.
And actually, the one after that is the boom mic operator storming off, which is even more absurd than the baby shower. So I think I'm gonna put the designer one between those two.
Okay.
It's like composing a piece of music. You need some tension and release. This is a fucking symphony.
There's a rhythm, a crescendo to be affected.
Exactly. One day during filming, the boom mic operator stormed off set after Rob and the other hosts watched traffic footage of a car accident at a busy intersection. He insists this was the footage of the same. He insists this was footage of the same car accident that his mom died in. I have no idea if that's true, but he listed off the year, make, and model of the car involved, and it seemed to match up. For the record, I'm still not sure I believe him, because how would the producers have gotten that footage? Either way, he quit the show later that day, and but one of the execs tried to get him to stay by offering a lifetime supply of mind right bars. And finally, as for some good news, the staff is beginning to warm up to Lolo. And it's been a wild ride working on this show, and this outlet helps a lot. Thank you all for reading.
Hell yes.
Did I post it?
That sounds postable to me.
Hell yeah. And posted. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, posted.
There we go.
Hell fucking yeah.
Is it possible to see when somebody upvoted something? I don't want to do it too fast.
No, I don't think that's a thing. You can
Upvoted.
upvote it. Maybe
Fuck
comment,
yes, dude.
Comment like in 20, 30 minutes or something. I don't know.
I don't know though, because I've already commented on the part 1.
That's true.
Maybe that's believable enough.
Could plausibly be a loyal fan tuning in.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll mull it over.
All right.
I think we put in a good hour here.
Yeah, that was solid. I'm gonna stop recording.
Okay.
I know we were discussing scaling back the far-fetchedness of our Reddit psyop. I don't know if that's something you want to do this episode or
yeah, for sure.
Let it sit. Okay.
Yeah, let me unless there's anything you wanted to talk about right off the bat, I could read the comments from our last post, do a little update.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, just a second. Oh, also, I guess we can start with this because I haven't opened to this yet. That guy we were talking about sent me another DM. The
guy who wants to see the ad that he didn't get paid for.
Yeah. Might as well, since I'm like stringing this guy along in a cruel, cold, manipulative way.
Yeah.
Might as well go to bat for him a little bit. If you're listening and you have any sway in the advertising industry, tell Harry's Razors to give this guy his money.
First of all, if you're listening, welcome. You are the first listener.
Oh, he just said, it also works out that I am a fan of Ridiculousness, and this was the last place it played in 2024. It's got to be the only person who calls himself both a composer and a fan of Ridiculousness.
He is the only item in that Venn diagram's overlap.
Yeah. Well,
all right, I'm looking at the post.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, for the past 3 episodes, we have been conducting a elaborate ruse on the Ridiculousness subreddit, where we've been posting, pretending to be a production intern who's worked on the show for the past 3 seasons, and we're spilling made up behind the scenes gossip that is gradually increasing in absurdity. But our last post, I think people are starting to get suspicious. So today we're going to scale it back a bit and kind of become more mundane in the behind the scenes lies that we're making.
But maintain that twinkle in the eye.
Yeah.
And shout out to Austin. He has spearheaded this campaign and was its progenitor.
Yeah, I'm the marketing director of the show. But some comments from the last one. Wow, thanks for sharing. Keep the updates coming. I think you should stay on the show for what it's worth. Yeah, we asked the readers last time if this made up intern should stay on the show, because we might move up if we stick around, but it's not exactly the career we envisioned for ourselves in entertainment. Thanks again for this. Stay on the show. First off, I'm surprised that there aren't a lot more comments here. Makes me think I'm missing something or being played.
Boo.
Next, I think you should tough it out if you can, as it's a great career path. Like this, like this guy is an expert on the industry or something. Um, and he gets kind of
Most of his brain is aware that this is clearly fake, but the Redditor part of his brain needs to impart his wisdom.
he gets kind of sassy here at the end. He says, "Lastly, Lolo needs to go." She adds almost nothing to the commentary except occasionally parroting Rob. Somebody replied, "She pretty much just twirls her hair and constantly smiles. Adds zero comedy wise. Keep the updates coming. Stay on the show. You said it yourself. Opportunities like this don't come often, so take advantage of it, even if it's not what you envisioned for yourself. I always thought they should have had a Chanel baby shower show and why it never happened. Thanks for the info
Always
on
thought
that." Just imagining this guy sitting in his apartment like, pondering that.
Bro, these people, it's scary that these people are. It's part of me hopes that these are all bots.
Thanks for the info on that. Who were some of the people that showed up? And then I responded, thanks for the advice. I'll reveal some of the people who showed up in my next post. So today we're going to do that. And we were discussing this in the group chat. William came up with a great idea. Do you want to share it or do you want me to convey it?
I believe you're referring to Bill Nye.
Yeah.
And I had the idea. So this is for Chanel's baby shower. We have alleged had several social viral video stars and social media personalities and whatever the fuck other people show up. And my thought was that Bill Nye seems like he's like recognizable enough a name to be funny, but also low enough tier of a celebrity to have been wrangled for such an event. And then I realized there's another opportunity there. We could fucking allege as well that Bill Nye being at a baby shower was spouting off pregnancy fun facts and getting more and more explicit and perhaps even invading Chanel's personal space as he illustrated these scientific points, to the point where Chanel became uncomfortable.
I was thinking, since we're trying to err more on the side of caution, be a little more believable for this one, he should be the only guest who would be incongruous with the general vibe of the show. So other guests would be I don't know. I was thinking maybe a former cast member of Rob Dyrdek's Fantasy Factory, because I think Chanel was on that show. So maybe her parents, just shit like that,
Well, unfortunately, we can't have Big Black. Rest in peace, the goat.
May he rest in peace. We can't.
The other cast members that come up,
accuse him of being the father, because
but the baby did come out big and black. The other cast members are Chris Pfaff, Scott Pfaff, Stilo, unfortunately, and Eric Costin.
Hey, I have an idea. I reached out to Chris Pfaff to be on our show actually, and he never replied to me. So maybe we could rib him a little bit as revenge. We should do it in a really cheap way that like is not even remotely clever. Like he just happened to shit his pants at the baby shower. We just throw that in.
Derail the whole thing just to get at Chris Pfaff.
Yeah. Oh shit. This is gonna be harder than I thought, because going into this, I was like, okay, we have to, scale it back this time. But I'm getting too excited now. I can't help myself.
I just asked Google Gemini, who are some known associates of Chanel West Coast who are public figures? Rob, Stilo, Lil Wayne's not showing up to that shit. Snoop's not showing up to that. French Montana.
Could you imagine?
All of these people are way too high profile. Honey Cocaine featured on her mixtape, and whoever the fuck it is featured on her mixtape. Now you know, that's a name I've never heard before, so I think that can be an attendee. Anaya Love Note and Salma Slims. Another person called Minus Gravity. Fucking stupid as shit.
They sound like the names of like joke names of Austin Powers villains.
Mm-hmm. Well, the next one sounds even more like that. Porcelain Black.
Oh my gosh.
And Too Short, actually a pretty well-known rapper.
Yeah, Freaky Tales.
That's so funny. Hang on, the end of this response from Google Gemini, I hope it's not lying to me. It says, it's also worth noting that she was involved in a lawsuit with Sharon Stone over the use of the actress's name in her song Sharon Stoned. Let me look that up and see if that's real.
Well, we could. I bet we could weave that into the DyrdekAnon
Mm-hmm.
somehow. Maybe now
Honestly,
in
that's really good
Chanel's
if anyone were to.
dressing room. Ever since that lawsuit, in Chanel's dressing room, there's a dartboard with
Yes.
Sharon Stone's picture on it.
That honestly, if I were to find out that that's real, I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
Bro, I gotta say, those ridiculousness Redditors, I really hope they're bots, bro, because just imagining the real person who writes Lolo needs to go. She adds almost nothing to the commentary except occasion. No, not that part. The next person who says adds zero comedy wise. The underlying implication of which is there is comedy on ridiculousness. Like, bro, that is obscene. That is like an obscenely lonely and I don't know, like zombie-esque existence.
I just can't get over the guy who has always thought that they should have had a Chanel baby
Yeah,
shower show.
but that actually that is the one that most of all makes me think that that's a bot. Like that guy's whole comment just it looks like something that a bot would write. It may be that we're talking to ourselves on the ridiculousness Reddit, Austin. It may be that no human being has ever actually used that community of Reddit, that subreddit. That would be a rather poetic note for our whatever fascination with this show to end on. That there's never been an audience for ridiculousness before us. Like their entire viewership is just a scarecrow stuffed full of bots and lies. We go to look for a compilation and it's like, hi, William and Austin. This is our last episode. Thanks for being our only ever viewers. Are you seeing what is this Lolo? Her outfit just doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's like leggings, like a full body leggings of a suit.
Oh yeah.
The
Yeah.
fuck is going on with that?
I gotta say, I know we were
yeah.
giving him a hard time earlier, but that commenter has some pretty fucking shrewd insight. She really needs to go. I guess we can get cracking on that if you'd like.
Yeah, fuck it. So we're letting Bill Nye be our high watermark of absurdity for this
Yeah,
fourth
I
installation.
think that's like the most we can push it this time around. How about the writers spending most of their time hitting a dab pen, drawing pictures of cubes on the whiteboard?
The cubes, I think that's just not a believable like long-term pattern, but the dab pen is
maybe they have
believable.
a communal, like they have a name for it and everything.
The
It's
dab
like
pen?
the writers' rooms. Yeah.
My brother and I would when we were like being scumbags and like begging each other for a dab pen when one of us would have it and the other one wouldn't, and we wanted it. We wanted the one the other one had, and then we didn't. We would come up with just more and more phrases to say which involved the sound of pen to try to use some very thin veil of wordplay to distract from the scuzzery going on. And one of them that we would use was Penjamin Franklin. We could use that.
Nice. The how about the mysterious case of Penjamin Button, and the case in question is popcorn lung.
All of the writers could claim to have gone to Penn State.
Nice. Yeah, those pens are like that's a uniquely pernicious way of consuming marijuana. Don't you
Jesus
think?
Christ, dude. It's like you get one like opiate level giddy euphoric. I think well, here's the thing. I had a friend who said that he went through a dab pen in a summer. And that was shocking to me because I don't think at that time, but there was a time when I was going through it on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And I think maybe if you're using it in moderation, then it's a little bit more like having a very concentrated supply of weed, which you're just using very slowly. But if like me, you were like really leaning on it, that shit's gross. That shit just like shuts you down.
I'm talking about way more than that though. I mean, you're completely right. The the fact that it encourages incessantly hitting it is an aspect of that, but there's also the fact that like who the fuck knows what is actually in those things.
Oh yeah, dude. And me and my brother, we would sometimes
the
be buying
high,
them
it
from
doesn't
just like,
feel like weed. It doesn't feel
No.
like weed.
No.
It's like something different.
Yeah.
Like there's gonna be a fucking reckoning someday. I hope.
mad butane up in that bitch.
Yeah.
And me and my brother would sometimes buy them like black market dab cards. Like,
Yeah, yeah. With fucking Homer Simpson on the packaging or some shit,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
yeah, bad
Homer
news.
Simpson wearing Supreme. Dr.
If you're listening to
Dr. Hibbert on the packaging, wearing blue
Hey,
pants,
you got
ripping a
that?
dab
You
pen.
got you got that Dr. Hibbert blue pants. If you're listening to this and you and at least one other person that you know not only went to college for a liberal arts degree, but also has smoked black market dab cards, you should kill yourself and them. So we've got Bill Nye, we've got dab cart, we've got the writer room's communal pen, we've got Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Let's
okay.
think.
Let's get really like we'll throw in a few really just straight up unfunny, boring ones in there, like just for the plausible deniability. How
we
about
could
like
have
Rob's a major health nut and he has like a very stringent diet routine. He has to eat at very specific times of the day. He has some wacky meals, wacky superfood meals.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm down.
just some bullshit
One
like
that I was thinking that remains believable but is a little bit fun still. Let's make it Stilo. Stilo, despite having been asked not to many times, persists in stuffing trash under the couch. Like he'll get done eating like, I don't know, like a bag of Cheetos during the break, and he puts the bag under the couch, and everyone knows he's not supposed to be doing that, but he still does it. He won't stop.
And how about we have an entire cleaning team dedicated to that couch. They come in every week and shake out the cushions.
It's a new couch every episode. No.
It just requires a deep clean every week.
I had an idea just now, which is that the actual screen is a green screen, but just off camera, they have stagehands of some sort kneeling on one knee, holding open a laptop that shows the video that they're reacting to. So Rob is gesturing at the green screen a la a weather person, and they do as many takes as it takes for it to look natural. And then the people on the couch, they're looking towards the screen, but they've just been shown the video by some whatever fucking lackey.
We have
I don't know, but
outtakes. We have outtakes from when Rob overdoes it with the Sykes and he's pointing up at the ceiling in a completely opposite direction. He has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, and you can see when he's falling off that kiddie slide, I become the slide. And he's falling over me and I'm falling under him. And the slide becomes everything. I don't know. But those don't seem like choices for our believability, damage control.
We'll save that one.
Okay, I'm adding bullet points to that like big list that's in the middle of the document. And I also I went down to the next page, the next blank page, and titled it with installation 4. So I'm doing a bullet point for trash under
installation
couch.
4. I like it. Like we're doing a fucking conceptual art piece here.
Yeah.
This is where Holly in, folks.
Fuck, bro.
You good?
Yeah, no, I'm just tired.
Mm.
But I'm trying to think of something funny for this shit. Or I guess we're not going for funny. I just like put him to sleep.
If we can
do both.
If we can do both, that's ideal.
Let's see. What happens on this fucking god-awful show?
Maybe there's a segment that had to be cut because the videos involved were not necessarily too graphic, but just not feel good, not funny, not maybe too hot for TV. I don't know.
Mm.
Like Maybe like they're reacting to footage of the animal kingdom, like chimps reasserting their place in the dominance hierarchy. And while the content of these videos was humorous, the producers, like, it got them thinking too much about the brutality and the cruelty that exists in the natural world, and it just became too harrowing
What?
of an experience or something.
Okay, I can see that. It
I
was just
couldn't.
like
I couldn't. I
it was
don't
just
think
like
we should.
it was just like a downer. I don't think we're gonna have any way of working in like the the deepest movements of the producers' souls. But I think we can say that like as a production team, they came to the conclusion that that's just like no one's gonna enjoy watching that. It was just a bunch of monkeys beating the shit out of each other and screaming. Like they tried to write jokes about it, but at one point, one of the more dominant monkeys fucks one of the ones that he's proved his dominance over, and it goes on for too long, and no one wanted to see that clip.
Halfway through, Rob and the host ran out of quips, and they were just watching it in silence.
I had a thought that maybe like sometimes they have somebody walk on, like there's a long stay like a walkway that leads up to the stage. Like think like MGK, like they have him do a little walk on. It seems like it only really comes up when they've got like some notable guest. Maybe it always happens, but it only shows up in the compilations when it's some notable guest. But maybe there's someone who like is just being very like eccentric and insistent, some celebrity personality, and they're like, no, yeah, Steelo, looks like you got that middle part of the couch, huh? Yeah, all right, I'm gonna go sit in the audience. I can do it from there. And everyone was like trying to get them to not do it, but they insisted, and so the episode was a wash. But they filmed it just out of politeness because that guy or whoever was like high profile enough that they didn't want to displease him, but there was no way of airing the episode. And so it's just a lot of footage of him sitting next to uncomfortable audience members doing his role on the show. I don't know. God, there are not
Maybe
really that many components to this show, Austin. It's like it's a really limiting exercise in creativity to think of funny things that could happen in this goddamn fucking vomit of a show.
but I do think we
Maybe
should
some
maybe
maybe
save it for
something
the
could
next
be
one.
going on under Rob's hat.
Okay.
Oh, Rob's hat has padding on the underside so that it sits a little bit higher up on his head and makes his head look bigger and makes him look taller.
And that's according to the wardrobe department. I can't confirm that.
Yeah, how would the person be privy to that information?
There's an intern who primes Rob's head before each shoot.
Um,
I think we can make do with what we've got so far. We've got to remember the Sharon Stone thing also. You think that's believable?
True. Oh wait, what do you mean believable? What do you mean? Like
Do you think it's fit for this particular installment?
what part of it? Like it's historical fact that that lawsuit happened.
Well, the thing about Chanel having a dartboard.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay. Oh, did you happen to catch the year when that lawsuit happened?
I did not, but let's see. Well, the song came out in 2019. 2020 is when this lawsuit was settled, or at least when NBC Los Angeles reported on it. But you know what you could add to make it a little more cringe, a little more believable?
What?
Next to the dartboard, she wrote in lipstick on the nearest mirror, Neva, Neva, meet ya heroes, Yaheroez.
Bro, you are getting in her head right now. You're thinking like Chanel.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna want to fuck you pretty soon.
Sure,
Keep it
you
up.
don't you don't already. Yeah.
All right.
Would you fuck me?
Let's get cracking on this intro paragraph, I guess.
Okay.
Hey
Fucking
everyone.
where are we? Where is the intern in life? Like
any updates with the work thing? Any with like the trajectory or?
I think they've decided to stay on the show after
Okay.
everyone's advice. They'll like that. Like they'll feel
I think after
emboldened, because we took their advice.
Yeah, really set up that parasocial relationship. Maybe that, and then like and a
Dude,
conversation,
this is
like a
this is
phone
going
call with
from
my
like a
dad.
this is going from a comedy troll to like intricate brainwashing techniques.
We're
Like
catfishing a group of people.
dude, no, it's gone beyond catfishing. This is Charlie Manson tier at this
I'm here.
point.
I'm here for it. I think some of the
We can
super
incite
kind.
a race war at this rate.
We each new line that we indent in this post should start with the letters of the phrase helter skelter to subliminally get it in there. No, I think some of the quote super kind things that some of quote y'all had to say about my career qualms, as well
No,
as
qualms is too big a word.
yeah, my career I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Shiznit.
Yeah.
As well as a really productive conversation with my dad or something like that.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Last time we said it's been a wild ride. Maybe we could allude to that again. Like, my time here has had its ups and downs, but I wouldn't trade this experience for the world. I don't know.
I was thinking of something along those lines. Maybe like it's not it's certainly not all bad working here. I've definitely found a family in my coworkers.
Yeah.
But what's a way of phrasing like a reference to these posts? Like but I know you guys I know you guys appreciate the show and my
Well, I found it's not all bad. It has its ups and downs. I've found a family in my coworkers, but
these
right,
peaks behind the scenes feel like harmless fun among
yeah,
ridiculousness
fans, the
fans
community, yeah,
with it harmless fun since we're all here for the show. I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, something like that.
harmless fun tarnishing these people's reputations. Um, okay. Okay. Hey everyone, I want to thank y'all for the support and advice on my last post. After reading your replies and after a productive conversation with my dad, I've decided to stay on the show. Gonna add an exclamation mark there. I want to emphasize that it's not all bad working on the show. Like any job, it has its good days and bad ones.
Make sure you're doing IT apostrophe S.
Yes. You are a fucking genius. And I'll start with the baby shower thing. Just respond to that guy. I know he's clamoring.
I had one commenter ask about the guest list at Chanel's baby shower.
Yeah.
Probably the most memorable was Bill Nye. I already know what my comment is going to be. I'm going to do a heart and then quote, also capital LOL exclamation point.
Hell yeah. I think I'm going to maybe we can reveal more detail about his like implied pregnancy fetish
in the comment section
or in a future in like the next post. Maybe I was thinking I could just say like the producers wanted to bring him on to share fun facts about pregnancy, but to be honest, I think he started taking it overboard, and just leave it at that and maybe let people inquire. Go on. What?
I think it's funniest if he was just there as a guest and it was by his own volition that he was like educating the attendees of this party about what the unknown wonders of human pregnancy.
Okay. I'd say the most memorable one was Bill Nye. He spent the bulk of the episode educating everyone on fun facts about pregnancy. He took it pretty far, and to be honest, I think people started getting uncomfortable.
No, dude, there's just no way there's somebody who genuinely has always thought there should have been a Chanel baby shower episode. There's just no way that person exists. It's just, it smacks far too strongly of
Yeah, I thought Renaissance
your
men
words
were
being
dead.
repeated back to you.
And
Chivalry ain't dead. It's just waiting for that Chanel West Coast baby shower episode of Ridiculousness to drop.
he took it pretty far, and to be honest, I think people started getting uncomfortable. But but overall, the episode was solid. Too bad it got scrapped. And then I'll
yeah.
throw out a few more names.
Oh, you know what you could do? You could say, I didn't recognize him, but one of the people there was the rapper Too Short. I learned later on, who apparently Chanel had worked with.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So other guests included Chris and Scott from Fantasy Factory. Scott shit his pants. Or was it Chris? I don't even remember.
No, neither of them shit their pants.
Yeah,
not in this post.
I'm not gonna do that. Fine. Other guests included Chris and Scott from Fantasy Factory, Chanel's parents, and okay, yeah, Chris and Scott from Fantasy Factory and Chanel's parents. I didn't.
You know what you could do, dude?
What?
You could say Rob hired a Rob Dyrdek impersonator and he went, but Rob didn't.
He went what?
He went, but Rob didn't.
He looked nothing like Rob. He was a little old Chinese man.
He was a Filipino.
I can't. That's fucking good though. I'm gonna do Rob's wacky diet.
Yes.
Just, I'll leave that pretty simple. As you all probably know, Rob is a major health nut. He eats bizarre superfood meals at very particular intervals throughout the day. And it drives the other interns crazy. Dude, the fucking whiplash of going from like there's a mound of dead raccoon bodies lying outside the studio
to Rob's real particular about his food. The other shit. Was Trash Under Couch going to be one of these? Or we were going to mention Sharon Stoned for sure.
Yeah, okay.
The dartboard. The dartboard and Never Meet Your Heroes. So Chanel made a song called Sharon Stoned, and Sharon Stone sued her for using her name and likeness without Sharon Stone's permission. And according to us, as a result, after Chanel settled her lawsuit with Miss Stone, she now has a dartboard with Miss Stone's face on it.
Yeah.
Maybe with a particularly unflattering picture of Sharon Stone up in her dressing room, and has written on the nearest mirror in lipstick, "Never Meet Ya Heroes." Chanel West Coast Sharon Stone featuring Redman and Michael Rappaport. And from the thumbnail, she seems to get pretty emotional with her singing in it. Yeah, she's an actress.
I don't think this character is like smart enough to go into a whole lot of detail about like the legal.
She's the one from Basic Instinct.
Yeah, you see her pussy.
Yeah.
A while back, Chanel made a song called Sharon Stoned, and the actress Sharon Stone sued her. I don't know.
Bro, that's so funny. There's a Basic Instinct 2, and the movie poster is Sharon Stone in a chair with her legs crossed.
Dude, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Sharon Stone's vagina is not broke.
What if in each sequel to Basic Instinct they pay homage to that scene, but she successively reveals more and more, and by like Basic Instinct 4, she's just like spreading her legs so wide she turns inside out. And Basic Instinct 5 is just ultrasound footage for 2 hours.
Oh my god, bro.
I'm working 11 p.m. on the day of my birthday until 6
Bro.
a.m. the next morning.
Dude, just work at a fucking Walmart or something. Don't torture yourself like this.
It's just crazy, bro.
Quit. That's my advice. Quit.
That's
Not worth. That is not. That's not worth it. There are so many like menial bullshit jobs you could do that are not nearly that torturous. Do you have a mall near you? I used to work at the Dillard's fragrance counter. I could be your reference.
Looks like their idea of my work week is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Each of those days starting at 11 p.m., ending at 6 a.m. the next morning, and then Wednesday 2:30 to 8:30.
I would, if I were in your position, I would just fuck with the people on the other
Just say the
end of
N-word in
phone
every call.
Yeah, yeah.
Repeat the spelling of their name back to them, but every time I'm repeating the spelling, I'm just spelling the N-word. We also haven't mentioned all episode long. Fuck Carly, bro.
Fuck him to hell. He's
really
been real shit. He's really been pissing me off lately. I'm gonna have to have a talk with him or something. I've been meaning to do that for years. Like 3 years ago, I told him I was gonna sit him down and have a father-son chat with him over a glass of Phenibut. I need to just do that already because he's fucking up right now.
Yeah, he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips.
Yeah. We were gonna do the dab pen, I think.
Yes. Yes. Good. I had forgotten to write that down.
We can leave that one pretty short. I'll say sometimes when I go into the writer's room to refill the water cooler or something.
Have we already said refill the water cooler or something?
I don't think so.
It was like you were able to see something while refilling the water cooler or something.
Well, it was the dab pen, but we never included that.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I'd read it.
Oh, okay.
I have read the bullet point in the doc, like in a couple episodes, but we've never actually put it in a post.
Good.
So sometimes when I go, I like your attention to detail though. Sometimes when I go into the writer's room to refill the water cooler or something, I'll find them sitting around and hitting a communal dab pen.
Oh, hang on, Austin.
What's up?
In part 2, the third bullet point, despite the warning at the beginning of each episode, viewers submit their own videos all the time. The writers actually watch most of them during their own showtime, their own downtime. Sometimes I get to take a peek when I'm refilling the water cooler or something.
Shit, good catch. Oh, thank you, man. Holy shit. You're the fucking MVP right now. Fucking thank you. I mean, that would be that'd be a funny running gag. Like this guy's just constantly refilling the fucking water cooler. Because honestly, what else would there be to do around there? But I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm gonna exclude that.
They keep saying that I have this bright future with the show, but all they have me do is refill the water cooler. I'm starting to think it's a practical joke of some sort.
Sometimes, so I'll just leave it at. Sometimes when I go to the writer's room,
that Rule 34 session earlier really brought me down. That was
really
so much to see for some little payoff, like no payoff whatsoever, and all of that's filth, bro.
I think
Good
that's
God.
Yeah. That's what Dostoevsky had in mind when he wrote, "Do you know why you are most of all a sinner? Because you have degraded and ruined yourself for nothing."
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened there.
He snapped.
Sometimes when I go to the writer's room, I'll find them sitting around and hitting a communal dab pen. Were we gonna say they named it?
Yeah,
or how about they're always throwing out. Yeah, I mean they're always throwing out dab pen puns. They'll say they all graduated from Penn State.
Yeah.
But
whenever the topic of college education comes up, they all say that they went to Penn State. They make what would it be called? Like some sort of references, like not clandestine, but like some word related to that, like blank references to Benjamin Franklin or I don't know, some shit.
Right. They like to come up with puns while they hit the pen. Honestly, they're pretty funny. Okay, how does this sound? Sometimes when I go to the writer's room, I'll find them sitting around and hitting a communal dab pen. They like to come up with puns while they hit the pen. Honestly, some of them are pretty funny. They say they graduated from Penn State University and they reference Penjamin Franklin whenever they can.
Yeah. Was there another pen pun that we had in mind?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We could come up with another one if you want.
Oh, you were saying the curious case of Penjamin Button.
Okay, yeah. Oh, the trash under the couch. Should we do that?
Yeah, sure. I think that's pretty believable.
Okay.
Despite being told many times not to do so, Stilo persists in stashing the trash of various snacks he's just eaten during the break under the couch.
I'll kind of be more speculative on that. Like I think I've caught Stilo like sliding a candy wrapper
Or
crumbs.
many times, despite announcements to the cast and crew for it to or requests to the cast and crew for whoever's responsible to stop placing it there, trash has shown up under the couch. It always seems to be on Stilo's side.
Okay, yeah. The famous red couch requires a deep clean every week.
I love the famous red couch. When a couch is famous, nothing good's going on. It's really good. The ridiculousness red couch and the black leather casting couch. There are no other famous couches. And the ridiculousness red couch isn't famous to anyone. We've just we've done a number on ourselves with this long exposure to something that really should only ever be like halfway acknowledged out of the corner of your eye as it plays silently on a TV in some shithole restaurant.
Much like the black leather casting couch and the famous red ridiculousness couch. Whenever you're watching that thing, you are degrading and ruining yourself for nothing.
Or as the ridiculousness writers say, Penstoyevskying yourself. Yeah, this is
crime and punishment. Crime and punishment.
Yeah. This show is group psychosis. We're talking to voices in our heads together.
The brothers Kushamatzov. A couple of minutes.
S.E. Hinton's That Was Penn, This Is Now. Jennifer Aniston. Sean Penn.
Sean Penn, nice.
What's the guy's name? Who's that comedian? He was in Night at the Museum.
Ben Stiller.
Penn Stiller.
Yeah. Penjamin Netanyahu. Yo, that would be a sick T-shirt. Regardless of your stance on the whole situation, we're not going to get into that. You got to admit that would be fucking sick.
You could be on the ground getting bombed, and you would have to admit,
yeah,
that is funny. Penjamin Netanyahu, bro. Episode title, right?
Yes. That right there made that first 20-30 minutes of like depressive silence all worth it.
I was just gonna say the whole episode's worth it now.
Yeah. We've gone from degrading and ruining ourselves to nothing to like fucking coming in contact with fucking Christ himself with that one pun.
Oh, what's another? I mean, it's not going to top Penjamin Netanyahu, but let's see if there's any more gas in the tank. Fucking, Jesus, what else has an N sound?
I thought of like a Pixar movie, like a Toy Story spin-off called Weed Story, and it's about like sentient weed paraphernalia. And the theme song sung by Randy Newman is "You've Got a Weed in Me." And like the toy soldiers are little edible gummies. Woody is like a
Backwood,
sort of like rudimentary classic pipe, and he's threatened by the arrival of Buzz, who's like newfangled bong.
He should be a backwood, Woody.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Buzz. Maybe Buzz is like a vaporizer of some sort, like the type that you put actual flour in,
like a dab rig. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
All right, we can go back to DyrdekAnon.
Okay, so we were just doing trash under the couch.
Yeah, the famous red couch requires a deep clean every week. A lot of candy wrappers and food crumbs. Is there something I'm missing, like a type of packaging that you threw out?
No, well, maybe like candy wrappers, food crumbs, and snack bags and empty cans.
Okay, a lot of candy wrappers.
Snack bags, empty cans, and dental floss picks.
A lot of candy wrappers, food crumbs, snack bags, empty cans, and floss picks turn up from between the cushions and underneath the couch.
Maybe
come to think of it, come to think of it, most of it turns up on Stilo's side. All right, I think that's plenty.
All right, I'll give it some time
we're not
before.
Anything, are we?
Certainly nothing that I wrote down, and I don't think anything that we were discussing.
All right, I'm gonna run through it really quick just to make sure it sounds okay. Hey everyone, I wanted to thank y'all for the support and advice on my last post. After reading your replies and after a productive conversation with my dad, I've decided to stay on the show. I want to emphasize that it's not all bad working on the show. Like any job, it has its good days, and that's IT''S. It has its good days and bad ones. I've definitely found a family in my coworkers. Still, these behind the scenes peaks I felt like harmless fun, and I know we're all fans here. So here's part 4. On my last post, someone commented asking who some of the special guests were at Chanel's baby shower. I'd say the most memorable one was Bill Nye. He spent the bulk of the episode educating everyone on fun facts about pregnancy. He took it pretty far, and to be honest, I think people started getting uncomfortable. But overall, the episode was solid, and it's too bad it got scrapped. Other guests included Chris and Scott from Fantasy Factory and Chanel's parents. I didn't recognize him at the time, but the rapper Too Short was there as well. Turns out he worked with Chanel at one point. As you all probably know, Rob is a major health nut. He eats bizarre superfood meals at very particular intervals throughout the day, and it drives the other interns crazy. A while back, Chanel made a song called Sharon Stoned. You all probably know that the actress Sharon Stone sued her for this. After the lawsuit was settled, Chanel put an unflattering photo of Sharon on a dartboard in her dressing room and invited cast and crew to play darts with it. She even wrote in lipstick on her mirror, "Never meet ya heroes."
Oh, never.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
I
forgot we're speaking stupid right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I go to the writer's room, I'll find them sitting around and hitting a communal dab pen. They like to come up with puns while they hit the pen. Honestly, some of them are pretty funny. They say they graduated from Penn State University, and they reference Benjamin Franklin and the curious case of Penjamin Button whenever they can. The famous red couch requires a deep clean every week. A lot of candy wrappers, food crumbs, snack bags, empty cans, and floss picks turn up from between the cushions and underneath the couch. Come to think of it, most of it turns up on Stilo's side. You good?
We don't want to sign off of any sort? I think we're good to not have one.
Yeah.
All right.
And then next week we can kick back into gear.
Yes.
Get back to the good stuff.
Let out a little slack, and then yank the fishing rod up. Really just impale their upper lip. We need to do something with Penjamin Netanyahu. That's too goddamn funny.
Maybe one of the writers threw it out at a writer's room meeting, and he was sent home for that day.
He got iced without hesitation. All right, I got like 10 minutes till I got to go back to work.
Oh, I need to go like right after I post this, so I'll post it then hang up. But
all right.
Part 5. Fuck.
Oh, we really we trudged through the fucking 7th circle of hell this episode. Yet again, trauma bonded by the absurd emptiness of our age.
I'm telling you, I don't know much about your situation right now, but quit that job. Get some other bullshit.
I
bet it would make a difference if you had to show up in person. Like that might make you feel a little more alive at least.
I am sure it would. It was kind of just like this was the first thing that I found and that I got a positive reply from, and it required that I get some equipment like a laptop and monitor and keyboard. So I'm sticking with it at least until that stuff pays for itself and I feel a little bit less stupid about getting those things.
That's a good
And
idea.
then, yeah, I'm definitely moving on from that as soon as possible.
Well, I mean, you got some really good podcast audio out of it. So,
yeah, I guess that's all you can really hope for.
Part 5, I worked as a production intern.
Part 4.
Oh, is it part 4? Damn.
Let me take a look.
Feels like we've been doing this for 30 years.
Part 4. Yeah.
Okay, part 4.
Don't you know, Jack? You never leave the ridiculousness subreddit.
2 things we got to make sure we do this ep. DyrdekAnon post.
Oh, facts. Well,
at some point,
a special kind of a special DyrdekAnon on Christmas.
Yeah, I guess I'll reveal it for the listeners. So after last week's installment, I don't know if people. Well, okay, no one's listening, obviously. But when people start listening, I don't know if they're gonna be like listening chronologically or going all over the place. So I'll just do some brief background once again. For the past few weeks, we've been conducting a troll of the Ridiculousness subreddit, where we are pretending to be a production intern spilling behind the scenes gossip from the show. And after last week's post, I think people are starting to get a little suspicious. And in any case, I want to create some artificial scarcity, make the people want more. So instead of the intern posting, we're gonna make another account and have like a fan of the intern's posts make a post and say like, hey, where's the intern been? I want more behind the scenes gossip, and maybe even like spark a debate in the comments about like the veracity of the information that we've been making up. So yeah,
you guys, we're better. We're literally better. What?
You guys hear me fart?
Oh no.
I just absentmindedly was looking for Reddit on the App Store and typed in ridiculousness into the search bar.
Shit.
What
We're
came
cooked.
up?
We are so cooked.
Dumb shit. There's
What would the ridiculousness app be?
Just like a
it'd be like a
portal to
AI
help you
Rob
set up a
Dyrdek
lobotomy
like
appointment.
doing quips anytime you fuck up during the day.
That'd be kind of awesome, actually.
What is it, Curly? So we can continue saying funny things. Also, what is it that you're clearly distracting yourself with in the middle of the episode while we're at it?
Oh yeah, for the listener, I'm also
looking
experimenting
at?
with something new, just how like as a show we're trying to put effort in now. I'm kind of going an opposite route, and I'm going to be playing Nintendo Switch 2 while the show is going on.
Jesus Christ, Austin,
We'll
wants to come from the meeting real
We'll
quick.
see if that makes it better.
Bro, I would whip your fucking ass if I was there.
You
Show
can't.
show some dedication. Since when were you even a gamer? This doesn't even make sense.
I just bought a Nintendo Switch 2 last weekend, and it's consumed my life.
Well, what are you
All I
playing?
do.
At least clue us in.
I'm playing The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I played this game in college, and I never finished it, and so now it's my mission to finish the game, because I don't really have shit else going on in my life right now outside of work.
Oh, is he done? Can we get back to making the show?
I was gonna say,
Yeah, I found that in that whole spiel you did, I found the lack of syncopation disturbing.
okay.
Ragtime Wars instead of Star Wars. Ragtime
Yeah.
Wars. I find your lack of syncopation disturbing.
I like how good we're getting at this psyop though. And not to get political on your asses, but this is a better psyop than the whole convincing people that Jeffrey Epstein never existed psyop that's going on right now. We're literally better at conducting psyops than the US government now.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
FBI, hire us.
It's really funny that it's like Donald Trump, the Pied Piper of the post-truth age. No one can quite stop him from taking over the information stream, but even his Icarus wings was that he just wanted to touch kids a little too much, and so he couldn't quite get away with it. He just wanted to fuck 6-year-olds so much that it all slipped away from him in the end. It's so fucking funny.
Just barely flew too close to the sun.
Well, I was thinking.
Hang on. I'm sorry. The one girl who's got she's got her tits out this time. This is the first time I'm seeing her boobs.
It's not Lolo, is it?
That Lolo,
Oh yeah.
but they're shaking all over the place now.
Yeah, wow. I mean, they're not out, but she's definitely not wearing a bra and
I didn't realize she had big boobs. This changes
yeah.
everything.
No,
Will you
she's a
post
good-looking
that?
gal.
Hang on, can my post include that where I'm like, also guys, I was watching a recent episode and Lolo I think has more potential than we realized.
You guys, I just discovered this.
And Austin, do we need to create a new account or can I just use my same account?
So I was thinking about that. Both of you have commented on these posts, so I think you should do the account. Whoever does it, you should do the account that you commented with. That way there's
Yeah.
some added realism. So yeah, we'll do your account.
It is a little strange that oh man, she does have some big boobies.
Do you want to draft the post in our shared doc so we can all look at it?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Okay.
But let me just see, because, well, I guess we can't really fix this by creating a new account, but is it gonna look strange that my account was created like just in time to? I don't think that's even true, honestly.
I doubt anyone's paying that close of attention. I can do it though. I don't think I've posted on the subreddit.
You commented.
Oh no, apparently I've
one
had
of
this
them.
Reddit account for 3 years. Never mind.
Let's do that then. We'll do that. Yeah. So what's the gist of this post going to be? Definitely like clamoring for more, like, hey, where's this person been? And then should you say in the post,
here's something
like,
we can do.
yeah.
Is there anyone else who's following this, or is it like this person? I'm checking to see if it's really all bots, like I think. Because remember I was saying that, and I stand by it. I think there's some bot involvement on Reddit.
But are you going to explicitly say that you think there's bot
cool,
involvement?
guys. Have you guys seen her boobies? No, she's gone. Am I gonna explicitly say bot involvement? Yeah, because like I feel like there's enough to back it up with. I don't know. I can quote that one guy. Let me find him.
Well, one thing I definitely want to do, if you say in the body of the post, like, hey, do you guys think any of this is made up to spur debate? I want the other to comment, no, I don't think it's made up. He said that what was it? He said that Kane Brown asked for his male coworker's phone number behind the scenes, and that checks out. Kane Brown tried to fuck my male friend at a concert back in 2006 or something like that.
Oh yes.
Oh, hey, another thing I wanted to talk about, the argument that I witnessed on the float trip last weekend. There's like there's not even a punchline to this. It was just such a funny image. It was so when you're going on a float trip, you take a shuttle to the river in the morning, and then you take a shuttle back to your cabin at the end of the day. And the vibes on like both shuttle trips are very different, because the drive there, nobody's been drinking yet. And then the drive back, everybody's blacked the fuck out. And on the drive back, after the float in the shuttle, these two rednecks got up in the aisle and started arguing about PBR, like who was drinking whose PBR or something, like getting in each other's faces, screaming. And one of them had on one of them, his shirt said licking tits, sucking clits. And then the other one's shirt said, I shaved my balls for this. So two most distinguished gentlemen in Missouri right there.
Arguing over PBRs.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny, dude.
That is, you could not be that funny on purpose.
Oh, and I failed to mention the licking tits, sucking clits shirt, whatever the fuck it was. That phrase was written in the Tito's vodka font.
That's fucking hilarious. So if he's gonna have a sex shirt, is he not gonna talk at all about his penis being involved in the sex?
He's a feminist. He's a feminist.
Like, what the fuck? What sort of a redneck is this? If anything, you got to have a shirt that says like, "My dick died. Can I bury it in your ass?" I started a new page, by the way, on the show note, or on DyrdekAnon, Ridiculousness.
Okay, I'm opening it up right now. Regarding like inciting debate in the comments, is that something you think you should do in the body of the post, or should we have a commenter? Should one of us comment and do that so as to look more organic? Or do
I
you think
think
I'm
if the
overthinking it?
I think if the first person is going to be like clamoring for more, then I think you just leave that as it is, and then someone else comes in and says like, "Oh, that's why are you asking for that? Like it's clearly all bullshit."
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And then the original poster responds to him and we try to start a whole fucking debate.
I prefer to clamoring for more. I prefer like, is anyone else seeing this? Like, is anyone else seeing this? Are the commenters just bots? Is this real?
You're
This shit.
way dude, I think the bot thing is like your personal hang up, honestly.
No, I also
But
don't.
what
Last week you were very disturbed, like it shook you to your core. Your like faith in humanity was undermined.
All
what
right. Cool. I, I also just think it's a good way to like engage the fan base to be like, is anyone real out there? Like get people to respond type shit. But also I do think there's bots. Austin, you got a response. Somebody actually let me see this guy's account. Oh, I guess he's been on here for 5 years and has 28 achievements, so he's definitely not a bot. Maybe they just talk like bots on there. Maybe Reddit people are like spiritually zombies, and that's what I'm picking up on.
I think
Reddit people and
that's yeah,
r/ridiculousness people. Yeah.
the sample size we're getting here is like
It was just crazy because
definitely biased.
somebody commented on his post. He had said some shit like,
Oh, that's a pretty funny clip right there.
it wasn't part 4, it was part 3 that I saw the person who convinced me he was a bot. He's talking about I'm at a crossroads with ridiculousness. Seems like I might be moving up on the show if I stay, but this isn't the type of entertainment career I envision for myself. On the other hand, I don't know if I should take this for granted because success in TV industry is so hard to come by. Somebody commented, keep the updates coming, capital K, exclamation point, space, capital S. Stay on the show, period. That's another thing. They're spiritually zombies, but they insist on having perfect spelling and grammar. He's even got like a paragraph break in here. He goes, so with like as though it's been typed by ChatGPT, like
Yeah, I was gonna
like
say that sounds a little AI-y. I
right?
wouldn't be
Somebody goes,
surprised.
somebody goes, keep the updates coming. Stay on the show. You said it yourself. Opportunities like this don't come often, so take advantage of it, even if it's not what you envisioned for yourself. Like the you said it for yourself, and then rephrasing it back to you, it just feels like AI. And then he goes, I always thought they should have had a Chanel baby shower, and why it never happened.
That's my favorite.
And that also seems like a ChatGPT thing where it's like, what you said, oh yeah, validate that however possible. And
No, that doesn't give me ChatGPT because it's so fucking weird and bizarre to want that. That could only be a human, some
but it
weird
sounds like a bot
term.
that's been trained to pose as a human in the comment section of the Ridiculousness Reddit page.
I
I
also
wouldn't
wouldn't
It's
be
also not a real person.
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if these were real people who have these sentiments, but they're too stupid to articulate them, so they consult ChatGPT to write these posts.
It's just
I don't
It
know.
sounds plausible.
somebody sat with a webcam connected to ChatGPT in their basement, and they're like unwashed, and they're like dunking their chicken tenders into honey mustard and splashing on their chest, and they're like,
wearing the
Chanel,
snapback and the
Chanel,
Rock
Chanel, and then ChatGPT just like comes up with something that sounds like a person. All right.
I also think it could be, I mean, this would be really crazy, but if it was like the ridiculousness itself, like the show itself, trying to stir up more engagement on their own subreddit,
Yo, you should suggest that in the
and
comments.
say like the intern is like a ridiculousness bot.
Going in there. I'm gonna include in that. I'm gonna be like, especially
Inside
with
job.
I'm gonna exactly. Oh yeah, you're reading it. I'm gonna say especially with how many different angles these posts are suggesting, it sounds like they're just maximizing the possibility of one of them taking off and people growing more curious about it. Like they're casting a wide net with all of these various different stories that they're suggesting to the public.
Yeah, yeah. We don't want to undermine too much faith, though, right? Do we?
We're like you're like standing up for your fictional guy.
I am. Yeah.
You really saw that stuff, so I don't know if we should say that.
He works hard refilling the water cooler, man.
He's been through some shit.
Curly, did you see did you hear the bit about Austin was insisting on saying that in the water and insisting that he hadn't said it yet, and I looked it up and he had already said it.
Wait, what? You cut out for a sec. What did you say?
Not worth it, bro. I'm trying to catch you up on a show that you're supposed to be the third mic on.
Yeah, what the hell? On
You
on
should have
last
been there
week's
for the episode recording is the thing. You
last
guys
week's
making me take my penis out of the camera.
You already did. You did it once.
say
Yeah,
the
but you
line,
couldn't-
say the line, William. Say the line.
The line?
I'm gonna kill myself later today.
Oh,
That signature classic catchphrase.
I'm gonna kill myself later today.
Have you guys seen the thing about Pedro Pascal on online about how he like I don't know he's like very physical like physically affectionate with a lot of his like female colleagues on set, and people have been like calling him out on it recently because there's all these clips of him online like I don't know like touching Vanessa Kirby on the set of like the new Fantastic Four movie or something, and everyone's like, if this like was my wife, I would not let this man handle
I'm
her
looking
that
that up.
way. And
Oh,
so
bro,
his
that's what we should rule 34. We should rule 34.
In
Pedro.
the in
But
the
the-
next
but-
DyrdekAnon installment, Pedro Pascal guest starred on a lost episode of the show, and he wouldn't stop rubbing Stilo's shoulders and caressing him, doing all sorts of
that's
weird
fucking
stuff.
funny, dude.
I'll make a note of that.
Guys,
But
the
his-
Pedro
his, like,
Pascal Rule 34
reason-
page is a treasure trove.
That's interesting because when we've in recent episodes when we've looked up celebrities on Rule 34, we can't find anything because they're cracking down on deep fakes, but for some reason Pedro Pascal deep fakes are still extant.
None of them are deep fakes. They're just tributes.
But the
Bro.
funniest thing is his reason for it is like, oh, I just have severe social anxiety, so I need like to be touched and comforted all the time.
He says
And people
that?
are like, yeah, that's his reason for it.
Bro, that's weird.
Please
And it's
suck
all
my
it's
dick.
it's
I'm so
exclusively
anxious.
it's exclusively by with his bombshell female co-stars in his movies.
I like how we at the beginning of this episode we set out with a mission, a clear purpose, and like 15 minutes in, we're looking at Pedro Pascal getting fucked by big
Well,
black
he's-
men.
On Rule 34
Oh,
for the past 15
yeah,
minutes.
he's the Hollywood cum dump.
All right, should we crank this post out?
Yeah,
let's-
okay. Stand
crank
it.
this puppy
We got
out.
Screenshot. Are there bots? Is this real? Is it ridiculous inside? Is it a ridiculousness inside job?
Okay, see, I feel like that should be saved for a commenter because that
Okay.
We can't do like all of it in the original post because it's just too much. It's too
Yeah.
schizophrenic if we do it.
yeah,
all
we've got
coming
to
from
leave
one
it.
person.
We should leave it relatively brief. That's a good point.
That's what I've been thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm making the title Production Intern Posts ?
Yeah.
Add tags and flair (parentheses required). This is why Reddit is gay. I want to have something in there to the effect of, I'm confused why more people aren't
Yeah.
talking about this. Is it because it's not real? Am I
Yeah.
stupid?
Yeah. That's good. Confusion.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Quit flexing, bro. Quit posing.
Here's what I've got written. I'm confused why more people aren't talking about this guy. Dash. Am I dumb and everyone knows it's fake? ? Undercase H. He mentions a real lawsuit, BW for between Chanel and Sharon Stone, both undercase, comment, or sorry, not comment, comma, Rob's Real Health Food, comma, and the actual studio where they filmed the show, but like ... all caps, really ?
I think that's perfect.
Curly, any input?
Yeah, I like it. I don't know. I'm kind of second guessing like the dropping the stuff that we did that shows that we did our homework.
No. I think that's good.
Like it?
Like this guy's really, he really wants to know to the point where he's done the research. Like he's cross-referenced everything.
Maybe we just leave it at a couple things check out, but like really?
Don't let Curly get to you. He's busy playing his Nintendo
No,
Switch.
honestly, I was thinking the same thing when I was writing it. It's like it kind of gives us trying to like it gives what we're doing, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like
We're,
it's
we're like a plant
maybe
in
a little
the
too much, but if you think it's good, run it. Probably no one will notice.
Here we go. I'm gonna do a couple things checked out. Parentheses. The Sharon Stone lawsuit being real blew my mind.
Yeah.
That's
But like
good.
dot
I
dot
like
dot
that.
all caps. Really?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, it's going up. I'm also looking at this very funny Reddit post of someone who got these douchey, like sketchy tattoos from like way up on their hands and fingers, all the way up to their shoulders that look like charcoal smudges on a canvas or something. And the title of the post is "Starting to regret my tattoo after a month." They've done up both of their arms in their entirety with this, which is just so funny because like, why make the post like? I feel like the way to pull that off is to not share publicly that you think it looks fucking stupid.
Yeah.
The person who made that post is Kane Brown, and he's gonna get that covered up with the Superman logo this time.
I forgot about that.
I know a guy who's got the bat like it's the Batman bat icon with the word Batman in block letters inside of it going from like the end of his forearm up onto his tricep and over his elbow. It's fucking sick, dude.
It's the Batman logo that stretches out. That he
It's
stretched
just
it
like
out
kind
that
of
long.
like a cartoonish little tattoo. I'm not saying it's sick because it's like, oh, that tattoo is such a work of art. It's just like kind of based. Yeah, so
Oh, I wanted to update you guys. Somebody commented on our first post. He regarding the bullet point where we said um, there has been a rumor going around on set that Rob will quit the show in late 2027 to pursue a late night talk show career. Somebody commented Rob would be an excellent replacement for Colbert.
that's so fun.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Rob reveals that in his private life he's a Christian and goes through a full Colbert arc.
Is that something Colbert did? I
I
wouldn't
mean,
know. I
not
fucking hate
revealed,
that guy.
but he just like dropped his comedic persona and kind of lost his teeth as a comedian, in my opinion. He kind of just became like a weird parasocial Mr. Rogers, but not
Bro, he hasn't
enough
had
to.
teeth as a comedian since he was on this show called Strangers with Candy on Comedy Central in the early 2000s, which
Okay, well,
is
maybe
very
it's
funny.
not the
And
first time that he's cucked himself, for lack of a better word, but it was the final blow. It was the final nail in the coffin.
yeah,
It was his golden parachute from being any sort of a real creative person.
I used to in college I would like get stoned off my cock and buy copious amounts of Ben and Jerry's Americone Dream and eat like the whole pint.
Dude, that
Um,
was the best flavor.
it
Holy
was
shit.
so good, but I would always feel like morally compromised eating it with fucking Colbert's smug face on the like sprawled on the fucking packaging.
He was
Also,
good on the Daily
times
Show.
of Ben and Jerry's being a copious amount is crazy, though.
Hey, Curly, would you be willing to comment on William's post right now?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Should I do that now or should I wait a little bit? I feel like
I think it's been
Right.
like half an hour. I think you're fine.
okay.
Say, I think you should be the one who says, I think it's real. Kane Brown tried to date my male friend or something.
Okay.
Or
Let me
do y'all think that's too overboard?
Yo, Austin, unwittingly, I made my account pretty believable. My only other post is me posting that I'm trying to sell 2 tickets to a Stavi show back 140 days ago, whatever, however long ago that is. I've got 3 upvotes on this shit though.
That's good. Should I upvote it too?
0 comments. Well, are you like, do you approve of it? Does your character approve of it?
I don't know.
I was thinking he.
Upvoted what on Reddit?
Snooky's on the show. Snooky's on the show.
Oh shit. Hold on. We'll come back to this. Hold the phone.
I'm imagining Snooky like being short on cash, so she texts Rob and is like, "Yo, can I get on an episode? I need more lip filler. Can I get on an episode?
Don't say that about my queen.
I need more number 3 heroin and cheesecake. Can I get on an episode?"
So did we decide, should I upvote it or just comment, or does it
Oh.
matter?
Think for
Upvote
yourself.
and
Also, look at
comment.
CeeLo's overalls. That's fucking insane.
I don't know. Do you guys know if you can't go in and see
Whoa.
upvoted, right?
Dude, Stilo is dressed like
Oh,
a
you-
fucking rejected Mario Kart character right now.
For real. That was very well put, Austin.
Thanks.
Okay, what am I saying? No, it's real.
Say I believe it. The
Uh,
Kane Brown thing checks out. He asked
maybe-
for my
maybe
friend's
even-
phone number.
Wait.
Maybe
Can we?
even-
I feel like the Kane Brown thing, that needs to be separate to this. 'Cause
Bro, I
that,
just can't
like,
resist.
No, we're flying too close to the sun here. Unless we just want,
Alright.
we just
No,
want.
wanna do
nobody's. No, they would sound more insane than anything else we've said if they were to suggest that 3 separate Reddit users are conspiring against the ridiculousness subreddit. We're safe. Drag Kane Brown.
I guess you're right.
And
Yeah,
also,
the
I think
the answer is always drag Kane Brown. The flow chart, it always comes back to drag.
you can also eat drag Kane Brown while enjoying fine pastries and number 3 heroin. You can always no, and I think you should throw in something about, I don't know about the other stuff, but, and then, I heard from my friend that Kane Brown, I don't know, or Kane Brown like fucked my friend or whatever it is we're saying.
Bro, you're eating a pear. It's like
Yeah.
the worst fruit.
I haven't had one in a long time, and I
I
saw
like
them in the
pears.
store, and I was like, "Fuck it,
I like
They're
This
just shittier apples.
it's bad."
no, pears are good.
I think this is not ripe yet. William,
That's,
is it ripe? Can you tell?
oh, I'm not looking at you one sec.
It's dimpled.
I can't tell. Give it a squeeze or a bite or something like that so I can see it in action.
Maybe take your
It's
shirt
like-
off, let the juices run down your chest a bit. I still can't quite tell.
Can you fit it in your asshole?
Should I suck on it a little bit? do
It's
you think?
actually a pretty opportune shape to try to get it in there.
Opportune is the right word for you. Yeah.
The fucking
The fluffy comedian guy is on right now. He's got a fupa going on.
the fanfic and the r/heroin thing, like that level of dark depressiveness is probably like not what Bill needed as a guy who's working nights right now and is probably like feeling like shit to begin with.
I'm
24/7.
gonna start doing heroin, guys. I wouldn't otherwise like want to do the substance. It's just something about the community and like the intellectual refinement that appeals to me, if that makes
The
sense.
baked goods.
Oh God, terrible backflip attempt we just saw on the show. Oh, exactly what you don't want to happen in a backflip attempt.
Is this it? Is this all we want to get in here?
I think you should do a little. Hold on. No, I think it's legit. Kane Brown tried to hit on one of my friends after a concert once. I guess that's sufficient.
I
Okay,
like
yeah.
it.
He's
The
eating a
approval.
banana now.
Yeah, dude, I'm
It's
hungry.
just like fruit after fruit with this guy.
I got a lot of fruits here, dude.
He's got to pair something with his number 3 heroin.
I get it. Pear. Professional comedian.
Nice.
Sorry, what?
I'm actually changing my mind. This pear is actually pretty good.
No.
Too late.
No.
The first bite was a little.
Now that you've
Candy.
down a little bit, put it up your ass.
Well, something I realized, we were talking at one point, like, what if the moderators take this down once they become privy to the bullshit?
Yeah.
But one of the first commenters on our first post was a moderator of the subreddit.
Wow.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, Yeah.
It's like how Chance the Rapper said, I I something Jesus Christ, I'm never going to hell. I met Kanye West, I'm never going to fail. I got a comment from
I
a
made
mod on
Sunday
R5
candy.
Ridiculousness. I'm never gonna get banned. You what? Oh, I made Sunday candy. I'm never going to hell. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
Sorry, I interrupted you when I. Yeah.
Oh wow, Austin! I would not have expected you to be a Chance the Rapper guy.
I'm not. But I just remember that from when I like.
You have his hoodie. It's the only hoodie you ever wear.
That's just because it's really fucking comfortable. If I could get that Chance the Rapper logo removed from the hoodie, I would.
Or just get a seam ripper.
That's just from. No, I only know that because I used to keep up with pop culture somewhat before I was enlightened. Hey, speaking of which, in the DyrdekAnon that we're gonna do today,
Yeah.
we 1 or 2 episodes ago, Curly was telling us about how Pedro Pascal is apparently known for being really handsy with his female co-stars behind the scenes, and we were gonna say Pedro Pascal guest starred on a lost episode of the show and kept rubbing Stilo's shoulders. We've got to make sure that goes in there.
Is that on the show notes?
That is indeed on the show notes.
Let's go.
You want to get into that? I mean, I at least want to read the comments from the post we made 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Yes. Do you care if I kind of,
2 weeks? Damn, dude, it's been a
doing
bit.
That? Yeah.
Oh no, yeah,
I've
got Reddit up, and I had an interesting experience where I mentioned the Pedro Pascal thing, and the response that I got was, "Oh yeah, a lot of conservative people are saying that," and I was like, "Huh? I don't know."
Someone said that to you in real life?
Yeah.
Is the thought behind that like
it's not true, but it's a conspiracy.
Because he's Mexican or something? Like they
just don't know. I really have no idea. But it's not someone who I'm interested in whatever being in conflict with one bit. So it's
You afraid he's gonna fight you or something?
It's not a he, and it's more of a social fallout that I would be.
I was talking about Pedro Pascal, not your friend.
Oh, whoa. That just blew my mind right there. I'm afraid that the chemistry between me and Pedro is going to be too hard to ignore, impossible to ignore. When he hears about my comments and reaches out to me, establishes a sit down, and during that sit down, drops his fork under the table, and when he's going to get the fork, fully sucks me off, and then I just have to sit there.
I don't think you have anything to worry about because judging by some of the pictures we were looking at last episode, I think he likes men of a darker complexion. So,
well, it goes without saying, if I'm at a celebrity sit down, I have blackfaced myself head to toe. I'm on the Reddit though, if you want to suck and fuck.
Yeah. By the way, that last thing that we said about Pedro Pascal and Black Men Listener, listen to the last episode. You'll get it. You'll think it's like the funniest thing you've ever heard. So anyway, if you're just tuning in, we have been doing this this recurring segment on the show for the past 5 or so episodes where we've been posting to the Ridiculousness subreddit, posing as an intern who is a production intern on the set of Ridiculousness who's leaking behind the scenes gossip. And we're making up all this stuff that increases in absurdity. And last week we thought people were starting to catch on to the grift, so we did something a little different and had William here pose as a subscriber to the Ridiculousness subreddit who has been fervently following these production intern posts, and he questioned the veracity of the posts, and we were kind of trying to spur debate in the comments and get some conflict going, some discussion, also like maybe create some artificial scarcity, make people like clamor for the next production intern post. Am I missing anything from that summary?
Was there some like suggesting it was, I mean, well, there it is in the post itself, suggesting it was fake, like beating people to the punch with that.
Yeah. So, I mean, the post that we made last week, it reads, I'm confused why more people aren't talking about this guy. Am I dumb and everyone knows it's fake? A couple things check out. The Sharon Stone lawsuit being real blew my mind. But, like, really?
I think that covers it, like what you were
Yeah.
saying about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then,
and then a picture of a screenshot of my phone
right.
with the fangirl 2020, a username that will go down in infamy.
Yeah. And then I made like a second burner and commented underneath it. I'm a huge Ridiculousness fan and have been keeping up with her posts. There are definitely some things that check out, like you said, but I'm beginning to think it's fake. I mean, why would Rob take psychs before each episode? I've been taking psychs multiple times each week for the past 3 years. So trust me when I say he does not look like he's tripping in the recent eps. And then someone who's not either of us, this is an actual Ridiculousness subreddit subscriber, he said, and this guy apparently he claims to work in TV, and he said, if you've never worked on a TV set, I could see why you'd ask that question. Which hats off to this guy. That's a pretty funny reply. But he and I got into it. So he commented, "Nah, it seems pretty legit. A lot of details posted that aren't public knowledge." Which, okay, we were talking about this in the group chat. That's like the dumbest fucking reasoning.
That's the whole fucking point.
Yeah. I mean, the post that we made here, the post that he's commenting on is questioning the veracity of these things that are supposedly public knowledge. Not like you know what I'm saying? Like he's taking it for granted that it's public or that these are.
Yeah.
Do
No,
I even need to explain? I don't need to explain. But
you were saying it was circular reasoning. The guy's,
it's like this
his
this stuff is real because it's real.
This is
That's
this
the
is
reasoning.
the Redditor. This is a Redditor who like he's in his natural element, so he's going to reflexively condescend and contradict and make himself out to be more intelligent than he is. But he also instinctively senses that this is a subreddit without very many users on it, so his like fucking like he's not paying that close of attention. Like the stakes are very low here, so he's just kind of like an animal grazing and not making himself aware of his surroundings because he believes the ridiculousness subreddit to be a safe place where he can just sort of do the Reddit equivalent of a cow mooing, just be like, "Oh no, I don't think so actually," because of but he hasn't actually like his brain isn't fully on. It's like how a horse sleeps standing up. This is just a Redditor on autopilot.
And he doesn't realize he's being circled by a group of lions, which is us,
Exactly.
ready to pounce on him at any moment and humiliate him on our podcast.
Except we're not going to eat him. We're going to have sex with him forcibly.
Yeah. This guy who claims to work in TV, his name on Reddit is Aw Booking Promotions, and he said, "Nah, seems pretty legit. A lot of details posted that aren't public knowledge." And then I said to him on my second burner account, "It's not legit, dumb fuck. What did you post that isn't public knowledge?" And then someone else chimes in, someone named Burnt Toast Boy. He says, "You don't know." Yeah, he says, "You don't know what you're talking about, idiot." And then these two start like tag teaming me. So All Booking Promotions responds to Burnt Toast Boy now and says, "OP is just a fan that doesn't want to believe that TV does not reflect real life," which that sounds more like All Booking Promotions than me in this scenario. You know what I mean?
I'm confused by that sentence. It's a fan. You're a fan that does not want to believe that TV doesn't reflect real life. Okay, so you want to believe that TV reflects real life. Okay. I got it now. It's just all so fucking stupid. Also,
wait, now I'm confused. Wait, what is the point he's making though? Because how do I want
I don't know, dude. Like, this is all like they're all so fucking stupid. If they exist, I'm still not ready to deactivate my position of these people being fucking bots. Because I was just gonna say, Burnt Toast Boy chiming in with "You don't know what you're talking about, idiot." If there were to be a bot with the purpose of inciting further conflict in a comment section, it could say that in any comment section.
That's a good point, but in Burnt Toast Boy's defense, he has had this Reddit account for 5 years, and
Nah.
he commented on r/Taco Bell 2 years ago that his most expensive Taco Bell order was. So the thread is, what was your most expensive order?
Jesus.
And he
Dude,
said,
if you have an expensive Taco Bell order, you need to find help. That's disgusting.
yeah, I mean, I don't know, man, with the price of
Inflazione.
foodstuffs these days, yeah. But I mean, this was 2 years ago,
Even
so
still, everything on the menu starts off at like $1.50. If you're spending a lot of money at Taco Bell, you have a fucking problem.
yeah. Well, in any case, his answer to that question was, through getting mostly combo boxes, the total could have been $53.32.
53.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Oh, I
With
hope
getting
there were a lot of other people involved, and even still, that is repulsive.
seven additional drinks and 7 cinnamon twists.
Dude, this guy is fat. He doesn't stand up for most of the day.
The only time he stands up during the day is when like Rob does a quip that he likes and he gets up from the couch. Yay! Yay!
His caregiver looks up from his phone and is like, "Oh, Burnt Toast Boy is excited," and he's like stomping. The whole house is shaking. He's jumping up and down. He's like, "Oh!"
Yeah, and then what?
I just thought it was funny how tangential we got there for a moment.
Yeah, this last thread we did is really a funhouse maze of mirrors. There's a lot of different rabbit holes we can go down here, and all of these roads lead back to the Ridiculousness fan base is dumb as fuck. Unlike the Ridiculousnessness fan base, which is like the greatest minds of the Western intellectual tradition.
Also, somebody came to your defense, but I'm sure only so that they. Wait a sec. Oh, that's you. Never mind. Never mind.
What were you gonna read off?
Your comment in response to all booking promotions where you say "shut up, just shut up," which also seemed to me like a suspiciously generic line. But now we know the truth.
That's how good I am at slipping into character.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, well, and then so I said, what did she post? I said, going back to what I said before, what did she post that isn't public knowledge? And then in response to that comment, all booking promotion said, most things that were posted aren't public knowledge unless you've worked on set. So, yeah, well, I mean, once again, circular reasoning right there. I mean, right? Am I wrong to frame it that way? Because it's like
I have lost track again. I am a little confused by you saying what did she post that isn't public knowledge? Because like the stuff that she's posted is supposed to be not public knowledge, right?
Oh, yeah, yes. My saying that to him was just kind of an effort to like bring something stupid out of him, honestly. So I wouldn't read too much into that, but I'm just
okay.
Him saying most of the things that were posted are not public knowledge unless
No, that I understand as being stupid.
Right, but do you know, like, am I wrong to frame it as stupid in the sense of like circular reasoning? Because it's like, he's saying
it's
like,
you're like, are these behind the scenes nuggets real? And he's coming in like, no, they have to be real because people don't know about them.
Right.
And it's like, bro,
right.
we haven't established that the source is veracious.
Yes.
Veracitous, veracy, voracum. Yeah, no, he's really fucking stupid. Really dumb. Also, it's kind of funny. I'm drawing the line between the two dots of him being dumb as fuck and him chiming in initially to contradict your point about Sykes.
Right.
Where he's like, if you've never worked on TV, I can see why. Like, yeah, okay, newbie. You don't really know the TV industry unless you've taken Sykes. on a
This guy-
on a daily basis.
This guy was working on the Reba set, tripping on 2CB constantly.
The
He said-
concept of that trip is the funniest shit ever.
tripping on the Reba set.
And then he replied, "What?" And he was like,
He
"Yeah."
said, "Do you even work in TV?" And then I said, "Do you even work in TV?" And he said, "Yup, I do." And then I said, "Okay, and what exactly did this quote production intern share that is legit?" And he said, "Pretty specific details, especially about the special that never aired for Chanel's baby shower." Once again, just taking it for granted that
Yeah.
was true. That's
Yeah.
what gave it away. But why is that what gave it away? Why that? And then this was funny. He said, "Also, yes, Rob is obsessed with those stupid mind food bars that nobody eats."
There's something overpoweringly gratifying about hoodwinking a whole group of people, however small, irrelevant, and fucking stupid that group may be.
Yeah, man. I see why Charles Manson did it. He
Bro, it's a
must have
hell
been
of
on
a
cloud
time.
nine, dude.
And speaking of that, let's do it again right now.
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to say, just to this kind of just crossed my mind. If we want to be charitable towards this all booking promotions guy, I think the point he's trying to get at, but is too stupid to articulate, is that like, we were referencing some pretty niche aspects of Rob and Co's careers, and maybe his point is like, if this person were duping us, they're going to such great lengths to do so that it's unlikely that he's duping us. But little does this guy know, he is dealing with some
He's fucking with some real ones,
3 grand wizard autists right here.
Yes.
So yeah.
Okay. And now let's uncork that autism one more time.
Yeah, let's do it. So I'm thinking for this week's installment, we go all out, like
Completely
full-
disable the filter of that's not
Ye-
quite believable. Just
yeah,
whatever's funny.
yeah.
Once again, I'm struggling to find these show notes. I see 622 show notes, and I see show notes for whenever ...
Hold on.
Whenever the fuck we're doing it this weekend.
It should
But
be
that-
called
that can't
810 show notes.
Look at how Stilo's dressed right now.
All right, that'll cheer me up. Let's see. Bro, what the fuck?
What in God's name has he done?
For the listener, it's a big fluffy black fur coat, black hoodie, black pants with like
It's
some
insane.
weird pattern on them, black hat. Yeah. Hey, here's one for DyrdekAnon, considering he's wearing fur. Maybe he had like a run-in with PETA outside the studio one day.
Hang on. But instead of animal's blood, they dumped its cum on him.
And maybe for some added irony, as they chastised him for his fur coat, behind them they failed to notice the mound of raccoon carcasses by the dumpster. Oh, and we need to explain our absence from the past week
Oh,
or
right.
two. Maybe like the boss, our higher ups we thought they were starting to get suspicious. Like they might have found out about our Reddit and we wanted to lay low for a while. What do you think?
Yeah. I was thinking maybe something like someone made a comment leading us to believe that they knew about this, but then it was clarified recently that that wasn't what the comment meant, and so now we can do this, but I don't know, that might be more complicated than we need to be.
No. I like what you're spitting here. Maybe my supervisor kept shoehorning the subject of Reddit into our conversations, and I thought he was trying to get information out of me. But one of my coworkers recently informed me someone on Reddit gave him +1 karma, and he's so giddy about it that he can't
Yeah.
shut up about Reddit. I don't
He's
know.
he's like a boomer who's just enthralled with Reddit, like is just getting
Or
around to Reddit.
or on that note, he's a boomer, and whenever he said Reddit, he was really thinking of Facebook. So turns out the whole time he was talking about something completely unrelated on Facebook. And this guy, he's like the oldest guy who works on production, and the whole aesthetic of the show is like completely foreign to him. It's so overwhelming, so much sensory overload that he often has to take a seat and have somebody like support him from falling because it's too much for his antiquated sensibilities. And he also keeps a phonograph in his office stocked full of Edison records.
You just keep going unnecessarily into detail about this guy. He becomes a proxy for yourself. He's actually really ripped, and no one else shares his appreciation for the old world.
Okay. I'm gonna do it because like I said, man, we're going all out with this one.
Yes.
So hey everyone, and I'm gonna toss in like hope you've all been doing well because we've got to fortify this parasocial relationship that we've been cultivating.
Make sure to fit y'all in there somewhere.
Yeah. Hey everyone, hope y'all have been doing well. Sorry I haven't posted anything these past few weeks. Things got really busy with the show, and I started to get worried that one of my supervisors became aware of my Reddit account. He was mentioning Reddit a weird amount and forcing it into every conversation like he wanted to get information out of me. I started to get really scared! Exclamation point. I started I started to get really scared. But this particular exec is very old, and it turned out that he was talking about Facebook the entire time and got the two platforms confused.
Maybe was talking about Facebook the whole time, period. He had gotten the two platforms confused and has just happens to be very excited about Facebook right now.
Okay. And then in parentheses, he just made an account for the first time. He kept pushing for Rob to show up in suspenders.
I was gonna say he's like comically old, but due to his union status, they can't fire him or something like that.
Well, this guy's an exec, so I don't think he would be union.
Oh, never mind,
right?
never mind. Yeah.
Maybe he's just like really esteemed in the TV industry. He used to work on the Andy Griffith Show and I Love Lucy.
That's funny. Also, you can interject there after veteran of the TV industry. You can put in parentheses, used to be retired, but lost everything in the crypto market dash. It's a whole thing.
Well, hold on. Would this guy even know what crypto is? Maybe like he was oddly insistent that this like outdated technology would only appreciate in value, and he lost all his money investing in that. Like I don't know, man. I'm too young and hip to come up with something. I want to say pagers, but that's like a 30 Rock bit, so that'd be kind of hack. If I,
Yeah, no, he
Tina
invested.
Tina Fey is a personal friend of mine. I don't want to do her like that.
He could do. He invested big in the BlackBerry Corporation, so he
Yeah,
had to come out of retirement at a very old age.
yeah. That's good. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
About the suspenders thing, though, it'd be like, he one thing he does that is kind of messed up is since the suspenders idea was rejected, he still treats Rob well, but is very nasty with the women in the costume department and says things about them under his breath that if anyone overhears at any point, we're all in trouble. Parentheses, they're not all white or something like that.
Sorry. Well, wait. Maybe on that note, like, oh gosh, never. That would be too much. That would be too much.
What?
Like he keeps trying to goad Stilo into like tap dancing for him or something. I can't. I can't do it.
He doesn't recognize Steel. He doesn't make eye contact with or speak directly to Steel.
Oh gosh.
And then we can implicate the our character here in it and be like, but you know, he's from a different time.
Yeah, the way this post is shaping up, it's like the out of nowhere going on this huge convoluted tangent.
Hey guys, sorry I haven't posted in a while. Enter racist executive. I've got another thing once we've written out all the other ones that we came up with.
Okay. Also, he refuses to speak to or make eye contact with Stilo. I'm not sure what that's about. He's from a different time, I guess.
And then the other one was, and there's a running joke on set that the only reason he hasn't touched Chanel inappropriately. The only reason he never touched Chanel inappropriately was because she was faster than him, but ... That's kind of just literally true. I have an idea for how to phrase the Pedro Pascal one whenever you want to do that.
Okay, hold on to that before
Yeah.
we'll get to that in a second. I'm gonna say, by the way, I noticed that there was some debate in a separate thread about whether the behind the scenes details I've been sharing are true.
I think possibly phrase that as about whether I'm real.
Okay, yeah. By the way, I noticed that there was some debate in a separate thread about whether I'm a real intern, or do we want to like, are we trying to like suggest something more cosmic and metaphysical here?
No, I just like I'm like kind of just I don't know. Fucking like they don't have to think about it that much because they are real, you know? Like there's been some debate about whether I don't know.
What do you mean?
Like,
I know what you mean. I see
yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
That phrasing would be easily, immediately apprehended by their peon brains, right?
No, I was thinking like for this character, like increasing the believability by making it sound candid. Like if you were a real person who was saying all these things, you might just phrase it like that because
wait, I have an idea.
Like you guys don't think I exist? Yeah.
Check this. Yeah. Okay. I see the vision. So check this out. Check this out. By the way, I noticed that there was some debate in a separate thread about whether I'm real. I didn't appreciate reading these comments. I'm a real person with a life and feelings. My favorite movie is Hop, 2011. My favorite food is refried beans. I like long car rides and warm hugs. Is that enough for you people?
That's awesome. Having that right after the tangent about the racist executive is so fucking funny.
All right, you want to start with Pedro Pascal?
Yeah, it's something about like I feel okay sharing this because I know the episode's not going to air.
What if we subtly insinuate that the intern who is writing this is confusing George Lopez with Pedro Pascal? He's like, it turns out Pedro Pascal is known for this sort of thing. That's a shame. I loved him in Marmaduke.
I don't know how many people are going to be like, oh, Marmaduke, he's talking about George Lopez. I was going to say shoulder rubbing and hugging don't seem like enough to derail an episode. So maybe like things filming finally stopped when he went as far as putting his hand on Stilo's leg.
Oh, so like it's not just that they scrapped the episode, they cut the camera. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Do we have any others planned, or are we just coming up with them right now?
We have some in the doc that we haven't used yet, and we are always free to come up with some on the spot. So
Maybe well, I was gonna say the studio seems to be gradually shrinking, but that might be fucking stupid, and probably you'd notice it on camera.
physically physically shrinking.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's an episode of Black Books, which is this sitcom that I really like,
Yeah.
and this woman, one of the main characters, she's got a cheap landlord who the apartment next to hers, the landlord pushes the wall so that the apartment next to hers grows and hers shrinks gradually, like just shrink. But I don't fucking know. That's probably
Hey, I've got an idea.
yeah.
In an earlier post, I mentioned that a certain country music star and 2022 VMA nominee asked for my male coworker's phone number behind the scenes. At the time, I had no idea what happened with that, but I inquired about it, or I asked my coworker about it, and apparently the two have been keeping up a steady relationship for the past few months.
We can add something in about like the singer has a wife and family, but this sort of thing happens in LA all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I've been seeing Kane Brown in this Wayfair commercial, by the way.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I
You know what's
think
embarrassing? At
he
one
has it
point,
out for us.
he's gang stalking you.
Yeah.
At one point, I was on iFunny, and the people were posting stuff about Wayfair being a site which was really a front for child trafficking.
Yeah, that was
And
a whole thing.
yeah, and I fully thought that it was real and mentioned it out loud to someone, and they were like, "Isn't that like a QAnon conspiracy?"
Oh gosh, I've been there. But I mean, if Kane Brown's in the commercials, it is kind of makes you wonder. Maybe there is some weight to that after all.
By the way, I'm sorry if I'm like a sloppy little cunt. I'm fucking sleep deprived as shit.
Yeah, I'm equally sloppy, and I have no excuse.
I
So
was thinking there's a tapestry of geisha on the wall in this bedroom, and I was thinking maybe like Rob insisted on having a guest on who was like a real ninja or somehow from some like very old traditional culture. And since then, it's seemed like the show is cursed or like the set is cursed or something like that.
okay, not Rob in real life, as these Redditors seem to know, is very into new agey stuff. So maybe instead of bringing them on as a guest, maybe had like a spiritual advisor for a week, like a guru or a monk or
I
something,
like it. I like
and
it.
he was following him around on set. And okay, that right there is a gold mine of potential stuff. Like maybe this guy, being a Buddhist monk, was a vegetarian, and so the craft services team had to prepare him special meals all week.
We can incorporate the raccoons and be like the spiritual advisor, according to his strict moral code, demanded that something be done to stop the raccoons from dying, but it just wasn't in the budget. And so he left in a huff and cursed the set. And ever since, every once in a while, I swear when I turn the water on in the bathroom, blood comes out of the faucet for a moment.
Maybe this guy is the whole reason Rob made his Mind Right bars vegan.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then also to call back to an earlier post for the listener, in one of our first posts for this whole endeavor, we said that Chanel only plays dumb for the camera, but behind the scenes, she's wildly intelligent and reads these huge, difficult books. Maybe she and the spiritual advisor got into this like really in-depth conversation about Buddhist asceticism, and it was like way over my head. I couldn't
But
follow it at all. And then
or
she slipped into like native speaker quality Mandarin.
yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the blood from the faucet's kind of a weak curse. You can do something else.
How about oh, okay. So what if like a piece of equipment, like a spotlight up on the rafters or something, fell and just narrowly missed one of the team members? And there have been all sorts of like incidents like that before. And yeah, the interns speculating that this guy could have put a curse on the set, but then again, nothing on the set is up to regulatory codes, so it could very well be nothing. Oh, and how about he chastised the writers for their dab pen habit? He was chastising the writers to their faces for their dab pen habit, and they responded by saying they were simply trying to reach pen enlightenment.
Excellent. I was gonna say for the next one we can do a quick hit of just BTW, someone's been siphoning gasoline from the parking lot, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay. Oh, I know. In the last post we did, someone asked a question. We should answer that question. Let me. Oh, we have a few questions actually. So, I don't understand this. Somebody asked a repeated question is what control deck does Stilo use during the show? What is a control deck?
Yeah, what the fuck is Stilo doing at all with anything? What the fuck?
I googled control deck and it's something from Magic the Gathering, so I don't.
No, I bet that it's got to be some sort of hardware to make the show run. Maybe that's what he's got there in front of him.
Oh. Well, I don't know enough about this technology to answer that question, so
Yeah, I was thinking we just say that.
someone else asked, is there bad blood or negative feelings from Rob and Stilo towards Chanel for leaving? We kind of answered that in the first post. I noticed Rob and Stilo hardly ever connect with her on social media now. Chanel the same, the other way. Seems like it wasn't a good breakup. Okay. I think we can take that somewhere. I'm going to put this answer at the top since that's like probably the first thing people will read. They want to see whether their question was answered, right? So,
Yeah.
on my last post, someone asked me if Rob and Stilo have bad blood with Chanel because they never connect with her on social media anymore. So we mentioned the executive bringing in the pinata.
And what happens with that?
Nothing really happened with it. We just said that it was clearly modeled after Chanel, but the executive kept
Oh, right,
denying
right,
it.
right, yeah.
We could revive that one or bring up a new plot point.
I was gonna say something like Stilo and or Rob have been like lusting after her after she left. I don't know.
Rob always calls her the one that got away.
Psst. I wouldn't be surprised if that's literally true.
Maybe Rob pitched a special episode of the show where they are reacting to and mocking Chanel's new reality show, but this idea was shot down. Maybe after it happened, and after Chanel left the show, Stilo would show up every day wearing all black and acting really gloomy and morose, talking about how you can't trust anybody and how, quote, everyone I know goes away in the end. Do, do you clock that reference?
It's Radiohead, bro.
No,
Oh, what did you mean?
I was referencing Hurt by
Oh, wait, fuck yeah, no, that's right.
Nine Inch
Everyone
Nails / Johnny Cash.
goes away in the end. No, I'm
Yeah.
thinking of everybody leaves when they get their chance in
Don't-
this.
Don't tell me, is that motion picture soundtrack?
Um, no, it's Weird Fishes.
Oh, yeesh.
Did you hear that,
No, I did
Austin?
not.
Ah, shit. Put the microphone right up to my ass and farted, but to no avail, it would seem.
Yeesh.
It's stinky too. Anyways.
I'll add it in post. I'll add a comically obvious fart sound effect. How about an update on Rob's efforts to host late night after he retires in 2027? Like maybe he's been banging down the doors of like NBC executives ever since Colbert was booted off.
I was thinking of that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold up. What network is Colbert on?
Good question.
CBS?
That feels right.
CBS, yeah. Hey, by the way, if any late night talk show executives are listening to this right now, this is how irrelevant your medium has become. Just putting that out there. Kill yourselves. I know William and I will be doing the same, so
Later today.
Yeah.
Today, I've got some stuff to do.
we will see you in hell. Should we see? I initially was thinking we would insinuate that he's like failing miserably at this endeavor and the executives are ignoring him, but maybe we could leave it up to the commenters' imaginations and see if they actually think Rob has what it takes to host late night. What do you think?
I am completely lost. I'm like semi-conscious.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
it's okay.
I think, remind me super quickly what it was we were discussing.
I mentioned in an earlier post that there's a rumor on set that Rob will retire in 2027 and try to host a
Oh,
late
that
night talk show.
he's been in touch with CBS.
I'm starting to think this rumor is true. Ever since Colbert got fired, Rob has made several trips to New York to meet with execs at CBS. So, are the executives ignoring him, or do we kind of leave it in the dark and kind of like see if the people on this subreddit are dumb enough to think Rob could plausibly host late night?
Um, I mean, I like the idea of him pursuing it despite like not even getting a response, but I don't know how likely it is that somebody's going to get this far in the post and think that it's real. I maybe just leave it at that because probably the
Okay.
intern wouldn't know.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna I'm gonna read through the entire thing. Can you tell me how it sounds?
Yes.
Okay. Hey everyone, hope y'all have been doing well. Sorry I haven't posted anything these past few weeks. Things got really busy with the show, and I started to get worried that one of my supervisors became aware of my Reddit account. He was mentioning Reddit a weird amount and forcing it into every conversation like he wanted to get information out of me. I started to get really scared, but this particular exec is very old, and it turned out that he was just talking about Facebook the entire time. He got the two platforms confused and just happens to be very excited about Facebook right now. He just made an account for the first time. As a side note, this exec's age often comes into conflict with the overall aesthetic of ridiculousness. He got the job because he is a very successful veteran of the TV industry. He used to work on some old show called I Like Lucy or something. He took this job because he was pulled out of retirement after losing a bunch of money on an investment in BlackBerry phones. It's a whole thing. He's a good boss and all, but sometimes it seems like he's a bad fit for the show. He kept trying to get Rob to change his style and begin wearing suspenders instead of those trademark hoodies and snapbacks. All the lights and colors on the set also seem too much for him at times. He often staggers backwards at the sight of the show graphics, and the interns have to hold him up and help him to his seat. Also, he refuses to speak to or make eye contact with Stilo. He's from a different time. There used to be a running joke among staffers that the only reason he never touched Chanel inappropriately is that she's faster than him. Now that I think about it, that's not even a joke, it's just true. Sorry for the unrelated aside there. I'm just really excited that I get to share my life with y'all again. By the way, I noticed that there was some debate in a separate thread about whether I'm real. I didn't appreciate reading those comments. I am a real person, with experiences and feelings. My favorite movie is Hop, 2011. My favorite food is refried beans. I like long car rides and warm hugs. Is that enough for you people? Anyway, here are some more nuggets I've been wanting to share. On my last post, someone asked me if Rob and Stilo have bad blood with Chanel because they never connect with her on social media anymore. I think this is the case. After Chanel left, Stilo went around talking about how you can't trust anybody and how everyone I know goes away in the end. Rob is a lot less expressive than Stilo, so it's harder to tell with him. I mentioned in an earlier post that there's a rumor on set that Rob will retire in 2027 and try to host a late night talk show. I'm starting to think this rumor is true. Ever since Colbert got fired, Rob has made several trips to New York to meet with execs at CBS. We're all rooting for him. I feel okay sharing this because I know the episode is not going to air, but during this past season, we managed to get Pedro Pascal on the show as a guest star. The booking department spent months negotiating with his team, and we wound up dipping heavily into the show's budget to get him on. The editing team had to accept a significant pay cut for the next few months. When Pedro came on the show, he kept rubbing Stilo's shoulders and hugging him every chance he could get. Throughout the filming, I noticed his hand inching closer and closer to Stilo's leg. By the time Pedro's hand touched his leg, the producers demanded the crew to stop filming, and the episode was scrapped on the spot. I did some digging on social media, and it turns out Pedro is known for this sort of thing. I mentioned in an earlier post that a certain country music star and 2022 VMA nominee asked for one of my male coworkers' phone numbers behind the scenes. At the time, I didn't know what happened with that, but I asked my coworker about it recently, and he told me that he and the country musician have been keeping up a steady relationship ever since. This musician is married and has children, but this kind of thing happens in LA all the time. As you all know, Rob is big into new age health stuff. A long time back, he had a Buddhist monk follow him around for a week as a spiritual advisor. The craft services team had to make this guy special vegan meals on demand. In fact, he was the one who influenced Rob to make his Mind Right superfood bars vegan. He caused a lot of problems with show staffers. He was strangely disapproving about the raccoon bodies outside the studio, and he also disapproved of the writer's dab pen habit. He interrupted one of the writing sessions to shame them. They told him they were just trying to reach penlightenment, and he stormed out without a word. Chanel really liked him, though, and one time I even saw them having an in-depth conversation in fluent Mandarin. Ever since he stopped showing up to the set, several freak accidents have occurred, and it makes me nervous. Recently, a spotlight fell from the rafters and just barely missed the boom mic operator. It makes me wonder if Rob's spiritual advisor put a curse on the set before leaving. BTW, somebody has been siphoning gasoline in the parking lot? ? Everyone has really started to like Lolo, and she now fits in with the rest of staff perfectly. She even drops by the writer's room sometimes and contributes a dab pen joke or two. We all love having her around. Good to go? You there? Anyway, I think the two most pressing things we need to get to are the mukbang and then our DyrdekAnon recap. So why don't we start with DyrdekAnon and do the mukbang when we're all a little more settled in and when this pre-workout has kicked in for me?
Sure. And do we have the link? I'm the only one in this room right now,
Yeah,
so
I'm opening it up.
I'm getting ready to kill myself.
Oh shit, that was a woman's pussy on Ridiculousness.
Wait, I didn't see that P word.
No, it's a woman, like she flashed her vagina to like an entire airplane full of people.
Oh, I see.
That's Michaela Peterson in the video while her dad's in a coma.
Yeah. And then Andrew Tate burst forth from the cockpit, picked her up, threw her over his shoulder, went off camera, and you could just hear squealing. And it was Andrew. Andrew was squealing. He was getting pegged. I still gotta grab that thing. That fucking 817 show nizzies.
Yeah. I guess okay. I'm gonna pull
Oh,
up Reddit.
r/Adderall, good idea. What is Goodwill?
Oh,
Okay, never mind. Let's not get down
fucking
this.
shit, dude.
What?
I'm using Curly's laptop right now. I'm gonna have to try to log into the Reddit account.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
You don't know your Reddit password?
Well, I made a burner for this whole project. Okay, well, I figure that out. We can find some other topic of conversation.
Stilo, I just want to make this point. Stilo, his attachment to this necklace that he spent way too much money on and wears far too often for it to be a flex. It's like if a retarded kid came to elementary school with like a blanket or like a Capri Sun that he had already drank but he really liked, and so he just held on to it. Like it's just a little object that he is very proud of and no one else gives a fuck about, but he wears it conspicuously
He
over
brings
and
it in
over
for
again.
show and tell.
Yeah, it's like, bro, get a second chain.
I can't get into the damn Reddit.
I think this is good. I think this is like we wouldn't have had as much self-control as this is giving the impression of to get people leaving the people wanting more
All right,
as much as we are.
let's cut our losses, bail on the Reddit thing for today. Let's watch the show for 5, 10 more minutes, then get into the mind right bars. How does that sound?
We could.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to just watch the show for 5 to 10 minutes. It's really such a shitty show. It's so bad.
And yet we have
It's just a bunch of fucking idiots talking to each other. Yeah.
this weekly podcast.
Bro, this is so bad. Holy shit.
What? Well, why couldn't we just look at the responses on my account, workshop some responses, and then just post them in next week's app or something?
Or post them after the episode
Or
today.
is that just boring?
I like doing it on the fly. I feel like that might be boring, but we do need to recap last week's so we can actually spend some time doing that. So,
Oh yeah,
Bill,
true. We got some hilarious responses.
yeah, if you want to pull up
People
Reddit,
on
we
this
can.
subreddit are fucking stupid as shit.
Yeah, okay. For the listener, if you're just tuning in, if this is the first episode of the show that you're listening to, um, for the past 5, 6 episodes, whatever, we've been conducting this long-term experiment on the Ridiculousness subreddit where we are making posts pretending to be a production intern, leaking behind the scenes information about Rob and Stilo Brim and Chanel West Coast and the whole production crew of the show. So every week we make these posts and come up with a different set of lies that increase in absurdity. And we've fostered this miniature ecosystem of people who tune in for these posts every week, and we're trying to sort of foment this parasocial relationship with these idiots. And on last week's post, we really fucking went crazy with the utter absurdity of it. We said that, for example, Pedro Pascal guest starred on the show in a lost episode that was cut because he attempted to molest Stilo Brim while the cameras were rolling. Rob brought a Buddhist monk to follow him around for a week as a spiritual advisor, and we thought he put a curse on the set after he left. Yeah, all sorts of stuff like that. So we got some comments on this post. Bill, you ready for me to read off some of them?
Sure am.
Okay, regarding our Pedro Pascal lie, someone said, the Pascal thing seems odd. Everything I've ever read or seen about the man is he's an incredibly kind and wonderful person. Doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would go all Kevin Spacey.
Oh shit! Wait, what did you guys say about him?
We said we brought him on the show and dipped heavily into the show's budget to get him on to the extent that the editing team even had to accept a significant pay cut for the subsequent few months. And then when he finally got on the show, he kept rubbing Stilo's shoulders, hugging him every chance he could get. And eventually they called They cut the cameras after. So throughout the episode, I said throughout the episode, you see his hand inching closer and closer to Stilo's leg, and then when it finally touches his leg, the crew calls for the cameras to be shut off, and the episode was scrapped on the spot.
Yeah, someone coming to his defense is silly.
Yeah, well, also, we based that
Off
particular
extant
ruse,
rumors. Yeah.
yeah, off of rumors that are real. So
Rumors that are real.
but
There really are rumors about this.
so this guy saying everything I've seen about the man is he's incredibly kind and wonderful. That seems kind of disingenuous. This might be Pedro Pascal's Reddit account, actually.
This is Burner.
He might be the one who made this comment. Ignorance is bliss 37. Everybody, if you want to go see what Pedro
Ooh.
Pascal is posting on Reddit,
That's
go check
kind
out
of
that account.
that's kind of chilling. Like ignorance of all the boys that I touch as Pedro Pascal is bliss.
Ignorance of the fact that this account is Pedro Pascal, maybe.
Is bliss.
Man, these people are fucking dumb. So for the listener, something that we did in this post, we stacked it with absurd shit, and then at the very end, we said that one of the new co-hosts of the show, of Ridiculousness, Lolo, that she's like starting to get along with everybody on the staff. So if you want me to like break down to you why we found that funny, it's because there's all this crazy shit, and then at the very end, you tack on something sort of mundane.
Yeah.
Comedic timing, look into it. Yeah. But
Look
all the,
into it.
all the insane shit that we said was lost on them, and the commenters are harping on that last bit.
Won't ever be on the Lolo train.
Yeah, won't ever be on the Lolo train. I notice anytime a celeb is on, she has to change hair color to garner attention. None of these people use articles or possessive pronouns. None of these people, like, they talk like fucking mongoloids. She has to change hair color to garner attention.
Me notice whenever celebrity on show, she has to change her color.
Still just repeats whatever Rob and Stilo say. The next time she makes me laugh will be the first.
Man, that's for that to be like where you're channeling your righteous, like, whatever. I'm looking at this person's account right now.
Well, our biggest fan, this account called Walt Disney Jr., he comments on
For
every
real.
post, and he's like way into us. He's really
Yeah.
taking the parasocial bait, hook, line, and sinker. And he says, "Welcome back. Please keep the updates going. They're very interesting. I'm still interested in Chanel's decision to leave. She recently hosted a TMZ celebrity tour bus trip, and I was embarrassed for her. That is pretty bad. Seems like she's desperately trying to stay relevant."
Stay, implying she was relevant at some point.
I'm
Yeah, no,
shocked
it's
you're-
amazing that they're still along for the ride.
I feel like it's just got to be like people are willing to suspend their disbelief just because this is the most interesting thing to happen on this subreddit probably ever, and it just allows them to talk about something that's not.
No, bro, it's
That's pretty
Reddit.
generous.
If they had some semblance of doubt or some like novel idea, for example, that this is fake, Redditors would mention it. They would say something.
Right.
No, but I know, but they're probably just burying that thought. They're probably having that thought, but they're just burying it because they want it to be real so bad because it's way more.
Oh, I see.
Another thing I wanted to read off, and luckily I saved these on my phone so I can have access to them. Someone DM'd our account that we made for this whole project.
Oh, nice.
And this person had also went through and commented on all our previous posts. And I'm pretty sure this is a legitimately crazy person. He texted us, or he DM'd us. And this is with regard to one of our posts where we were asking the subscribers to the Ridiculousness subreddit if we should stay on the show because we were thinking about leaving it. And this person DM'd us and said, "Stilo played a serious role in his nephew's death.
What the fuck?
Chanel was human trafficked. Don't get too close. Money is money, but don't get too close."
Wait,
And-
I think you did mention this to it. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And then he commented on some posts. He said, "Rob Dyrdek and most people who work for MTV are pansexual Freemasons. Ridiculousness is full of human trafficking."
Boy, oh boy.
Which, like, full of human trafficking in what sense? Like, where is there room for You know what I mean? Like who's being trafficked and why ridiculousness?
I think he means the people who are like it's a nexus. It's call it a networking opportunity for human
Okay.
traffickers.
Right. Right.
He either wants to let us know that he's like in on the bit, or
No.
legitimately.
No. I looked at his account and he comments this kind of thing on other subreddits.
Holy
Oh.
shit!
Um,
What are you going to respond to him?
well, so in the DMs, I wanted to tease more information out of him, so I said, "Wow, are you sure?" And then he said, I don't know what the implication is here, but he said, "Yes, I'm a massage therapist."
I don't know. That is pretty funny. Maybe he is funny.
And then he said, "Money is money. Care about family more."
Now I think he's stupid again.
I mean, you got to respect his credentials. Like,
Yeah.
also, that's so fucking funny to the level of ambiguity in the statement Stilo played a serious role in his death is so perfectly funny.
How many roles can be played in a person's death? Jordan Peterson played a significant role in his daughter Michaela getting fucked by Andrew Tate.
One more thing I wanted to make sure we address. Rob Dyrdek being a pansexual Freemason. That accusation, it's all, it's almost too good. There's nothing you can add to it, really. I don't know that any research will make that funnier than it already is. Should we get into the mind right stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got to be on our A game for this because I'm gonna cut this into a separate clip, and I think this is something that has potential to garner views because it's gonna be called, Rob Dyrdek Mind Right Bar review or something. It seems like something that the like human detritus who watch this show would flock to. So let's make sure we're on our shit. For the listener, Bill he's got the Mind Right bars in his mouth and he's wagging them around like a rabid dog.
There's footage of somebody walking along in an airport on the show, and they just roll their suitcase right over some shit. Why are there crabs on the baggage carousel? There are a lot of crabs on the baggage carousel. How does that get through security? That made me think. I was wondering if the crabs were maybe AI generated, and that would be an interesting thing to toss into one of these Reddit things. Like they're running out of clips specific to the theme, and so they're AI generating clips.
Yeah.
And Rob, your JWoww was on the show.
Holy fuck.
That's actually a really good idea. They're creating AI generated ridiculous.
Yeah, and we could throw something in about Rob being like always going off about how like he always ends a conversation about the AI generation of clips for the show with "You can't tell anybody about this," but he talks ceaselessly about how that like it's there's no ceiling to the profits that could be made off of that. Like you could generate your own
how about they
clips.
hired an entire team of Stanford graduates to come up with like the show an original proprietary machine learning algorithm for
That's
the
so
show
fucking
to
funny.
make these clips. Yeah. And that's where most of the show's budget has been going to. And the whole production crew has been sucked dry and they've accepted massive pay cuts for this team of Stanford grads.
You come in early in the
It's the
morning and it's
only-
Rob personally setting up the set because that's the only person who's left besides the Stanford grads.
And it's the only place where computer science majors still have a shot at getting a job in this current job market. So they've got they're flooded with applications from all the Ivy League schools.
You could say Rob is experimenting with replacing himself with an LLM to do commentary over the clips, but the technology isn't there yet. But in his thirst for productivity, and he keeps just spouting that AI is the future, and so he's trying to replace himself.
Or
he keeps passing around pictures of what that LLM or I guess an LLM doesn't look like anything, but like the hologram that would replace him on stage, and they're all just like a little too obviously more muscular than he is.
And he's black for some reason.
He's a little bit darker than he is in real life.
Oh shit.
Also, why did you guys have such a dour reaction to my bit where I just played audio from porn into my mic?
Oh, we didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, that
Oh,
didn't pick
really?
up on Zoom, so it just looked like you
Oh,
staring at us autistically.
that was a waste. I hope nobody in the house heard that.
You're bro, to do that while you're living with your girlfriend's parents, that's bold.
I mean, right now the only person home is her dad, so it's chill.
Oh yeah.
He's a chiller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys gonna goon together later?
It's more, honestly, the circumstance more gives the beginning to a video itself, you know? I was all alone.
That's a classic porn trope too.
Yeah.
The father-in-law.
And her dad is also black in this scenario for some reason.
I was reading Dostoevsky on the back porch, and then I noticed him.
Right, is there anything else on the docket we need to get through? Oh, we got to do r/Adderall.
Facts.
I would do that. We do need some
That's probably a thriving community.
Oh, also, are we going to respond to that guy's DMs?
well,
You said he responded back, but have you responded to that response?
I did.
Austin
and
can't get into his thingy, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to save that for the next episode.
Oh, got it.
But
how,
I kind
how
of-
do we want to play that though?
Well,
do we
I-
want to fuck with him or?
I don't want to fuck with him so much as just like understand his perspective. So when I did reply to him, and I don't remember verbatim what I said, but I basically inquired about the relevance of him being a massage therapist. Like, I want to know why. I want to know like what is the esoteric knowledge only accessible to massage therapists?
Dude, what if he's like Rob's personal massage therapist?
That's what I was thinking, something like that. Yeah.
That'd be interesting. That's fucking interesting.
I mean, I guess
That's fucking interesting.
maybe this is probably treading into territory that's more dark than funny, but this hasn't really been a funny episode in the first place, so who gives a shit?
We've been down that path before.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I bet a lot of trafficking victims are forced to be masseuses, massage therapists, whatever. So,
Sounds to me like it checks out. Yeah.
yeah, maybe he has some insider knowledge in that regard.
Yeah, maybe this is a cry for help.
You want to get into that AMA?
Yes.
All right, let's see here. I will recap for the listener as usual. If you're just tuning in, if this is the first episode of the show you're listening to, for the past 6 episodes or so, we have been doing this long-term sort of experiment on the Ridiculousness subreddit. We're making weekly posts pretending to be a production intern who works on Ridiculousness, spilling behind the scenes gossip about the cast and crew of the show. And we're, making stuff up, just making sure it becomes increasingly absurd and pushing the limits of believability. And, the subscribers to the Ridiculousness subreddit are not the brightest bulbs on the Hanukkah tree, as I keep saying. So they consistently fall for it hook, line, and sinker, and we've fostered this parasocial universe of people who tune in for our posts every week. And
Should be noted, yeah, it didn't take much.
yeah,
Said fostering was effortless, and
Yeah.
not because we were doing some expert brainwashing job. They were just they seem to exist in a state of already having fallen for whatever it is that's about to come along.
Yeah. And last week we did an AMA. We invited the subscribers.
He has another Jesus shirt on. This one's the
Are you
thermal.
serious? Holy shit.
It's unclear the skin color. It's green Jesus. Wow, he's making history with that one. You got white, you got black, and Stilo is introducing the notion of a green Jesus.
Green Jesus.
So the episode
yo,
title is either the closest I've come to seeing your dick or green Jesus. Sorry, go on.
I don't care if you're black, white, or purple, as long as you're the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
And last week we started an AMA. I think you were in the middle of saying.
Yeah. Last week we did an AMA on the Ridiculousness subreddit from this production intern persona, And we invited subscribers to the subreddit to ask us anything they want about what goes on behind the scenes of ridiculousness. We got 12 questions, so pretty decent turnout, and we're going to answer them all live here on the podcast just for you.
Damn.
So
Y'all really got lucky today.
yeah, do you want to go? You want me to read through all the questions at once, or maybe go one at a answer them one at a time? What do you think?
One at a time answering.
Okay, so the most upvoted question, and this kind of bothered me a little bit because this guy's clearly trying to be funny, which is sort of our turf.
Yeah,
He
fuck
said,
off.
he said, who farts the most? So
Hmm.
when I saw that question, the first thing that popped into my mind, like a potential response, is like very earnestly answering that, we don't know who farts the most, but I hope it's Stilo. That would be so hot, and just leave it at that. Like, just kind of reveal that we have a fart fetish, and not go into any more detail. I don't know. What do you think?
My thought was to be offended, to be like, bro, have some respect. Like these are
Yeah,
entertainment professionals.
I like that. I like that more. Okay. How about something along the lines of like, are you fucking serious right now? I have immense respect for these people, and I've found a family in them over the past couple of years. So,
No, bro, read the room.
okay. Next question. And this is from Walt Disney Jr., who's our biggest fan. He comments on
For
every
real.
fucking post, so we've got to really give him a good, well thought out response. He says, "Oh, and this is funny. Something I noticed: these fucking idiots, they keep asking the same question. Like there are three iterations of the same question, which is so dumb because it's like ask something someone else didn't already ask.
Mm.
What is the point of asking a question that was already asked and is already going to be answered,
We've got two questions basically to the effect of what's the deal with the live audience?
Yeah, that was a weird one. I don't know why people are so hung up on that, but we'll get there in a second. So Walt Disney Jr. asked, why was Lolo picked as the new co-host? Carly, Roxy, Karush, what is up with these names? Etc. were better than her when Chanel left. Somebody replied, the rest offered so much of the same. Chanel really just silly and laughed.
Um,
Yeah.
I've got an idea for a response to not Walt Disney Jr., but Exidor. Something to the effect of, it sounds crazy, but I honestly think Lolo's baking is what secured her the gig. She would inundate us with some of the loveliest, most consistent dough textures. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. What is there's got to be some baked good that she specialized in that really knocked everybody's socks off. Like
I'm gonna look up most difficult
yeah.
baked good. Okay, I love the sound of the word croquembouche. I'm gonna look up what it is.
Croquembouche. Boy, I don't know what that is, but it sounds fucking delicious. Yeah.
It's a French dessert consisting of choux pastry puffs piled into a cone and bound with threads of caramel.
Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
yeah.
And let's say she claims we can't verify it, but she claims that she studied under the auspices of some esteemed French chef in France.
Um, greatest bakers of all time.
And then one of the crew members started sifting through her hair after taking a bite of this baked good, and they said they were looking for the little rat who must be tugging on her hairs and doing all the all the cooking for her.
He just laughed along not wanting to not wanting to be difficult. There's a famous baker, according to the r/baking Reddit, Rose Levy Berenbaum. That's a funny name. I think her Rose Levy Berenbaum inspired Croquemboche being the reason that she's on the show. I think that's great.
All right, let me Google all these names.
Look at what Stilo is wearing.
Know how to spell them correctly. Let's see here.
Ah, shit, I think we may have missed it.
Stilo wearing rats.
Right now we're looking at
Whoa.
pixel. There you go. Look.
Bro, what the fuck?
Fucking just indefensible. For the listener, it's a sweater. It's got like all the worst colors, and then the number 24 in a red circle, all knitted into it. He had to have spent so much money on it. It looks like a fucking piece of shit.
I hope the only justification for that sweater's existence, let alone Stilo's wearing it, is like, I hope that was some Make-A-Wish kid who wanted to be a fucking clothing designer before the brain-eating amoeba fucking overtook his
before it finished
faculties.
overtaking his cognitive faculties, but not before it began. Clearly, from the design of the sweater.
Right.
Yeah. So perhaps we suggest that Coco's presence on the show is due to her divine baking.
Yeah. Just a second. I was looking up Rose Levy Berenbaum so I could get the spelling on that right. And what's the name of this baked good again?
Croquemboche. I will send you the spelling in the chat.
Oh, I got it pulled up.
Okay.
Bro, what the hell? Your description of this didn't even do it justice for the listener.
No,
it's a tower of baked goods.
It really
a tower
is.
of little dumplings.
Yeah.
Bro, holy shit. So Lolo brought in, bro, what if she brought in like a Croquemboche city? She did a Croquemboche replica of Los Angeles.
So funny. She did Croquemboche sculptures of just a Croquemboche sculpture of Rob, and from then on, Rob was insistent that he become Chanel's replacement.
Yeah. Even though everyone, well, I guess it could be funny if Rob was so flattered by that he was insisting she become the replacement, even though the MTV execs and everybody else wanted another person, but I did also like the angle of it, like everybody's just blown away by these baked goods that it's unanimous.
Let me look up, because I think one of these people, based on the people who, okay, that's who Carly is. Then we've got Roxy.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find, because I believe one of the women is not white, so to speak, and so maybe we could toss something in there about like
Lola looks. Lola looks like she's got something in herself.
Kariushi. That's fair. All right, Kariuchi, whatever the fuck. I think she was going to be the fucking diversity pick, but
Right.
it was after the Rob Dyrdek shaped Croquemboche in the style of Rose Levy Berenbaum.
Okay.
That
who was the how the fuck do you hold on?
It's insane the way her name is spelled.
Karuch.
I'll send it in the chat.
Karuch. This is the yeah, we were saying this girl, she appeared on the compilation we watched last week, and we were saying she was a looker.
Yeah, she's hot.
Yeah. Oh, she
just doesn't bake like Lolo does.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We add on to that since she cemented her place on the show, the Croquemboche dwindled in its frequency and has since completely stopped. And in direct correlation with that pattern, with that trend, tensions between her and Rob have become increasingly stiff.
And wait a minute, you said the bringing in the Croquembouche. Okay, yeah, for sure. All right, how does this sound? I know this sounds crazy, but I think Lolo's baking skills are why she was chosen. Early on during her appearances, she would bring in homemade croquembouche all the time. Sometimes she even brought in croquembouche sculptures made to look like the entire city of Los Angeles, right down to the last fire hydrant. It was the most delicious thing I'd ever had, and she would share it among the entire cast and crew. She claims she studied under Rose Levy Berenbaum, although I can't confirm that. After she brought in a croquembouche sculpture shaped like Rob's face, Rob was set on hiring her as Chanel's replacement. The execs actually wanted to hire Karuch, but he convinced them to pick Lolo instead. She doesn't bring in baked goods anymore, and Rob seems to treat her a bit more coldly as a result.
Perfect. Also, we've got a reply already.
Really?
Yeah, the guy who you told to read the room said, "Dude, I love the show and I've been to a live taping. People fart."
A live taping, really? Damn.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. That's interesting. I'm gonna look at this guy's profile real quick because who is what kind of person attends a live taping of Ridiculousness? I need to know.
Nuts.
His Reddit name is Goa Gadget Grebo. Okay. He posts, in addition to posting on r/ridiculousness, he posts on the subreddit for the DC Cinematic Universe, subreddit for Volkswagen owners,
That's so funny.
r/Oreos.
He's a well-rounded individual.
He posted on r/Oreos, just finished a pack.
He's complaining on r/unpopular opinion about a teacher who told them not to refer to numbers as negative, but rather opposite.
He posted on r/Weird Al that
Jesus Christ.
someone on r/Weird Al asked for tips for attending their first Weird Al concert, and this guy gave the following piece of advice. It gets kind of loud, especially for 2+ hours.
He replied earplugs. On "Am I the Asshole?" He replied to someone saying, "Am I the asshole for ending a first date 15 minutes into it?" He says, "Not the asshole. Go get your dinner," which is screaming, "Bro, she's not gonna fuck you."
Advising somebody else that Weird Al concerts get loud and you should bring top quality ear protection as if you're going to see fucking Slipknot.
That's nuts. Also, looking at his most of the shit that I've scrolled through so far happened within the last 8 days. Like, I just came across the question that you replied.
I noticed that too. Yeah.
He's active.
This guy has no fucking life.
Mostly it's on the DC. Oh my God, bro.
He sits in his Volkswagen, scarfing down sleeves of Oreos.
In the Volkswagen parked in the live audience of Ridiculousness. On r/Ask Reddit, he replied to the question, "What's a word that gives you the ick?" with Trump/MAGA.
Pussy.
That's for real, maybe the cringiest shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
We should let him know that Rob is MAGA.
Bro. He would become livid.
So the next commenter asked us, why are there very few guests of late? I assume he means as of late. Understood during COVID, but doesn't anyone have product to plug anymore? And somebody else someone replied to this guy, said, my assumption is that they realized the guests offer very little to the show. I, for one, always prefer the Sterling/Chanel episodes. Yeah, because they have so much to offer, right?
I think you replied to the original question with, can't reveal much at this juncture, but big things in the works.
Ooh, yeah. But we've got to reveal a little bit, though.
Maybe, yeah, and gearing up for Rob's departure into late night.
Right.
Rob is the self-styled spiritual successor to Lorne Michaels' career. Maybe something like a Ridiculousness movie or something like that, and all the guests are gonna be in it.
Bro, I swear you took the words right out of my fucking mouth.
Yeah, and then I took my dinky out of your mouth, and I put it back in and had sex.
Yeah, so maybe they can't purpose this with this
Here's what we
movie or
say.
something.
Here's what we say. Can't reveal too much at this juncture, but big things in the works. I'll give you a hint. The guests' contracts haven't ended. They've just changed. Dot dot dot.
Okay. I love that because the implication that there's a ridiculousness movie in the works is solely for our own amusement. Like we did nothing to hint at that. It's just
Yeah, yeah.
our little secret. Next guy asked, "Is there a live audience anymore?" Like maybe there is, but they're ordered to stay like absolutely silent because Rob needs to concentrate. He needs his he doesn't like people breaking his concentration.
Or they don't stay silent, but they are like separated from Rob and the hosts by some sort of some sort of soundproofing that like they can press a button and have the laughter come through, or they can for
Like a
Rob's request.
partition.
Yeah, like in a music recording studio.
Yeah. Maybe for the filming of one episode, they were doing charity outreach for the Blind, Deaf, and Dumb Society, and the live audience was all the blind, deaf, and dumb. And then Rob decided he actually preferred it that way, and they just keep bringing in this school of people.
He was positively elated after the BDD episode. Saying, I distinctly remember overhearing him tell someone he's never been that zoned.
Or maybe the true red pill, the real dark epiphany at the end of the Matrix. There was never a live audience. And they just stopped. They don't want to keep up. They can't keep up the illusion anymore. So it's just kind of like an open secret now. But anytime it looked like there was a live audience in the past, it was, I don't know, CGI maybe.
Filmed separately elsewhere.
Yeah, digitally imposed. Yeah.
We do, I don't know if you factored this in, but we do have someone in the comments of this AMA who's claiming to have been a member of the live audience, though that may be more reason to say that there's never been one, just to incite his fury, his Oreo fueled DC obsessed fury.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I can't wait to ruin this guy's day.
We could just say for is it live? You could just reply, never was, lol.
Okay. Is there a live audience anymore? Never was, LOL. They don't try to hide it anymore. But since the very beginning, most episodes were filmed without a live audience. When the camera cuts to the crowd, it's usually footage from a sporting event.
Just demonstrably and obviously false assertion.
And in parentheses, we have a really good editing team. If you pay attention to certain episodes, certain moments when it cuts to the crowd, you can see a guy in fucking St. Louis Cardinals face paint standing up with a foam finger and his shirt off, screaming.
This is where we leave the atmosphere with this Reddit caper.
Okay. Never was, LOL. They don't try to hide it anymore, but since the very beginning of the show, most episodes were filmed without a live audience. When the camera cuts to the crowd, it's usually footage of the audience at a sporting event digitally superimposed onto the Ridiculousness set. We have a really good editing team. I'm not saying there has never been a live audience, but it's actually pretty rare. Pay attention to certain episodes and you can see that the audience is obviously not actually there. I'm currently doing my annual rewatch of the show, and I noticed in an early episode there's a guy in the audience wearing St. Louis Cardinals face paint and waving around a foam finger.
Maybe you say, I'm not saying there has literally never been an audience. No, I'm saying.
What do you mean?
Currently, you say, I'm not saying there's never been an audience, though reply does begin with never been, never has, lol. So maybe we say, I'm
Oh,
not saying there has literally never once been an audience.
okay, yeah. I'm not saying there has literally never once been. Okay. Good to post.
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking whatever his name is gonna be up in arms.
For real. Maybe he's gonna be like, I'm the one. I showed up in a foam finger in St. Louis Cardinals face paint. The next question. Has anyone on the cast addressed the problem with all the raccoons in the dumpsters? Fuck yeah. Uh maybe okay. So remember we said for the listener, if this is the first time you heard this, you're hearing this on a previous installment of this saga, we said that so Rob Dyrdek has this brand of superfood bar, and we said that the craft services table is always stocked with his superfood bars and they go uneaten. And we realized that all the dead raccoons that were cropping up around the dumpsters behind the studio must have been getting poisoned by the superfood bars. So
I have an idea for this one.
what's yours? Because
Instead of dumping the bars, they've been donating them to the food bank, and there's been this strange phenomenon in our specific neighborhood within LA of homeless people having intellectual salons on sidewalks, sipping espresso, and while they shoot up, waxing philosophical on the modern age. And then you could maybe toss in some of the pro heroin addict, anti alcoholic prejudice that we saw in the r/heroin subreddit, and be like, fucking, I don't know, like you noticeably none of them are like booze bags, just I don't fucking know, whatever that phrasing.
Yeah. I was gonna say, and I'm sure we could incorporate both of these. Since the raccoons are being poisoned by Rob's mind right bars,
Oh,
he
yeah,
doesn't
maybe
he
that's
doesn't
happening.
want to well he doesn't want to he didn't want to accept it. So anytime somebody brought the concern to him about the dead brought concerns to him about the dead raccoons, he plugged his fingers into his ears and went la 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 la.
Let's just go off with this reply. This reply can just be like the length of what is usually like a full-on post. I think we can also add in there something like, it's inspiring and all, but I find it troubling the stuff I've been hearing about what happens when one of these homeless people is deprived of their mind right bar supply. It sounds like they end up worse off than they started out and get a bit violent.
Maybe Stilo was the only one who had no issue whatsoever with the dead raccoons, and he would like wade through the carcasses on his way into the studio, just totally unfazed, never complained about it once.
Whenever conversations about the raccoons broke out on set, conspicuously Stilo wouldn't say a word, would just break out his phone and start scrolling aimlessly, but would always have this queer grin on his face.
Okay. Many people tried to bring their concerns about this problem to Rob, considering that his superfood bars were poisoning the raccoons. He didn't want to hear it, and anytime someone would voice their concerns, he would plug his fingers into his ears and shout, la 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 la. Recently, we stopped throwing out the bars and started donating them to local food banks throughout LA instead. We've heard a lot of positive feedback from the food banks. There are reports of the local homeless population suddenly developing superior reading comprehension and critical thinking skills. One of my coworkers volunteers at a local soup kitchen where we distribute the mind right bars. He told me that he once overheard two homeless people munching on the bars and having a very insightful conversation of some sort. It's inspiring and all, but I'm troubled by some of the stories I've heard about what happens when one of the homeless people is deprived of their mind right bars. Supposedly, they become violent and fight each other when the bars are in low supply. As you probably know, LA has had problems like this for a while, so maybe there's no connection. Strangely, Stilo never took issue with the raccoons. I once saw him wade through the carcasses on his way into the studio completely unfazed. Whenever the issue with the raccoons would come up during staff meetings, he would remain silent and scroll through his phone aimlessly. I swear he would have a slight grin on his face, but whenever I pointed this out to my coworkers, they would deny it.
Spectacular.
Next question. Can you help me find out what episode my clip appears on? I was sent a check but have no contact anymore as the recruiter's email bounced when responded questioning it. Well, what's the clip, stupid?
There you go. I think that's your response.
What if there is some sort of database where we keep all the clips
Hmm.
and it like requires a really high grade computer to store them all?
Maybe, unfortunately, since I was assigned to a role on site at the studio, I can't offer you guys access to the offsite siloed database
The
of
data
all the
center.
clips. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's in a desert in Nevada. The exact location is only known by a few of the higher ups at MTV. Crazy, right?
Totally bonkers.
All right, I'm gonna post that if
Yes.
you got. Okay. Next person asked, "How was Carly? She is so stinking cute. Real, for real, dude. Should we
Bit of an
maybe-
anti-Semite.
bit of an anti-Semite, actually. Just leave it at that."
Or I agree, she's a looker. Bit of an anti-Semite though.
Yeah. Someone asked, "How hectic was the show?"
Lame question.
Yeah, really. Have you been reading our posts? It's a fucking carnival back there.
Maybe
It's a carnival over here. Literally a carnival. There are elephants walking around behind the scenes. We trained a chimp.
Everybody's or we run with the ball of Carly Aquino's anti-Semitism and be like pretty tame for the most part but when Carly's on set, she gets everybody super hype and then somewhat insidiously throws in a few comments deriding people of the Jewish faith, but it doesn't slow down the momentum of the gathering.
I mean, there's a lot of directions we can take this one. Or what if after the past 5 weeks of describing the most insane shit, we're like, pretty standard. A clock in, clock out, nothing crazy.
Wall-to-wall professionals.
Hey, a couple more people responded to us.
Oh shit.
Or one other person, the guy who we answered his question about Lolo saying she bakes whatever the fuck that baked good is. He said, "Cool. Anything that keeps Lolo as just eye candy would suffice."
Weird.
These people are so stupid. Oh, he's a Howard Stern fan. I see. He posts on r/Dabblers Anonymous, which is a subreddit that makes fun of Stuttering John, former Stern Show staffer. This is the only subreddit he comments on, in fact. Weird.
That is bizarre.
Yeah. Really weird. Wow, he comments on this subreddit a lot.
Seems like parasocial hatred is kind of his thing.
Yeah. We should tell this guy that Lolo is dating Stuttering John and they're going to have a child. Bro, imagine. Dude, holy shit.
What?
I've scrolled through like 10 pages of his posts on this Stuttering John hate subreddit. And it's like the first 10 pages are just like, over the past 5 days. Imagine dedicating this much of your life to hating some some staff member of the Howard Stern show, not even Howard Stern himself, some staff member who was on the show like 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah, and only ever taking a break from that very occasionally for the ridiculousness subreddit. I mean, fuck's sake.
Shockingly, 0 people on r/ridiculousness saying that they think our stuff is fake. Also, the r/ridiculousness subreddit seems to have just moved on. There's just new posts going on. Like no one really gives that much of a fuck. It's kind of funny.
Well, we kind of did that though, because when we swooped in, the sub was pretty dead. So I think we revived it a little bit.
An aggiornamento, if you will.
Yeah. I do want to do one last finale. I want to do a finale big blowout post, but we don't have to do that this time. Maybe next week. And yeah, I want
Nothing
the
even
most
conceivably believable. Just
schizo shit in there. Yeah, like something you threw out 1 or 2 episodes ago was the studio is shrinking. I want to put that in there real bad.
that's. I was working one night and extraterrestrials visited the set, and they were dressed like Stilo. Yeah, that's funny. A race of extraterrestrials that takes all of their knowledge of normal human behavior from Stilo Grimm's dress sense. And that's the perfect segue into today's DyrdekAnon extravaganza.
Yeah, okay. I'll introduce that. Let me get my introduction out of the way for the listener. For the past few months of the podcast, we have been posting on the Ridiculousness subreddit, pretending to be a production intern on the show, on Ridiculousness, leaking behind the scenes information. And we've obviously been making up this behind the scenes stuff, and we've been engineering this whole thing so that the pieces of gossip we leak increase in absurdity, and we're constantly pushing the limits of like what the morons on this subreddit will believe, and they fully believe us. With I mean they bought it really quick with no effort at all on our part. But today we're gonna wrap it up, do our last post. It's gonna be the end of this saga, and we're gonna go all out and throw in the most absurd shit possible and throw all plausibility out the window. So
all that we've said so far has been like the growing cloud of exhaust underneath a rocket that's still on the launch pad. We're going to the moon today.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like it's going to be difficult. We've been so absurd with it to this point. Like, I don't know how
Well,
much.
I don't know if you guys looked at the
can
show
do it.
notes. One that I came up with that I want to put in today's post is there's a serial killer on the loose in LA, and the police sketches look suspiciously like Rob. And then I want to.
You have to have his serial killer MO have something to do with like he forces his victims to watch viral clips before killing them.
Yes, yes.
Wait, is this the 9-1? I don't see the show notes for this week. I don't think.
Yeah, did you send them? I didn't see
I
it.
did. It's called show notes for next weekend.
Oh.
Go to shared with me or shared with you or whatever. But I want to do Rob converting to Islam also. I want to do the Shadow King of MTV thing, and then Jeff Tremaine calling the show a golem that has evolved into something utterly beyond his comprehension. So those are the 4 I want to make sure we put in there. But other than that, I was thinking let's just spitball the most insane shit that we can come up with right here. So what do we got? I mean, okay, Chanel. Maybe we've heard something about Chanel since she left the show, like something she's up to. Some project she's pursuing. Hey, I got one. In 1 or 2 posts ago, we said that Rob is he's been meeting with executives at CBS ever since Stephen Colbert got fired, and he's trying to swoop in and take his spot and host late night in his place. Maybe like out of spite, Chanel has been meeting with the CBS executives also, and she's trying to get the same late night position before Rob can get to it.
Maybe there's she's being sued for sexual harassment because she's like been aggressively offering sexual favors and her place in the late night lineup, and no one's interested. I still can't find this fucking thing.
Did you text it to us or email it?
Just shared it on Google, but you don't have to worry about it. All that's on there is DyrdekAnon and Marge.io. So
All right.
Oh, okay.
yeah, just don't worry about it. But what else have we? Yo. So for the listener, one of the little pieces of gossip we came up with on a previous installment of this saga was Rob Dyrdek's brand of protein bars. They've been the crew lays them out on the craft services table and they've been going uneaten, so they get put in the dumpster. And we think that the dead raccoons that have been cropping up around the studio have been getting poisoned by the Mind-Right bars. They've been going into the dumpster, eating the protein bars, getting poisoned by them, and dying. So what if there's been like a voodoo priestess showing up outside the studio trying to revive the dead raccoons?
Didn't
And
you
we
suggest in one episode, did you guys actually do this, or did you just throw it out there that the raccoons have been like becoming sentient as a result of
Yes.
eating the mine? Did you actually
no,
post?
no. The homeless people have been like, they've.
Oh,
I think we said they've attained superior reading comprehension and critical thinking skills because
but then when deprived of the Mind-Right bars that elevate them like the limitless pill, they enter a zombified rage. I didn't.
And
I
you
didn't
guys, you
remember
guys
clearly-
actually posted that,
yes,
dude. I mean, how much further can you go than that?
It's like finding a small retarded kid alone and you can tell him anything and he just like really likes hearing from someone finally.
Oh man.
No,
I like that idea. I mean,
yeah, Austin, I think
I say
an
anything
image that
goes.
comes to mind is that like maybe she's got an RV that's parked outside and maybe like efforts to usher her off the property have been mysteriously rebuffed. Like everyone who passes through the beaded doorway to her RV, which emanates sage smoke.
yeah. Well,
Back out in the days.
it's more than a getting rebuffed. Like you cross the threshold of the RV and suddenly your bones start to quiver and you break out into a cold sweat. Like there's some sort of she's got some supernatural force field, and no one can evict her from the property. They've called the cops and it never works.
Maybe our character here is the only one who any longer seems to see anything wrong with her being there, and everybody else just conspicuously moves on from the subject whenever it comes on in conversation. Like becomes really uncomfortable and is like, dude, shut up about it. Like nobody cares.
Oh, another one we've got to put in. And Bill came up with this one a while ago, so full credit goes to him. The studio is shrinking. I think the building is shrinking every time I come in. It's just slightly more cloistered than before.
That's really good. Say like, I wonder if you can relate it back to the show somehow and be like, oh, if you like look at recent apps, you can see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or
the
maybe
camera,
say, like they're using a fisheye
the
lens.
manipulation of camera angles has been ingenious, but
The manipulation of camera angles has been ingenious, but last time Matt Rife was on the show, he had to crawl up to the stage. It was so cramped.
the ceiling is now mere inches from the floor.
Yeah. How about there's an elaborate system of caverns underneath the studio, and when it's through that system of caverns that the viral clips we're going to be watching that day are like transported like between the editing team and the on-air talent or whatever. I mean, I guess yeah, like we're not digitally doing that. It's all physical. They're all on a hard drive or something.
It's all analog. They're walking.
They're on
Yeah.
they're on DVRs.
Yeah.
I don't
Most
even
of the
fucking
show's
understand
budget
what that means.
goes to burning things to CDs and then converting that to DVD, and then passed through a system of tunnels and caves under the stage, and then
Fuck it, dude. Put it out there.
Maybe people don't realize this. It's an open secret or something. A lot of people don't realize it, but maybe Ridiculousness receives government funding. What would
Your
be
tax dollars
yeah.
are subsidizing ridiculousness.
maybe something like, I was surprised with all of the scrutiny of public fund spending with
Well, I was gonna
the
say
Doge
when we were
scandal.
talking about the caverns and shit, I was thinking maybe Elon Musk's Doge showed up to the Ridiculousness set one day, but um, I like the idea of
That's really good.
well,
Or
I
say
don't.
something like maybe the character has gotten like he's gotten a hold of the company's like he's in with the finance department or something and he's
The
found like all
reason
of like
the
accounting
reason
fraud
that
and money laundering.
Yeah,
the reason for the fallout between Musk and Trump was that Trump made it clear from the get-go this was one line Musk was not to cross with his Doge investigations. Musk
yeah,
refused to stay leashed, and that's why Musk lost Trump's cosign. Also, within that same system of caverns, which maybe this isn't the first like cultural, like maybe it's on the site of some other famous shows. Like we can follow the heritage of this particular site of entertainment back through history, and it's the place where like Mayan sacrifices were made and other huge shows were filmed. And maybe there's an act like a dormant volcano under the same central land, and it's like due to go off anytime now.
And they're sacrificing PAs into the volcano. For every
Yes,
episode.
bro.
What about something about how Rob has his own like backstage room where he gets ready before every show, and the character has like only caught glimpses of it. Rob's very private about it and furtive. He like closes the door really quickly, and there's a combination lock or like a code to get in or something. And what could be in there?
yeah. Whenever the door opens, the smell of brimstone wafts out.
We suggest that he's like, he was very nervous up until Epstein's birthday book came out,
Yeah,
and somehow the character gets the feeling that he managed to pull something off, because now he's very blasé about his comments about how young he likes them or something. I don't know.
let's say when Kane Brown was on the show, he shit his pants.
Kane Brown shit his pants or Rob?
Kane Brown shit his pants when he
Oh,
was on the
nice,
show.
dude. Here
And
we
it's
go.
not just that he didn't just shit his pants, like he was continually shitting his pants throughout his appearance. And like all the PAs were noting the smell and wondering what was going on. And then we later put it together that like every 5 minutes he would shit his pants just a little bit. And by the end of his appearance, when he was walking offset, you could hear it squishing around in his pants.
There was
You can
something
say like
mysterious in his contract about, quote, costuming extras, and there were unmarked cardboard boxes that PAs had to rush back and forth between Kane and these boxes, and he's assuming that they were the diapers that he had to interchange because he was continuously pooping himself.
and you could just say like you could drop just a little thing for the audience and just be like, if you watch the episode back, you can see he's very squirmy and just kind of moving around in his chair in a weird way.
Yeah.
If someone watches the episodes back to look for that, I just hope that happens.
Okay, we have to throw in something that slanders Stilo. That's obligatory.
Yeah, we hit Kane Brown, we got Rob, Stilo.
Maybe nobody is so Stilo owns that restaurant, Linden. Maybe no one eats there. It's doing really bad. Business is going really bad, and he always brings in food from Linden and like stocks the craft services
Maybe
table with
maybe
it.
not that he's bringing enough for everybody, but he always brings like absurdly clearly labeled food from Linden and is loudly vocal during his lunch when he's enjoying Linden about how delicious it is, and obstinate about wrenching all conversation during his lunch hour back to the subject of just how good his Linden food is, and
he goes,
when the last time they went to Linden was.
He goes,
You could say he's got his own screen printing machine just backstage, and each shirt is like freshly printed based on like Stilo's own customized input for the day.
And it's always Jesus of varying skin tones.
Actually, have we done that? We may have actually said that.
I came up with like the costume department has to make shirts for him on demand, and it's always
good.
Jesus of varying skin tones. So maybe we could say in an upcoming episode you'll see him wearing a shirt with an Asian Jesus, a Bosnian Jesus.
I think we should just blatantly contradict ourselves at this stage in the PSYOP. Like, why not? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Maybe there's something about his backstory, like when he was a kid, some priest, like the reason that he's so obsessed with the identity of Jesus being so variable is like a priest would dress up as various Jesuses and use him.
Here's one. You know how they'll have I think hospitals have chapels inside them, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's a chapel in the studio.
Rob serves mass.
He's Muslim and he's serving Catholic mass for some reason.
Didn't we discover that he's like a licensed
his sermons are similarly freestyle to the comments that he makes on the videos.
This next one's called The Burning of the Bush.
This next one's called Mark 3:18.
That's why we call this next section Deuteronomy.
We came in really early to work one morning before anyone else typically gets there, and we walked in on another PA jerking off to porn that he was broadcasting on the big Ridiculousness screen.
I like that.
That's good. Dude, whoever the mods are on this subreddit are not doing their job. The fact that we've been able to get this far is fucking wild.
One of the first commenters on our posts who was like, "Oh, keep these coming. This is amazing." Who like bought it hook, line, and sinker was a moderator.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. Regarding Chanel's career, being on dire straits and her like leaving the show, maybe she really regrets that, and she's been loitering outside the studio recently, like trying to get back in. And she's been setting elaborate Tom and Jerry style traps trying to kill Lolo so she can take her place back. Like in Lolo's dressing room, there's an anvil hanging from the ceiling.
She painted a tunnel on the wall of Lolo's dressing room. She tries to sneak into the Ridiculousness headquarters in camp obvious like disguises and is chased back out, a la Plankton trying to get his hands on the Krusty Krab secret recipe, the Krabby Patty secret recipe. Surrounding the stage, like underneath the raised platform of the stage, is, per Rob's request, a koi pond. He wants to get that feng shui going.
Yeah.
And Rob is constantly having to chase her away with a comically oversized hammer.
What are the bathrooms like in the studio? The restrooms? Maybe
they're medieval. They're planks of wood with holes in them.
Didn't you guys also say that there's like a bunch of MIT like machine learning guys on the team now, and they've had to fire everyone else?
Oh, because the show relies so heavily on AI now to write the scripts. Yeah, we're like the only employer left of entry-level computer science graduates.
Was it just writing the scripts, or was there anything about like
So Rob is also thinking about replacing himself with an LLM that's going to be like represented, manifested by a hologram, and it's just slightly more muscular than he is, and this in his skin color is his skin tone is slightly darker as well. That's going in
And
there for sure.
was there anything about like generating the clips, like them being
AI is generating the clips, is
Yeah.
what you said, and maybe it's like strikingly obvious, like there are all sorts of little fuck ups and like physical impossibilities in some of the recent clips.
There was one really disturbing one that kept making its way into the compilations on the big screen where a giant cylindrical squat human being was in a backyard, and then an above ground pool with legs and arms came running towards it, tried to jump into the human being, and tore open its side and released a deluge of blood and guts.
You know the scene in you know the scene in The Shining where the elevator opens and all the blood pours out? Maybe that happened like the maybe like blood or slime started seeping out of the big viral video screen one day. Well, that could be connected to the voodoo priestess.
There's something there for sure.
The voodoo priestess might have done it. Like when she started loitering outside the studio, that happened.
Maybe something like, I've been using these posts for reference, and I know that I said that I've been working here for the past 3 seasons, but somehow it feels like longer. And like suggests that this production intern is having the full Jack Torrance experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
The person who had been in my position before, like I'm growing more curious about the vague circumstances
I found a dusty old photo album on set from the 1930s, and I swear there's a picture of Rob in there, and he looks the exact same as he does now.
Did we say something about Rob's dad at some point?
No, but we could. Maybe he's not actually Rob's dad. He's an actor they hired.
When did Rob's dad appear? Oh, did he have his mom and dad on the show?
They've been on the show a few times, yeah.
Oh. Maybe Rob's real dad is black.
No. Whenever Rob's parents show up on set, no, this is kind of I'm kind of ripping this off from Rick and Morty actually, but whenever they show up on set, there's like a young jacked black guy with them, and I don't know what their relationship is, but you can speculate about that as you wish.
That's still really good though.
Yeah.
What about this isn't that crazy, but it's kind of funny. What about when Rob and Daniel Tosh were having their very public feud? Rob hired like way too many bodyguards to protect him because he was worried about like Daniel Tosh putting
Yeah. Well, maybe he had good reason to, and like bullet holes were appearing on the studio.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, and maybe it was getting so heated. It was getting so heated that like someone who would know, like who has someone with like authority on this in this comparison, like said it was getting more heated than Tupac and Biggie's beef. Like who could that be? Like Suge Knight or something?
Good night.
But like what? How would he know Rob? And I guess it doesn't really matter at this stage. We could just say Suge Knight. Suge Knight said it was getting worse than Tupac and Biggie's beef in the '90s, and just leave it.
I can see Suge Knight somehow through MTV having caught wind of it. He was like calling for peace, like I don't want to see you two homies fall out, like the way
yeah.
and Pac did.
Speaking of Biggie, maybe someone on the show gained an absurd amount of weight. Maybe Rob was obese between seasons, and the executives demanded he lose the weight. So
Oh, that's good. Yeah, or they've been editing him to look slimmer in
yeah,
seasons 12 through 14 or something. And
yeah,
then
yeah.
So you guys know Paddy the Baddy, that British UFC guy with the blonde hair.
no.
Oh yeah, I think I do.
He after each fight goes back to eating like shit and barely exercising, and then
Nice.
when each fight comes up, he trains really hard, and he's like, "It's fun to have a six pack, but I'd rather be fat and happy." And after Rob saw that, that's what he does between episodes, and he like, it's just binging and purging.
Well, speaking of which, what if it can't all be Rob. Maybe like Stilo. Okay. So between seasons or between episodes, Stilo will train like he'll do a boxing training routine, but it's not for boxing. It's for the episodes, and nobody knows the connection. Nobody knows why he is preparing in that specific way, and he treats every episode or every season like it's a big
Yeah, he keeps
fight.
talking about how he has to make weight for this season.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
And
it's like,
he'll do the shit talk. He'll go up to interns and call
Who
them
the
degrading
fuck is that
names.
guy?
Are you
Sorry.
still watching the show?
like,
I tuned
Yeah,
out
who the
a
fuck
long
is
time
that
ago.
guy? Wait, look at
Me
this
too.
guy.
what the fuck? Wait, why does he look familiar?
He does, doesn't he? Is he?
That's that's a viral TikTok star, isn't that?
Yeah,
Yo, he straight up has no neck.
he doesn't,
Yeah,
dude.
for real.
He just had to turn his whole body to turn maybe like 90 degrees to the right.
Who the
But
fuck
he's,
is this guy?
Okay,
I
speaking of
couldn't
no
be
neck,
prouder of him.
maybe
He's having a great time.
somebody got amputated. Somebody got an amputation.
Oh, on the show.
Yeah.
I don't want to dismiss that. I want to return to the amputation, but maybe as the weight gain and loss thing, like their use of drugs to tolerate the huge volume of sitting around reacting to banal bullshit leads to such incredible like weight gain and general loss of the ability to attend to daily activities of daily living that they have this like personal trainer who like his job is to keep them functional, and he has this strange toxic relationship where he's like verbally abusive to them and uses like a cattle prod to get them to get up off the couch after the show's done filming or something
Keep
like
that in, and then also add they've been mainlining GLP-1s.
that.
Okay.
Okay, and the amputation, Austin.
Um,
What about Rob had to get his stomach pumped from because all he refuses to eat anything else other than mind dried bars, and at one point he had to get his stomach pumped.
I could see that.
What are you looking at, Austin?
I'm just writing these down.
Oh,
Back to more ridiculousness.
or actually, maybe it's funnier if it's not Rob. Wait, what are you laughing about?
This whole fucking thing.
What about if it was Stilo or not Stilo? Maybe Chanel or Lolo. Lolo wants to win Rob's favor, and she's become like such a sycophant to Rob because she's concerned that Chanel might come back or something that she refuses to eat anything other than mind dried bars.
Yeah.
I saw a pileated woodpecker on my morning constitutional today. You guys will be pleased.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I've been off the morning constitutional wave. I gotta get back
What does
into it.
pileated mean?
It's just a type of woodpecker. I don't know I'm sure that word has some meaning. I don't know what it is though. But
Hey,
those
there's
birds,
one.
Yeah, it's
Rob's dad is big into bird watching, and there was a scrapped episode where he came on the show and he insisted that they only watch like just very unfunny, very straightforward clips of birds flying around and birds doing their
that's
bird
good.
calls and stuff, and it was just so boring that the editing team had to scrap it. Yeah.
In the context of a woodpecker, pileated means capped and refers to the bird's distinctive bright red crest on the top of its head.
Are you seeing pictures of those guys? Don't they look like dinosaurs? They're kind of crazy looking.
They do. They also look exactly like what I thought all woodpeckers look like, to be honest with you.
Oh.
More
Morning constitutional does sound like a pretty elite thing to be doing.
It's good for you, dude. Sets your circadian rhythm.
Hell yeah.
But I can't really do it anymore because now that I go to the gym before work every morning, I just like don't have time. I'd have to get up so fucking early. It wouldn't be fun.
I'm sure going to the gym is a fine substitute.
Yeah.
I'm so close to the end of Infinite Jest on the scale of the book itself, but there's still like, I was up till like late last night because I was just like, okay, I'm nearly done, but I really wasn't. I'm still like 40 or 50 pages away from being done, but it just feels like I'm right there.
Nice.
On
You
the
move
topic
pretty
of sleep cycles.
pretty fast. It would take me like 3 months to get through a book that long.
I've probably been taking a good long while. Can't remember when I got that.
Oh, Kane Brown shitting his pants. Not just shitting his pants. How about when Kane Brown came on the show, he was pooping and he was peeing and going poop in his pants the entire time. Yeah.
That's so fucking stupid.
While also flirting heavily with Stilo and Rob. And
What
every
about Chanel and Stilo had an affair at one point?
Ooh. That's
Maybe
juicy.
maybe Chanel got pregnant or something, and that's why
I
she.
like it.
I
I
don't know.
like it if they reached this sort of dark accord where they each sort of took advantage of each other. Chanel succumbed to Stilo's insistent requests that she dress up like a certain obscure version of Jesus, and Stilo succumbed to Chanel's demands that he let her peg him, and Chanel wanted it.
This is so ridiculous because how would this guy know about that?
It's ridiculousness, bro.
It
Yeah.
is. Or you could say like,
And also, apparently, this is a girl, right, Austin?
In my mind, yeah, but we haven't really, confirmed any of that.
someone
so.
is constantly throwing out the idea of having a like cast orgy. Keeps
Yeah.
insisting and making uncomfortable eye contact with Chanel, Rob, and Stilo.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
Maybe so we've alluded a couple of times to the writer's room having like a communal dab pen, and every time we go into the writer's room, they're always just ripping this dab pen and not really getting any work done. What if it has escalated to they have like a full blown gravity bong in there, or some apparatus, what's like the most elaborate weed apparatus that you could
Oh, a gas mask that you trap your mouth
yo
and
yo
nostrils in.
yeah. And they do they have one that they all share, or maybe they're all wearing one every
They
time
have
they go.
they have
They're going through entire writers room meetings, pitch meetings, wearing the masks and like speaking through them.
no, they have a singular source of the weed that's being like burnt in order to produce the smoke, but separate hoses that all go to
Yeah,
individual gas masks, and
yeah.
they like grunt and cough, but for the most part they just each have a Bluetooth keyboard that's hooked up to the same monitor where they're running a Google Doc, and it's rarely possible to follow these days what it is that they're writing, but they all seem to come up with a coherent script in between them that Rob has come to be able to translate. Yeah, it's like a scene from a sci-fi villain spaceship. You walk in and they're just shouting gibberish, being muffled by their gas masks. This clip that's running right now, weirdly high quality. I was like, is that a fucking TV show? What's going on with this one too?
Yeah, that looks like AI or something.
For real. Shut the fuck up, Lolo. Stupid.
I think we could come up with 2-3 more and then we're solid. I might have to go. We might have to save Marge.io for next time.
Yeah, I was thinking this is becoming extensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this deserved its own thing.
I'm getting something with like some like the Iliad, or what could there be?
Maybe the production intern, the person where pretending to be like they compare their time on the show to the archetypal hero's journey that would be embodied that or you know represented, channeled, whatever the fuck in the Iliad.
Or Lolo keeps carrying around Homer's Odyssey, and when you ask her questions about it, it's clear she hasn't read a page, but she keeps talking about how this story is just like me.
Oh, one of the first ones I came up with that we never used was the production crew went on strike, and that which actually did happen a year or two ago. But what I wanted to throw in was that during the strike they would sing labor protest songs from the 1920s, and it was
I
getting so
remember.
heated that it was compared to the Battle of Blair Mountain and various union struggles from that era. I'm gonna gotta put that in there.
Yeah, throw it in.
How about as what was intended as a harmless but ill thought out hazing prank on Lolo? They presented bogus evidence, including doctored images and temporary tattoos, that Rob, Chanel, and Stilo all had full back piece tattoos of Salt Bay, that they had the same one, and that Lolo was expected to get one if she wanted to stay on the show, and she did, but nobody thought that she was actually going to. And
Oh,
so
and they were
been a little
fake
bit tense.
tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay,
They were
okay.
faking it and lying, and she bought it, and she got one.
Not yeah, okay.
The Salt
Yeah.
Bay thing is interchangeable with whatever's funnier.
What
Maybe that image that was viral during COVID of the black guy squatting with his very long and girthy penis hanging down between his legs.
Oh, right. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Something
I
in
mean
there
that.
about like real famous people do this or something like that. Or
Oh,
real
that's
famous-
what they said to her.
Yeah.
This
She
is
was
what we
like,
do, and this is what
how
they
is that
do
not
in
an issue?
Hollywood.
And they're like, when you're really on the A list, you don't care. Like you can really get away with this shit.
This is just what we do in the entertainment industry.
Yeah. Vague allusions to them not being the only ones with this tattoo.
Maybe Rob has put Ridiculousness up or submitted it, tried to get it nominated for an Emmy multiple times, and something really like best cinematography or something like that.
Best key grip.
What about Rob attended the Bilderberg meeting?
Maybe Alex Jones was on the show.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Maybe Alex Jones was on the show at some point.
That's good.
Rob attended Bill.
He's a frequent attendee of the Bilderberg meetings.
Maybe Alex Jones was the one to expose this. He was on the show and he pulled out pictures and he was like, "Why were you, Rob? Why were you seen in the parking lot of the Bilderberg meeting?"
And that episode got scrapped for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Rob just kept grinning mysteriously, making this motion to the production team and being like, "Don't hate the play, hate the game."
All right.
Once again, we really set the world to rights here.
Yeah. Next week, Marge.io kicks into full gear.
Sounds good.
It's going to be all hands on deck.
All right, fellas. Good sesh.
I'll stop recording here. Send that link. And then if you guys are game, and this by no means has to take very much time at all, but I thought we could like do a quick DyrdekAnon recap because I haven't read the last post we made on Mike.
Oh yeah, we should do that.
Okay, and we can just share our final thoughts. It doesn't have to take a considerable amount of time.
By far our least popular post, unfortunately, it looks like.
Yeah, and we can talk about that. You mind if I read it first before we get into it?
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
one bit. I'm just tinkering with SyncTube. Let me just pause so that I'm not playing audio.
Okay, well,
Okay.
you do that. I'll
You're
fill
good.
the listener in. If this is the first episode of the show that you've listened to, we have spent the past 2 or 3 months, I think, um, conducting this social experiment on the Ridiculousness subreddit. Um, Social experiment, that's kind of a charitable way of putting it, more like a sadistic mind game where we pretend to be a production intern working behind the scenes on ridiculousness, spilling behind the scenes gossip that increases in absurdity with each post. And last week was our big blowout finale. We did our last post where we just went all out, did the most freakishly absurd shit. So I'm going to read that post that we wrote now. Part 6. I worked as a production intern on the show for the past 3 seasons. Hey everyone, thanks for being so responsive to my AMA, and I'm sorry for going radio silent these past few weeks. Unfortunately, this will have to be my last post on here. I think one of the MTV execs found out about this account. He called the entire cast and crew together for an emergency meeting a couple of weeks ago and said he knows one of us has been, quote, leaking information on MySpace. Most of the producers here don't know anything about social media. He even brought in a few German shepherds with him to intimidate us and to hopefully get a confession. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear one of them was looking me in the eye and growling the entire time.
Austin deserves props. MySpace and German Shepherds, all of that was all him. We had a
Yeah,
group writing session that like made up most of this, but that was completely improvised by Austin. That was fucking hilarious.
thank you. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear one of them was looking me in the eye and growling the entire time. It really shook me up. I keep having nightmares about the German shepherds eating me alive while Rob watches and laughs. The guilt is tearing me apart. I really want to keep this job, so I think I should stop doing this for good. I want to thank you all for the support and for taking an interest in my life with the Ridiculousness family. So before I log off for good, here's one last round of behind the scenes info. I've heard from several crew members that Rob converted to Islam last year and will make this public after he retires from the show in 2027. He plans to start going by the name Rob Al Hadeen. Executive producer Jeff Tremaine reportedly regrets helping to create the show. I've heard he feels like he created a beast or a golem that has transformed into something utterly beyond his comprehension. I'm sure you all heard last year that 10 of the show's creative consultants unionized and attempted to negotiate a better contract with no response from Superjacket. They even showed up at Dyrdek Machine headquarters, still with no response. The situation got really heated for a while. Union members would show up to the set singing Which Side Are You On? And several confrontations happened with police. One of my bosses compared the whole thing to the Battle of Blair Mountain of 1921. I mentioned in a previous post that the show writers can usually be found hitting their communal dab pen. Lately, they've been finding increasingly creative ways of getting high. They showed up the other day with matching gas masks, each with a tube attached to the same bong. They spent the entire writing session wearing the masks. They couldn't really understand each other through them, so I'm not sure any of the ideas they pitched that day got written down. Believe it or not, there's an elaborate system of tunnels underneath Hollywood Center Studios. Most of the viral clips we air are stored on analog format, and the tunnels are used by cast and crew to transfer the laser discs between each other. My only experience in any of the tunnels was when I asked a janitor if they were just a rumor. She brought me down and pointed out ancient looking etchings on the walls by the light of a cloth and gasoline torch. Her tits were huge and her ass was like Kazwang. I meant to ask if she also had a piss fetish while we were down there, but it didn't feel like the right time. There's no shoring or electricity or any signs of power tools having been used to bore the tunnels, not from what I saw at least. When I asked how that was possible, the janitor didn't react much. She just shrugged and muttered something like always been here. And full credit goes to Will for that entire bullet point.
I could definitely hear his artistic voice come through there, especially with the part about the titties and the bazoins or whatever.
Do you want to give us like an inside the actor's studio look into the creative process behind that one?
Yeah, what was
I
going on?
think, was it me or you who came up with the tunnels under the studios?
The tunnels was me, but the whole like meat of that thing was you. I just
Well,
got the bare concept.
Well, let me see. The
huge tits, Kazwang ass, piss fetish. That all came after, and I wrote everything else. So my only experience, the janitor brought me down, ancient looking etchings, no shoring or electricity, always been here. That was its own thing. And then I went back and I don't know if I had used any pronouns to refer to the janitor yet or not, but I think maybe I had said him. Maybe I said he brought me down, and I was like, oh, what if it was she? And I was like, oh, it's a woman. Maybe her tits are huge, and her ass is like Kazwang, and she's got a piss fetish, and so I
Naturally, yeah.
yeah.
It's where the mind goes naturally, of course.
During one of my
sorry. Could we just do a brief intermission here at this stage? I don't know if you were watching at all. You were probably just reading the Reddit post, but William was brushing his teeth on camera and was. Do you usually do that, like with your back arched and brushing vertically up and down into your mouth? Or were you just trying to show us that you don't have a gag reflex?
I didn't. Did it really become vertical?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll send you the
those
text.
gifs are really seeping into my mannerisms.
I think they are, dude.
Who taught you how to brush your teeth, and do you have any repressed memories involving this
Yeah.
person?
It was this one uncle that I spent a weird amount of time with.
Do you remember? Did you just like go into a trance just now when you were brushing your teeth, or what?
I don't know what it is about brushing my teeth. I don't know.
It's a very sensual experience for you.
No, it's like anything I say now is just gonna make me sound like a fucking like.
The arching on the back is really.
Here, wait.
That's really what takes it to another level.
Can I share my screen really quick?
Sure.
All right, one sec.
Did you screenshot me?
Yeah, I did.
Nice, nice.
I mean, it was so absurd. Do you see that?
Not yet.
I see that you've started screen sharing. Oh,
I see that.
Bro, what is that? What are you doing, bro?
the only break from the normal there is that usually I'm on my knees.
You should see him floss.
Yeah, for real, dude. Oh, holy shit, that's good. Okay. Yeah, we could continue now. I just had to point that out.
Whenever I use mouthwash, it's very messy. I go and I gag it and just like water falls down my chin. I blow bubbles with it.
Gross, dude.
I don't know. You know? All right.
Oh, man, we've all got our quirks. I get it.
The dentist is filing a sexual harassment lawsuit after what you did in there last time.
He's trying to explain what it was I did, and it wasn't anything like overtly physical. He can't quite place what it was. It was just the eye contact had a certain quality that he didn't appreciate.
His therapy bills are through the roof.
Oh. All right.
Oh shit.
What happened?
Who's watching the Cowboys Bears game right now? Anybody?
No, but William was thinking about a cowboy and a bear while he was brushing his teeth. Right there.
Nice. 18 cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch wanting to be fucked.
That's an all-timer there. I haven't listened to that in so long.
I'm gonna keep reading the Reddit post if that's.
Yeah, back to work.
During one of my first shifts, I was assigned to organize some financial documents related to the show. I glanced at one of the files and learned that Ridiculousness apparently receives funding from the US government. Chanel must regret her decision to leave because recently she's been trying to get back on the show. I've seen her loitering around the parking lot a few times and banging on the front door, begging for somebody to let her in. A screenshot made the rounds among the crew, taken from the studio entrance's CCTV. It was of someone dressed in one of those old man who can surprisingly dunk costumes you see Kyrie Irving dress up in or whatever, leaning against a wall. Apparently, that was Chanel in disguise trying to fake out security. I also suspect she's trying to get Lolo removed from the show out of jealousy. The other day, I found an anvil hanging from the ceiling in her dressing room and an extremely lifelike painting of a tunnel on the wall. I think Chanel must have snuck in and done that overnight. Kyrie Irving, once again, Bill's addition. I didn't know who that was. Had to look him up. I guess he's a basketball player or something. I don't know. I'm way more into pre-war blues, country, traditional jazz, Tin Pan Alley
Jesus.
pop myself. So
It also, what I said doesn't line up because Kyrie Irving can't dunk. I mean, he can, but it's not like he doesn't be dunking. Anyway.
there's a lot I could say about the country music star and 2022 VMA nominee that I mentioned in a previous post. One more thing I'll share. When he guest starred on the show, he was peeing and going poop in his pants the entire time. I even heard the poop squishing around his pants as he left the studio. Boy, did it smell nasty.
That's awesome, dude.
The next one's so good.
It's hard to tell when you're watching the show on TV, but the studio seems to be shrinking. Every day it feels slightly more cramped. When Matt Rife guest starred, he even had to army crawl his way onto the stage.
That's so awesome.
We've recently been experimenting with AI to write certain segments, and Rob has floated out the idea of replacing himself with an AI hologram after he leaves the show. He showed us some drafts of the hologram during a production meeting recently. It looks nearly identical to him, but slightly more muscular and with darker skin. One of the writers was fired last month for watching porn on the screen we used to show viral clips. It was early in the morning and he thought nobody had arrived yet, but our janitor Rusty caught him in the act. Stilo's restaurant Linden isn't doing so well right now. In fact, it's actually losing money. He must be desperate because he brings in food from the restaurant every day and makes a point to eat it in front of the interns during their lunch break. He even moans theatrically and rubs his belly while raving about how good it is. I don't want to insinuate anything, but there's a serial killer on the loose in LA, and the police sketches look suspiciously like Rob. In an even stranger coincidence, I read that the killer forces his victims to watch a series of viral clips before bludgeoning them to death with a tire iron. In a previous post, I mentioned something about all the dead raccoons lying outside the studio. A local voodoo priestess parked her RV in the parking lot last week and has been there ever since, performing rituals in an effort to revive the raccoons. I keep trying to get the execs to do something about it, but whenever I bring the issue up, they get really tense and tell me to drop the subject. To be fair, she is pretty intimidating. One of my coworkers mustered the courage to try evicting her himself, but he told me that when he crossed the threshold of the RV, he broke out into a cold sweat, felt his throat constrict, and couldn't move any further. A lot of eerie stuff happens on the set. For example, Rusty swears that one morning he noticed blood seeping from the big screen on stage. Also, I was doing some work in the basement last month when I stumbled upon a tattered black and white photograph dated 1928. The guy in the photo looked exactly like Rob. In a scrapped episode from a few seasons back, we brought Alex Jones on the show. Needless to say, this was very controversial, and a bunch of crew members quit in protest. He was actually a pretty solid guest and fit in with the vibe of the show quite well. But the episode was scrapped on the spot when halfway through filming, Alex pulled out a stack of photos indicating that Rob attended the 2022 Bilderberg conference. Two men in black suits who I'd never seen before came out of nowhere and escorted Alex out. I've heard from some of the veteran producers that when the show first got picked up, Rob swore he would one day rule the network and went around calling himself the Shadow King of MTV. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Here's to many more years of ridiculousness to come. And then 2 comments on that post. Sad to see you go. Best of luck to you in your show business career. And that was me on a third burner account. And then the other comment was, this whole post was such a wild ride of a read. Thanks, OP. And that's from Jay.
That is organic, right?
That one is organic, yeah. And I know this is a real person because he posts on r/Food Network, r/Modern Family.
What the
R
fuck?
R slash the middle.
His top post, or his most recent one from an hour ago, is on r/SVU, and it's a screenshot of a tweet in which somebody took a screenshot of an actor named Chris Maloney in SVU. The screenshot is him in a compromising position. He's like bent down on some pier. They seem to have paused it at a certain point when his ass is very prominent. And the original tweeter said, "How do you have such a good bum? I need your tips." Chris Maloney says, "I wanted to wear a kilt in this scene," which would have revealed his taint.
So at what point do you think we lost people? Like when
It seems like it was
specifically in
with
the
this
post?
this post.
No,
It seems
but
like it,
within
yeah.
this post in particular.
Oh.
Like, what thing do you think?
Well, I see three possibilities.
Rob
One
Al-Hadid
possibility.
is pretty obviously a lie.
Well,
true.
I don't think that's any more obvious than mounds of raccoon carcasses littering the parking lot. Personally,
Yeah.
but
German Shepherds suspecting you of internet fraud all might stare with reality.
I didn't
I
even
think
put that
that's probably it right there.
I didn't even put that together when I wrote that. Like that how would they detect? Like they can't sniff out that I'm the guy who made the Reddit account.
Oh,
Yeah,
they can't. That's what makes it so fucking funny.
I didn't
I thought
even
you were-
clock that when I wrote it. Like I thought that made perfect sense.
I thought you were trying to just like invoke like Nazi imagery and couple
Yeah.
it with Rob.
No, I was, but William has made us privy to a second layer of it where it also just makes no fucking sense. But
These are German Shepherds who have been
Way
trained
better.
to sniff out when someone is generally up to no good.
yeah. Well, so I see three possibilities regarding when we lost them. One possibility, as you alluded to, it was at some point within this specific post. The two possibilities that I personally find more likely, either they saw that huge wall of text because that was longer than anything we've ever posted on here, and their stupid fucking feeble Reddit brains just, immediately tuned it out and they didn't even read it. Or um or they read the whole thing and clocked that it was fake and it upset them so much that they maybe rage quit halfway through or just didn't feel compelled to comment. Because like if you look on our previous posts, two or three of them, like we really had a parasocial thing going with them, especially that guy Walt Disney Jr. Like I bet when he saw this he was fucking heartbroken.
We also
I think that's probably right.
There's something to that because we've got a ratio of one real comment to 22 upvotes.
Yeah.
Which actually, does it show you if within that there are any downvotes?
I could probably look at analytics if I logged in, but I remember seeing how many people viewed the post, and interestingly, it got like I don't remember the specific amount, but it was like 5,000 or more than that views and a lot of shares. A lot of people were sharing it among each other.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Walt Disney Jr. probably has it out for us now. I think we created a supervillain with that one, but
that's his supervillain origin story.
yeah.
Yeah. I think it's definitely the latter of what you said, where the people we had strung along probably got to a certain point in that post, probably very early in the post, and then realized like, oh, I've been duped this whole time. I feel fucking stupid. And
Yeah, I mean, there was even that one idiot who was defending us in the post we made where we were pretending to be somebody who has fallen, who had taken the bait, and we were trying to spur debate in the comments about whether this was a real thing. And there was a guy in there adamantly defending us. He was like, "Of course it's real." He said so many. He shared so many behind the scenes, like pieces of behind the scenes information that nobody could possibly know, without first indicating why he is so confident that behind the scenes information is accurate in the first place. Like it made no sense. I don't want to get back into it because it drives me nuts. What?
Just aping that guy. It's obviously genuine. Can't you see all the information that he's shared?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that guy probably he probably like doesn't even have object permanence or whatever the fuck. Like if you poured the same amount of liquid in two differently shaped glasses, he'd think it's different amounts of liquid or some shit. I'm looking at the show notes right now. I see somebody. Well, I guess before we move on from that, DyrdekAnon, any final thoughts, any final things we want to share before we wrap that up for good? Actually, one thing I remembered, I forgot to mention. Um, Last episode, Curly expressed surprise at the fact that a moderator hasn't stepped in to shut the whole thing down. And then I pointed out that one of the first people who commented on our first post saying, "Oh, this is great. Keep this up." Whatever. One of the earliest people who fell for it was one of the mods. Yeah. I looked on the moderator's Reddit account, and this really says a lot about the kind of person who posts on r/ridiculousness. Their other posts were in like high schooler subreddits, and they were asking for help on like applying to colleges and stuff. It's like a 17-year-old.
I guess that does check out.
That's a crazy like extracurricular to have as a high schooler. Pillar of the ridiculousness community.
Do you think he's putting that on his college apps?
That he's interested in higher learning at all is an anomaly that cannot be explained.
I know.
Yeah, for real. Honestly, shout out to that guy for retaining some kind of intelligence and still being a fan of ridiculousness.
He used to be a genius level intellect. Ridiculousness has brought him down. The colleges that he's applying to are DeVry and ASU Online.
I would speculate that I have two things on DyrdekAnon. I would speculate that the one comment that we got on that post, because it was so absurd, that's got to be either a bot or someone on the show who's just trying to stir engagement on the subreddit and create like some kind of fan base or cultivate a fan base, an active fan base.
I really don't think anyone on the show is putting in that much effort or paying that much attention to anything.
I mean, I don't think Rob is, but I think he could have paid like college graduates trying to break into the entertainment industry and pay them like minimum wage and just be like, go on Reddit and, keep people engaged in the show.
Yeah, I bet one of the producers has a kid or something who gets put on Reddit duty.
Yeah, something like that. And then after the success of that, fellas, what subreddit are we infiltrating next?
I don't know.
Well, DyrdekAnon, any final thoughts before we move on from that one for good?
It was a wild ride.
It was my everything. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Marge.io, that's what.
Yes.